Rebirth of a Star General Chapter 249 to Chapter 272. The sun shone in through the window. The red candle on the table had burned out, leaving only a little bit of red fire oil, like a blooming flower. A hand reached out from behind the curtain. Xian rubbed his eyes and sat up with his hands on his waist. This was a muddle-headed night, and also, a night of fighting for the Red Cliffs. If she wanted to recall, forget it, it was better not to recall. She only thought that the phrase, "do whatever you want," was used on her in the end. Did she get any rewards? No. From the looks of it, the biggest winner was clearly Xiaoju. Xian turned her head to look at her side, but it was empty. There was no one there. She was stunned for a moment, then looked outside. She was afraid that it was already too late. After bathing last night, she was so tired that she fell asleep immediately. Looking at the sun now, she estimated that it was not early. Just as she was thinking, the door opened and someone walked in. Xian raised his head and saw Xiaoju walk in. Baigua followed behind with a food basket in her hands. She entered the room and placed the bowls and plates in the basket on the table one by one. "You're awake?" Xiaoju saw that she had sat up and walked over to ask. Xian coughed and nodded. "After washing up, we can eat." He paused and asked hesitantly, "Are you okay?" Xian's face turned red and subconsciously looked at Baigua. Baigua had already put down the food and ran away. She looked at the person in front of her. This person looked like he had taken Yin to nourish Yang. After a night, he looked refreshed and did not have any discomfort. She gritted her teeth and said, "Very good. Military Governor Zhao's martial arts are very good and there are few opponents. I have learned a lot." Xiaoju's mouth curved and said slowly, "General, he is not bad. Last night, you said that you will fight 800 rounds in the future, Xian, ? What kind of words were these? When did she say that?" Xian hurriedly covered his mouth. "Wait. Don't talk nonsense. General, He leaned closer, a smile hidden in his dark eyes. "It's only been one night. Are you going back on your word?" Xian lifted the blanket, put on his shoes, and ran away. He mumbled, "I'm going to wash up. Where's Qingmei?" Qingmei was called in. After Xian rinsed her mouth and washed her face, Qingmei came to help her comb her hair. As she combed her hair, she said, "Miss." "Oh, I should call you young madam now." "Young madam, young master is really good to you." Xian replied absent-mindedly, "Oh. I woke up early this morning," Qingmei said. "I went to the kitchen and instructed the servants to prepare a meal for you. This servant originally wanted to wake you up, but young master didn't allow it. He said that you should sleep a little longer." Xian nodded. When he looked up, he saw that Qingmei was grinning from ear to ear. Puzzled, he asked, "Why are you so happy?" "Second young master is good to young madam. Of course, this servant is happy." Qingmei looked as if she had picked up money. "This servant will tell master and young master later that they can rest assured." Xian, after she washed up, she changed into a begonia-red dress with narrow sleeves. Qingmei combed her hair neatly. When she combed her hair into a bun, it didn't make her look old. Instead, it made her look cleaner and fresher. Xian tied the snake-patterned black jade pendant that Xiaoju had given to her around her waist. Then, she walked into the small hall. The table was already filled with the food that Baigua had brought over. When the two of them were eating, they didn't like others to wait on them. Thus, Qingmei left. Xian sat at the table and gave Xiaoju a pair of chopsticks. He sighed and said, "Xiaoju, your family's breakfast is a little too sumptuous." It was all her favorite food, even though she wasn't a picky eater. Xiaoju's mouth twitched. "You're bought over with just one meal? Then you don't understand," Xian said with conviction. "Us ordinary people don't care about pretentiousness. When you get married, what you wear and what you eat is very important." He laughed. "You're easy to feed." Xian grabbed a plum blossom bun and smiled at her as he ate. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression changed. "Oh no, aren't we supposed to serve tea to eldest brother and sister-in-law this morning?" Originally, it was the bride's turn to serve tea to her parents-in-law. However, Xiao Zhongwu and his wife were no longer alive. Logically, they should serve tea to Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei. It's okay. I've already told them that we'll go after eating. Eh? He Yan looked at her. Isn't this against the rules? What rules? This person said casually. Xiao family doesn't have any rules. You can do whatever you want. He Yan was startled. Not to mention when she was in the He family, when she married into the Su family, before she went blind, she had to follow the rules every morning and night. Because she was a woman for a short time and then spent many years in the army, there were many rules that she wasn't clear about. She often made a fool of herself. At that time, whenever she thought of the word rules, she would have a headache. Now, someone was telling her to do whatever she wanted. She sneaked a glance at the person opposite her. Xiaoju noticed her gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" "Xiaoju," He Yan said seriously, "in the Shuo capital, you're the first husband. You're really considerate of everything." Xiaoju's lips curled up. She said calmly, "Of course. After all, your husband fell in love with you at first sight during the Lantern Festival. The next day, he came to propose marriage. If you didn't agree to marry him, he would jump into the river and kill himself." He Yan. He continued to say casually, "Our General He's skills in commanding troops have reached perfection. She's also very good at controlling her husband." He Yan thought that it sounded familiar. Only then did he remember that she had casually spouted nonsense to Ling Xiao and the other girls when they were in Jiang. She didn't expect Xiaoju to remember it. At that time, she was talking nonsense. She didn't expect that Xiaoju would really become her husband. But now, it sounded a little shameless. He Yan picked up the sweet syrup and pretended to take a sip. She changed the topic, "That Xiao family really doesn't have rules? You can do whatever you want?" Xiaoju glanced at her, "You can't cheat. You can't meet a man at night." "He Yan," she asked fearlessly, "then what will happen if I break these two rules?" Xiaoju narrowed her eyes and said calmly, "Break her legs and lock her up." He Yan, after a while, she said, "Xiaoju, you're so fierce." She looked at her with a warning look, "That's right." After breakfast, He Yan and Xiaoju went to serve tea. He Yan had lived in the Xiao mansion for a while, so he wasn't unfamiliar with Xiao Jing and his wife. After drinking the tea, Bai Rongwei took out a small box and handed it to He Yan. She smiled and said, "This was prepared by me and his brother before Huijing got married. Today, we can finally give it away." He Yan smiled and thanked her. Bai Rongwei looked at the two of them again. The more she looked at them, the happier she felt. After Xiaoju was betrothed by Emperor Wen Xian, Bai Rongwei heard a lot of people talking behind her back about how the second son of the Xiao family married a vulgar martial artist. Bai Rongwei was unhappy when she heard this. Later, when there were invitations, she would say that she wasn't feeling well and wouldn't go. Now that the two of them were walking together, they looked like a pair of jade. Moreover, who said that women should be gentle and polite? She saw that He Yan was lively and Xiaoju's expression had become more lively these days. He Yan talked for a while until Xiao Jing told her that it was time to rest. After Bai Rongwei became pregnant, Xiao Jing didn't dare to be careless. He Yan took the box and Xiaoju out of the door and walked towards her courtyard. Halfway there, she couldn't help but open the box a little. She looked inside and saw that there were 3 hairbrushes made of white jade. From big to small, they were exquisite. Hairbrushes. She was startled. Xiaoju looked at her sideways. "You don't like them?" "No." He Yan closed the box and hugged it. "I like them very much. They were more precious than gold, jade, or precious stones." Because of the wedding, Emperor Wen Xian allowed Xiaoju to stay in the Fu for 1 more day. She didn't have anything to do today. He Yan and Bai Gua had just walked back to the courtyard when they saw Qing Mei and Bai Gua squatting on the ground. In front of them was a small mountain of congratulatory gifts tied with red silk. "Young mistress is here?" Bai Gua smiled and stood up. "We are taking out the congratulatory gifts we received yesterday. Young mistress, do you want to take a look?" He Yan saw that the congratulatory gifts almost filled half of the courtyard. He couldn't help but ask Xiaoju, "Didn't they say that you are unapproachable and don't have good relations with people in the capital?" How did you get so many congratulatory gifts? How many people came yesterday? Xiaoju didn't say anything. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. She looked proud. I'll go take a look first to see what good things there are. He Yan said and walked to Qing Mei's side. Originally, when he made He Rufei, the emperor gave him a lot of gifts. However, he didn't get to enjoy them before they were carried to the He family's storeroom. After that, he made Lady He. His family was poor. He hadn't seen the joy of sitting on a mountain of gold in a long time. Qing Mei was also very excited. It was probably her first time seeing so many good things. She couldn't help but share her discoveries with He Yan. Young mistress, look at this. This flower pot is made of colored glass. This ginseng looks very expensive. And this vase. This is the first time I've seen this kind of vase. Is this precious stone real? The little girl chattered nonstop. He Yan followed her and rummaged a few times. Unexpectedly, she found something sent by an acquaintance. It was a gift from Mu Hongjin and Cui Yuji from Jiang City. It was a whole set of pearls. Jiang was close to the water and was rich in pearls. The pearls were plump and bright. As soon as the box was opened, it almost dazzled people's eyes. Cui Yuji was rich and imposing, and Mu Hongjin was overbearing and generous. It was indeed very fitting for them to send such a valuable gift. However, He Yan felt that she probably wouldn't wear this set of pearls in her lifetime. If she wore it outside, it would be like openly putting banknotes on her head. Wouldn't it attract people to snatch it? It was really eye-catching. She continued rummaging and found a small jar of wine. It was a gift from Jinling City's Hua Yuxian and Kai Lian. It was the Bifeng wine that they had tasted before. However, this jar of Bifeng wine was a vintage wine. It had been stored for 7 years. If it wasn't for Xiaoju and He Yan's great joy, Hua Yuxian wouldn't have been willing to take it out. He Yan put this small jar of Bifeng wine beside him. He heard Qing Mei say, "Young mistress, look at this." He Yan turned to look and was stunned for a moment. This was an extremely long embroidery. The whole embroidery was about half a person's height. It was embroidered with a pair of lotus flowers on a stalk and a pair of mandarin ducks. The embroidery was particularly uniform, and the color was gorgeous and bright. It was definitely not an easy task to embroider such an embroidery. Even if many embroiderers worked day and night, it would take them more than a month to barely complete it. There was a letter beside the embroidery scroll. He Yan opened the letter. It turned out that this embroidery was sent from the Rundu. The embroiderers who embroidered this pair of mandarin ducks were the women who were captured by He Yan from Li Kuang's subordinates. The Rundu had just fought a war not long ago, and the city was desolate. It was the Rundu's county magistrate, Zhao Shiming, who found silk thread and asked those women to sew this embroidery as a wedding gift for Xiaoju and He Yan. It seemed that those women were living a good life. He Yan was also happy for them. He kept the letter and asked Qing Mei to move the embroidery she had specially picked into his room. Then, he stood up and walked to Xiaoju's side. Xiaoju waited for him to come closer and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Are you satisfied?" He Yan shook his head. "What's not satisfied?" "Military Governor Xiao, everyone gives a wedding gift. Why don't you give me one?" He Yan said. Deliberately. She was just joking, but Xiaoju said calmly, "How do you know that I don't have a wedding gift?" He Yan was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, "Don't tell me you really prepared a wedding gift?" Xiaoju crossed her arms and looked at him. He Yan was stunned. "Didn't you already give me a betrothal gift? You even gave me your family heirloom, black jade. If that's not enough, what else do you want to give me?" Her heart was a little flustered. Could it be that in this lifetime, this title of femme fatale was really going to be worn on her head and couldn't be removed? God, she didn't do anything. Xiaoju pursed her lips and walked to the other side. He Yan hurriedly followed. "Xiaoju, what exactly do you want to give me?" As they walked, something suddenly blocked their path. He Yan looked down and saw a yellow dog biting the flower bead on her shoe. "Air Mao?" He Yan had temporarily entrusted Air Mao, who had escaped, to Xiaoju after investigating the He residence the night before. He didn't expect that Air Mao, who had only stayed in the Xiao family for a short period of time, had already become rounder. The tuft of hair on its head had been tied into a chirp by someone with a red string, which was particularly festive. It was so different from before that Yan almost didn't recognize it. Mao saw Yan looking down at him and barked at her excitedly. Unfortunately, there was no sound. He pounced on the courtyard and rolled around, biting his tail as he turned around. Yan was speechless for a moment. This dog really didn't treat him as an outsider. He had gotten used to it so quickly. However, it was clear that he was very satisfied with his life here. He thought that it wouldn't be long before he could be comparable to the pig named Tang Yuan. I found the new house where your father and brother are living. Xiao Ju's voice came from beside him. Yan turned around. Didn't Lin Xuanhe say that it would take a few more days? He's very busy, how could he have time to help you? Xiao Ju said calmly, I've already asked someone to help move. They should be able to move in 2 days. Eh? So fast? Where is it? It's 1 street away from the Xiao family. Yan grabbed her sleeve. Wait, you said 1 street away from the Xiao family? Xiao Ju looked down at her. You don't like it? It's not that I don't like it, it's just. Yan's mind was in a mess. It's close to the Xiao family. You can go back anytime in the future. If Dad and Yunxing want to visit you, it's also very convenient. Xiao Ju frowned. You don't seem to be satisfied. Yan looked at her and did not say anything. A married girl would be gossiped about if she went back to her mother's house every few days. In her previous life, when she married into the Su family, from the time she was married until she drowned, she had only returned once to visit her parents. However, she didn't have any reason to go back in her previous life. Yan did not expect that Xiao Ju would buy the house directly opposite the Xiao family. If this were to spread, he didn't know what people would say about him. For example, those gossiping idlers might push all the blame onto Yan. The title of a bride who didn't know the rules and betrayed the orthodoxy would most likely fall on her. However, Yan wasn't angry at all. He was even happy. If you don't like it, I like it very much. She said crisply. You don't seem to think so. Xiao Ju looked at her suspiciously. Yan grabbed his sleeve and held his arm. Xiao Ju, I'm so touched. You've taken care of my father, my brother, and even my dog so well. Could it be that God saw how miserable I was in my previous life and sent you to me in this life? Xiao Ju was speechless for a while. Then, she said, so taking care of your dog will make you feel touched. You can't say that. Yan looked at Mao who was playing in the yard. Her heart was filled with emotions. But I didn't expect you to be such a nice person. There were many rumors in the world that could not be trusted. The so-called heartless, cruel, and merciless were all false rumors. In her previous life, she was a careful wife. Others told her that she had to be filial to her daughter, virtuous as a wife, and a mother. She had to be quiet and chaste. She had to be disciplined. She had to be shameless. She had to be gentle. She had to be tolerant. She had to be respectful. She had to be virtuous. She didn't know who was the first person to put these shackles on a woman. But it seemed that these virtues had been passed down for thousands of years. Everyone took it for granted. Everyone was like this. But Xiao Ju had broken these shackles from the beginning. She didn't know that being a wife could be like this. She was free and carefree. Xiao Ju's posture was tall and straight. Hearing this, his other hand pulled down Yan's hand that was holding his and then covered it with his own palm. The moment their fingers interlocked, it was as if a small snowflake had landed on his heart. It flew past quickly, leaving behind a slight itch. You don't have to be touched, he said calmly. After all, when you are unhappy, your husband will use his skills to make you happy. He can't accept anyone else. He only loves you. This time, she was sure that Xiao Ju was indeed the number one in the Xianxia mansion. She had only said it once in Jiang. She had forgotten it herself. But Xiao Ju still remembered it word for word. She held Xiao Ju's hand. It was as if she wanted to hold his hand until the end of time. She smiled and replied, that can't be helped. A strong woman is afraid of a persistent man. The new year in Shuo capital was a double blessing for the Xiao family, but for some families, it was like adding fuel to the fire. In the crown prince's residence, the Guangyan sat in his study, his face full of anxiety. After Su Jingfu fell, although a portion of the Su faction went to Chu Zhao, Emperor Wenchuan's revenge was fierce and had lost many of his men. All these years, he did not have much ability and relied on Empress Zhang's family and Prime Minister Su's connections to stabilize his position as the crown prince. Although it was his own decision to abandon the rook to save the king, after making the decision, the Guangyan regretted it. In these days, the Guangyan appeared in front of Emperor Wenchuan very frequently and started to interfere with the matters of the court. Empress Zhang told him not to act rashly at this time. He had been close to Su Jingfu in the past, and Emperor Wenchuan probably did not like him. Before the limelight passed, it was best to stay in the residence and not do anything. The Guangyan agreed, but he was even more anxious inside. If his fourth son took advantage of his absence to say sweet words in front of Emperor Wenchuan, who knew what would happen in the future? Now that Xiao Huijin's power was growing, how could he fall behind at this time? Just as he was thinking, a servant came in and reported, "Your Highness, someone wants to see you." The Guangyan said, "Come in." The person was wearing servant clothes and did not look very eye-catching, but when he raised his head, one could see that his appearance was slightly different from Wei Ren's. This was a Yuto. "Your Highness, this servant is here on Lord Meningbu's orders to pass a message to your Highness." "Meningbu?" The Guangyan narrowed his eyes and asked the others in the hall to leave. Then he looked at this person, "Your envoy is still alive?" After the Heavenly Star platform, Emperor Wenchuan had ordered people to put all the envoys from Yuto under house arrest. Until now, he had not said what to do. The Guangyan had tried to get someone to send a message to Meningbu, but it was too tightly guarded and they never found a chance. He did not expect Meningbu's men to come knocking on his door. As if afraid that the Guangyan would not believe him, the servant stepped forward and showed the Guangyan the seal in his sleeve. "If you want me to save your lord, then go back," the Guangyan said impatiently. Imperial father is still angry, this consort doesn't want to add fuel to the fire. "Your Highness, you haven't been to court recently, so I'm afraid you don't know. The fourth prince has been very favored by His Majesty recently, and the courtiers in the court also want to support him." It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Once he said that, Guangyan's expression turned ugly. He sneered and said, "How could I not know? Concubine Lan attends to him every day," the servant said in a low voice. "Sir Meningbu asked me to ask His Highness if he's just going to sit and wait for death." The crown prince slammed the teacup in front of him against the wall with a bang. "Shut up." He was furious. Emperor Wenchuan favored the concubine Lan more than just a day or two. The Guangyan knew that if he was not the eldest son, if Emperor Wenchuan did not have to worry about public opinion, he would have already made the Guangyan the crown prince. It was all because the Guangyan was concubine Lan's son, that be *tch. Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble, Your Highness. The Guangyan looked at the servant. "What do you mean?" The servant lowered his head humbly. "Sir Meningbu asked me to tell Your Highness that His Majesty is old, and the fourth prince is ready to make a move. If this did not happen, the position of Emperor De Wei would have already been in Your Highness's pocket. Now that Prime Minister Su has fallen, and Xiao Huijin's wings have grown, if Xiao Huijin seeks refuge with the fourth prince." The Guangyan's heart skipped a beat. This was what he was most worried about. In the past, Xiao Zhongwu did not like him and often caused trouble for him. Now that Xiao Zhongwu was finally dead, his son appeared. But now, Xiao Huijin was even more terrifying than Xiao Zhongwu. Su Jingfu had not been able to eliminate Xiao Huijin, and now he had nurtured such a disaster. "Your Highness, why don't you cut the Gordian knot?" "Impudent!" the Guangyan blurted out. He was both shocked and angry. "You dare to speak nonsense in front of me? Your Highness, please spare my life." The servant bowed. Those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. Being kind to others is being cruel to yourself. Otherwise, with Your Highness' benevolence, I'm afraid the fourth prince will take advantage of this loophole. But now, the servant's voice seemed to be bewitching, "If Your Majesty's imperial carriage arrives, you will be the rightful son of heaven." The rightful son of heaven, the Guangyan, shut up. It was as if a demon's box of bewitchment had been opened. Thoughts that had not been moved before were now uncontrollably floated to the surface of his mind. He understood what Menenbu meant, but although he had secretly fought with the Guangxua in the past, he had never thought of killing his father. Although Emperor Wenchuan favored the Guangxua, he treated him well. Although in the previous dynasty, there were many cases of father and son killing each other, but the Guanyin felt that he did not have to go to this extent. Emperor Wenchuan did not have many children, and the Dewei had always valued rules. When the time came, Emperor Wenchuan would naturally pass the throne to him. Empress Zhang and the Guanyin both thought so. But year after year, day after day, this wait seemed to be endless. Emperor Wenchuan seemed to be deliberately avoiding something. After waiting for so long, not only did he not receive the imperial edict, but he also waited for the gradual rise of the Guangxua. In the past few years, wasn't he secretly communicating with the Yuto because he was becoming less and less confident? If Emperor Wenchuan had done what he was supposed to do, he would not be in this situation. Until now, he had been restricted in many ways. In this battle for the throne, he had unknowingly fallen from being the victor to being at a disadvantage. If he allowed the Guangxua to continue like this, his heart was fiercely stirred by evil thoughts. He might as well go all the way. The servant kneeling on the ground saw the changes in the crown prince's expression. He kindly advised, "Your Highness, this servant has already conveyed His Excellency's message. Your Highness should consider it carefully. As long as you can sit in that position, everything you do now will be worth it. Since ancient times, which one of those who achieved great things did not shed blood on the road? Your Highness, please reconsider." The Guanyin was provoked by his words and became impatient. He reprimanded, "All right, this prince knows. Get out." Just like when he came, the servant quietly left. The Guanyin looked at the broken pieces of the teacup on the ground. A trace of haze gradually crept into his eyes. After a while, he seemed to have been awakened and hurriedly left the hall. After the Guanyin left, the servants of the crown prince's residence came in to clean up the debris on the ground. A beautiful servant walked out from the back of the hall and smiled gently, "Let me do it." Miss Xianxia. The servant did not dare to fight with her. Everyone knew that the most favored servant in the crown prince's residence was this servant called Xianxia. The crown prince had once argued with the crown princess because of her. However, Xianxia had a gentle personality and never gave the servants any face. She got along well with the other servants. Xianxia half knelt and gently picked up the broken pieces on the ground. Her expression was as gentle as ever. Her long eyelashes drooped down to hide the strange emotions in her eyes. Meningbu's people actually instigated the crown prince to kill the emperor. At this juncture, it was not a good time. The Chu residence at night was excessively quiet. Ever since Prime Minister Su fell from power, the three legitimate sons of the Chu family who were originally afraid of Chu Zhao gradually became arrogant. Chu Zhao did not have Su Jingfu's support. Even though he was still an official in the court, who knew how long that would last? Perhaps one day Emperor Wen Xian would blame Chu Zhao for his resentment towards Su Jingfu. No one could say for sure. Madame Chu would occasionally mock and ridicule Chu Zhao when she saw him. As for Chu Linfeng, he almost did not see Chu Zhao anymore. He was a completely different person from the warm concern he had for Chu Zhao before the incident. Chu Zhao himself was not affected by these things. He continued to do what he was supposed to do every day. The wound on his chest had not fully healed yet. As he was recuperating in the residence, he rarely saw his colleagues. He very cleverly avoided this critical time. His trusted aide walked in and took out a letter from his pocket. "Fourth young master, there is news from Miss Xianxia again." Chu Zhao took the letter and opened it. He was fine at first, but after reading the letter, his expression changed slightly. A moment later, he threw the letter into the burning stove. His fingers lightly pressed against his forehead as if he had a terrible headache. "Fourth young master?" his trusted aide asked carefully. Chu Zhao waved his hand and did not say a word. He really did not expect the Guanyin to be so anxious. He also did not expect Ma Ningbu to not forget to sow discord at this juncture. If the Guanyin had a bit of intelligence, they would not be led by the nose by Yuto. Unfortunately, in these years, just like how Emperor Wen Xian relied on Su Jingfu, the Guanyin had long been used to letting Su Jingfu take care of everything. Once Su Jingfu fell, he had no idea what to do. Fourth young master, the trusted aide, looked at his expression and thought for a long time. He finally could not help but say, "Fourth young master is very talented." Now that the prime minister is no longer here, the crown prince is impulsive and reckless. Fourth prince knows how to conceal his strength and bide his time. The situation in the imperial court is different from the past. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. The crown prince is incompetent. Why not follow fourth prince? These words were disgraceful, but Chu Zhao had always treated his subordinates well. Therefore, his subordinates were always more daring than other trusted aides. Hearing this, Chu Zhao released his hand and looked at the oil lamp on the table. The flame in the oil lamp was slightly swayed by the cold wind that came in through the window. He said, "If Xiao Huijin was not here, of course I could. But now, even if it was for Xiao Huijin's sake, fourth prince would not use me." Even if the remaining remnants of Su Jingfu went to defect, it did not seem to be as important as Xiao Ju. At this juncture, the Guangyan needed Xiao Huijin's strength. Because Xiao Zhongwu and Su Jingfu were mortal enemies, the Guangyan would not give up on Xiao Huijin and choose him. "But if we continue on this path to the end," "It's not that I want to continue on this path to the end," Chu Zhao interrupted him. "It's that there has never been a second path for me to take." Perhaps this was destined many years ago, when he first met Su Jingfu and knelt under Su Jingfu's tutelage. "Then fourth young master, what should we do now?" "I need to go to the crown prince's residence." A trace of worry flashed through his brows. Although it seemed that Maninbu's words might have caused the crown prince to have other thoughts, his words might not be of any use. But since they were already on the same boat, if something happened to the crown prince, he would not be safe either. He could only do his best. In Cunning Palace, Empress Zhang sat quietly on a soft couch, her eyes closed as she listened to the zither player play. The sound of the zither was clear and peaceful, able to soothe the impatience in people's hearts. Ever since Su Jingfu's accident, she often had insomnia at night, and the amount of time she could sleep each day was very little. Once she closed her eyes, her eyelids would often twitch violently, as if indicating that something was about to happen. Emperor Wenxuan's health was getting worse and worse, and he did not attend court every few days. Lin Qingtan had checked on him several times, and only said that he would be fine after taking good care of his body. But in Empress Zhang's heart, she felt that this was not the case. She was also somewhat anxious. Prime Minister Su's fall was something that no one had expected. Although everyone knew that there would be a battle between Su Jingfu and Xiao Ju. But no one expected that Xiao Ju would use troops on the border battlefield, and use magic in the court. Evidence after evidence nailed the opponent to death on the board. Empress Zhang was not sure whether Su Jingfu's incident would implicate the Guanyin. Sometimes, Empress Zhang felt that she could see through her husband, Emperor Wenxuan, but sometimes, she felt that she did not know him at all. Back then, Emperor Wenxuan was still the crown prince, but he relied on the fact that he was the legitimate son who crawled out of the late empress's womb to obtain the position of crown prince. As the daughter of the prime minister, Empress Zhang had many fantasies about her husband before she married him. But when she became the crown prince's consort, she realized that her husband was just an ordinary man who was obsessed with poetry and singing every day and indulged in pleasure. He had no ambition, no political talent, and no natural domineering aura of the royal family. If his identity was removed, he would be no different from the ordinary men on the street. Empress Zhang was an ambitious woman, but her ambition had always been satisfied too smoothly. Because her husband, who was the emperor, was too mediocre, she did not even have the interest to be jealous in the imperial harem later on. Just like Emperor Wenxuan's ordinary and stable life, as long as her son, Guanyin, ascended the throne in the future, she would be the Empress Dowager, falling from one supreme position to another. Empress Zhang had always thought this way, until concubine Lan appeared. Emperor Wenxuan doted on concubine Lan very much. Originally, Empress Zhang did not care about the emperor's favor. There were countless new beauties entering the palace every year, so it was not worthwhile for her to fuss over each one. But Emperor Wenxuan's love for concubine Lan actually contained a bit of sincerity. This was very annoying, especially when concubine Lan also gave birth to a son. Over the years, Empress Zhang had tried to get rid of concubine Lan and her son, but this seemingly docile and uncompetitive woman was exceptionally cunning, and she avoided disaster every time. Guan Yan unexpectedly grew to adulthood safely. If it was not for the tactful Guan Yan, who had been avoiding the crown prince, Empress Zhang would not have let it go. As long as the Guan Yan's position was not shaken, it was fine to let the mother and son live a little longer. That was what she thought, but this delicate balance was instantly broken after Su Jingfu's death. Empress Zhang smelled a trace of danger. The sound of the zither suddenly cut through a note, and a palace maid came in to report, "Empress, His Highness the Crown Prince is here." Empress Zhang opened her eyes, and Guan Yan walked in from outside. "You can all leave." She waved her hand, and the zither player and palace maid retreated. Empress Zhang looked at the approaching Guan Yan, and couldn't help but complain, "Didn't I tell you not to enter the palace during this time to avoid causing trouble? You're good, as if you're afraid that it's not chaotic enough. Why did you come to this empress's place?" "Imperial Mother," the Guan Yan looked at her somewhat anxiously, "if you don't let this son enter the palace, how would this son know that the palace is about to sink into the Guan Yan's world?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Who told you?" Empress Zhang sat up slightly, looking nervous. "You don't need to know who told me." The Guan Yan asked, "Is Imperial Father's health not good?" "Imperial Mother, did Imperial Father not reveal any information about the Crown Prince to you?" This son heard that Guan Yan went to Imperial Father's bedside every day to talk to him. Who knows what kind of clever words he uses. He said hatefully, "If he coaxes Imperial Father until he's dizzy, then wouldn't my efforts be in vain?" "Shut up!" Empress Zhang shouted harshly. Looking around and seeing that there were no servants around, she let out a sigh of relief and said angrily, "It's fine if you don't watch your mouth, but you don't know how many pairs of eyes in the palace are watching." "Imperial Mother," the Guan Yan said disappointedly, "I think that bitch concubine Lan can't wait to make her move. Why do we still care so much?" When the concubine Lan was mentioned, Empress Zhang's expression became ugly. She had been conceited all her life, boasting that no one in the harem was her match. Even if Emperor Wen Xian doted on the concubine Lan, all these years, the concubine Lan still had to behave in front of her with her tail between her legs. But the recent situation had broken her original thinking. That woman wasn't just not fighting, she was scheming for something big. All these years, she had been cautious in front of her. Originally, she was just putting on an act, but when the time came, she showed her true colors. What was laughable was that she had been fooled by her. Seeing the change in Empress Zhang's expression, the Guan Yan licked his lips impatiently and suddenly said, "Imperial Mother, I don't want to wait any longer." Empress Zhang came back to her senses, looked at him and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Now that Su Jingfu is dead, Imperial Father must hate me, plus that bitch concubine Lan said something in front of Imperial Father. If this continues, Imperial Father will definitely make the Guan Yan the crown prince. I can't let this happen." "You want to, as long as Imperial Father is gone now." The Guan Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of madness, "The throne should be mine." Empress Zhang subconsciously covered his mouth. "Do you know what you are saying?" "Of course I know." The Guan Yan said in a low voice, "Imperial Mother, think about it, if Guan Yan becomes the emperor, what will happen to me?" "Imperial Mother, what will happen to you?" "If Imperial Father really cared about me, he would have passed the throne to me long ago. Since he is heartless to me, don't blame me for being heartless. At worst, when I become the emperor in the future, I will burn a few more incense sticks for him every year." Empress Zhang was shocked and angry, but before she could say anything, the Guan Yan's legs went soft, and he knelt in front of her and begged, "Imperial Mother, please save this son, help this son to achieve great things." Her expression was uncertain, and she didn't say anything for a while. After a long time, she sighed and said, "Let me think about it." But from her eyes, it was obvious that she had compromised. After the end of the year, although it was the beginning of the new year, the snow did not stop. It snowed for an entire night, and the courtyard was covered in a layer of white frost. When He Yan woke up, Xiaoju was no longer there. Strangely enough, she wasn't originally a lazy person. When she was living in a shared bunk in Liang province, she was the only one who woke up before the sun rose among all the men in the house. Perhaps it was because Xiaoju's bed was especially soft and warm, but she slept soundly at night and woke up later in the morning. Or perhaps it was because Xiaoju woke up too early. Anyway, when she woke up, there was no one around her. He Yan rubbed his eyes and sat up. He lifted the blanket and got out of bed. After a simple wash, he put on an outer robe and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a cold light. Xiaoju was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. This person understood the principle of not practicing for 3 days. Even though he was not in the Liang province guards, he did not stop his daily training. He Yan leaned against the pillar and looked at him. At the same time, he wanted to see where Xiaoju's swordsmanship had improved over the years. It was cold in the morning, but Xiaoju only wore a layer of cream clothing. When he wore dark clothing, he was cold and collected. When he wore light clothing, he was especially bright and elegant. It reminded people of the beautiful youth who was always ranked first in the Xianxia. Xiao family's courtyard was very large. Other than the pomegranate tree outside Xiaoju's study window, there was no other vegetation. The empty ground was very suitable for practicing swordsmanship. With a sweep of the sword, the snow in the courtyard was sent flying by the sword chi. The body of the autumn drinking sword was sparkling and translucent. It made people feel as if they were in a painting. He Yan looked, and his own hands began to itch. He walked back into the room and grabbed the green jade hanging on the wall. Ever since she took the green jade from He Rufei, she had cleaned it many times, but she had never used it once. There were really no occasions where she could use it. After all, Shuajing was not a battlefield. She could not draw her sword and fight with others at any time. However, today was just the right day. Since Xiaoju was also practicing the sword, he might as well see if the gap between the first place of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall and the last place of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall was still as insurmountable as before. He Yan took off her cloak and took Qing Lang with her. With a chuckle, she walked out of the door. Xiaoju's back was facing her. She suddenly pulled out her sword and stabbed towards Xiaoju's back. She called out, "Xiaoju, let me test your sword." The young man abruptly turned his head, and the autumn wine in his hand met with Qing Lang's, producing a crisp sound. In the next moment, both of them took a few steps back. Xiaoju looked at her and raised her eyebrows slightly. "A sword duel? You don't dare?" He Yan lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his toes, laughing loudly as he charged towards him while brandishing his sword. "I'll keep you company." His voice also carried a layer of warmth, sounding especially pleasant in the snowy morning. Qing Mei was holding a broom. When she came out, she saw the two of them practicing the sword in the courtyard. She was momentarily stunned. Although she knew that He Yan was powerful, she had always heard about it from others. She had never seen it with her own eyes. Now that she saw He Yan's sword move so smoothly, she was both amazed and nervous. She muttered, "Young master, you have to be merciful. Our young madam's body is delicate and weak." Fei Nu just happened to walk in from outside. Hearing this, she could not help but glance at He Yan. He Yan was tilting his head to avoid Xiaoju's autumn wine. He kicked a pomegranate tree trunk in the courtyard, borrowing the force to fly back. That kick seemed casual, but the entire tree trunk trembled slightly, causing the snow to rustle and fall to the ground. He withdrew his gaze. He really could not see where the words "delicate" and "weak" came from. He Yan turned his head to look at Xiaoju. It was a very pleasant thing to compete with Xiaoju. This person's swordsmanship was already excellent back then. Now, after many years, it became more and more exquisite. It was a little similar to He Yan's own swordsmanship. After all, her swordsmanship was taught by Xiaoju at the beginning. Until now, there were still some traces of the original swordsmanship. It was just that the idiot who always accidentally got hit on the head by the scabbard in the bamboo forest under the moonlight now had a long sword in her hand. She was extremely agile, like a flying dragon and a flying swallow. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Bodyguard Fei Nu Qing Mei did not understand, so she asked the person beside her, "Is young master going easy on young madam?" "No need." Fei Nu was slightly surprised. Young madam's swordsmanship is very good. He Yan's swordsmanship was exquisite and strange. When Lu Buwang first saw her as a woman, there were many changes in her swordsmanship. She did not stick to the form and was full of changes. With the green sword in her hand, it was like a green cloud, dazzling people. Xiaoju's swordsmanship was more stable. The sword chi was strong, and the stronger the opponent, the stronger it became. Even when He Yan circled around her, she could still break his swordsmanship. Drinking autumn was cold, reflecting the snow on the ground like a mirror. After more than 10 swordsmanship, He Yan suddenly stepped back, lowered her head, and covered her chest with her hand. Seeing this, Xiaoju paused, immediately put away her long sword, and stepped forward to support her. What's wrong? He Yan was half-hugged by him. Suddenly, she raised her head and smiled slyly. Xiaoju was stunned. The next moment, she slapped her palm. Xiaoju reached out to block it, but she was still pushed back a few steps. A wise man should be cut down by his emotions. Using a beauty as the basis for a matter, losing one's will and weakening one's body can turn defeat into victory. The girl held a long sword and said proudly, "Military Governor Xiao is not good enough. You can't even see through the beauty trap." Beauty trap? He asked slowly. After a moment, he chuckled and counterattacked with his sword. He Yan raised her sword to block it. The two of them fought for dozens of swordsmanship. Xiaoju restrained He Yan's arm with one hand, and He Yan's hand was restrained from behind. This person even had time to tease her in her ear, "You call yourself a beauty? You are so confident. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated." He Yan suddenly turned around, pulled out her hand, pressed her sword forward, and then turned around to stab with her sword. The young man's eyes moved slightly. He suddenly put his sword behind his back and stood facing the tip of her sword. He Yan was caught off guard. The sword in He Yan's hand was coming at him fiercely. Seeing that the tip of the sword was about to pierce through his chest, He Yan panicked and forcefully pulled back his sword. However, as the sword moved forward, she was also pulled forward by the sword. There was no way to avoid it, and she fell into Xiaoju's arms. Xiaoju was forced to hug her tightly. "What are you doing?" He Yan said angrily. Xiaoju replied calmly, "If one does not harm oneself, the victim will be real." He lowered his head to look at He Yan and smiled. "General, he is not good enough. You can't even see through the beauty trap." "The beauty trap?" He Yan said angrily, "You are the military governor of the right corps. Do you think it is appropriate for you to use the beauty trap? All is fair in war." He Yan said calmly. He Yan sighed. "You are too despicable." The man in front of her looked down at her from above. There was a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. He Yan was stunned. When she saw him slowly leaning over, she immediately closed her eyes nervously. In the next moment, she felt a slight vibration from the chest she was hugging. She opened her eyes and saw Xiaoju staring at her while holding back his laughter. He stopped a centimeter away from her and raised his eyebrows. "Beauty trap?" He Yan suddenly felt ashamed that she was being scolded for being blinded by her beauty. She turned around and walked away without saying a word. However, Xiaoju pulled her back and gently kissed her forehead. "General, he is amazing. I admit defeat." Qingmei was speechless. She quickly turned her head and covered her eyes with her hands. She whispered, "Why did he suddenly?" Qiwu didn't know when he came over and how long he had been watching. He frowned and said, "How is this a sword duel? This is clearly flirting. Young master is really. How can he treating Cho like this?" When Qingmei heard this, she seemed to have just noticed Qiwu. When she saw Qiwu, she remembered what He Yan had said to her on New Year's Eve at the He family. She didn't say a word and walked out with her broom. She didn't even look at Qiwu. Qiwu was puzzled. He asked Fei Nu, "I didn't provoke her, right? What happened to her?" Fei Nu was speechless. He patted Qiwu's shoulder, didn't say anything, and left as well. That morning, a guest came to the crown prince's residence. When Chu Zhao was welcomed into the palace, Xianxia was kneeling on the floor and pouring tea for the Guangyan. When the Guangyan saw Chu Zhao, he only glanced at him and said, "What are you doing here?" The Guangyan didn't dislike Chu Zhao, but he didn't like him either. When Su Jingfu was still alive, it was fine. After Su Jingfu died, the Guangyan looked at Chu Zhao and all the dislike he had for him came out. However, when it came to what Chu Zhao had done to offend him, it was still fine. After thinking about it, the Guangyan just didn't like his lowly background and overly handsome appearance. To share your highness' burden. The Guangyan smiled and said, share my burden? He slowly sat up straight and looked at Chu Zhao. If you go and kill that idiot Guangxua now, you will share my burden. The Guangxua had been staying in the palace recently, and the imperial bodyguards never left his side. The Guangyan's words were spoken in anger. Is your highness anxious? Chu Zhao didn't get angry and asked gently. Chu Xilan. The crown prince waved his sleeve impatiently. Su Jingfu is dead, and now it's his turn to teach me how to do things? Chu Zhao said, this subject only wishes for your highness to be well. Then don't talk nonsense. The crown prince seemed to have expected what he was going to say. He stared at him with a heavy gaze. Don't forget your identity, Chu Xilan. If something really happens to me, you won't be able to escape. Don't think about escaping unscathed. What you need to do now is to assist me, not drag me down. As for those preachings, put them all away. Otherwise, what happened to Su Jingfu today will be your tomorrow. Xianxia stood quietly at the side with her head lowered meekly. If one looked closely, one could see her slightly pale fingertips. Go back. The Guangyan stood up impatiently. Don't hang around in front of me. It's annoying. After a moment of silence, Chu Zhao's expression didn't change. He stood up with a smile and bowed. Then, this subject will take his leave. Wait. The Guangyan suddenly stopped and looked at Xianxia. He said meaningfully, Xianxia, send forth young master Chu off. Xianxia's body stiffened, and she replied gently, yes. She walked in front of Chu Zhao and whispered, let's go, fourth young master. The two of them walked out of the hall together. Although it was sunny today, it was still very cold. His foot stepped on the ground, leaving a thin footprint. Did Menenbu's men come again these few days? Chu Zhao asked softly. Yes, Xianxia replied. Last night, when the crown prince returned from the palace, those people came again. The two of them walked one after the other, just one step away from each other. From the side, it looked like they were maintaining a polite distance and didn't seem to be very familiar with each other. It seems that the crown prince already has an idea. Chu Zhao sighed. Xianxia looked ahead. What does fourth young master plan to do? Chu Zhao said, I'll do my best. This servant heard that fourth young master had seen Miss He once at night. Xianxia suddenly changed the topic. You should know that Miss He is now military governor Zhao's sweetheart. If fourth young master uses Miss He as bait, you can at least solve the immediate problem and have the capital to make a deal with military governor Xiao. Why should fourth young master give up? There's no need. Xianxia stopped in her tracks. Chu Zhao saw her like this and turned back to look at her. Fourth young master once told this servant that Miss He would become military governor Zhao's weakness. The woman in front of him was gorgeous, but her eyes seemed to be filled with ice. She looked fragile and cold. Her voice was still gentle, but the words she said were as sharp as a sword. But now, young master is wrong. She is not military governor Zhao's weakness, but young master's weakness. Chu Zhao looked at her quietly. After a while, he looked forward and said in a gentle voice, Xianxia, are you doing well in the crown prince's residence? Xianxia was stunned. The coldness that had gathered in her eyes earlier instantly dissipated into smoke. Her expression became somewhat perplexed. After a while, she lowered her head and said, this servant is doing very well. Chu Zhao smiled. If you are doing well, then it's fine. He continued to walk forward. Xianxia paused for a moment, then followed him. The carriage stopped in front of the crown prince's residence. Chu Zhao looked back at her. Let's go back. You've been out for too long. I'm afraid His Highness will be dissatisfied. Xianxia raised the corners of her mouth and smiled at him. But there was a hint of sadness in her smile. Chu Zhao got up and got into the carriage. The carriage gradually drove away. Xianxia didn't go back immediately. She just stood at the door and looked in the direction the carriage gradually disappeared. Only when she couldn't see anything did she slowly turn around and walk inside. There was no one in the hall. The servant who was waiting on her said, Miss Xianxia, His Highness wants you to go to the bedchamber. Her body trembled slightly, and her lips turned pale. She paused for a moment, then lifted her skirt and walked towards the bedchamber. As soon as she arrived at the bedchamber, she saw the crown prince leaning against the soft couch. When he saw Xianxia come in, the Guangyan asked playfully, "Why were you gone for so long?" Xianxia calmly walked over and smiled. "Was it long?" "It was only half a stick of incense. His Highness shouldn't pick on this servant's faults." She half knelt in front of the Guangyan and leaned against his knee. The Guangyan used to love her pitiful and cute appearance when she leaned against his knee. But today, his hand stroked Xiang's hair. His voice was so gentle that it made one's heart palpitate. It was like the calm before the storm. "Half a stick of incense's time is enough to do some things? For example, report all the big and small matters in the Crown Prince's residence to Xianxia? His Highness?" Xiang was stunned. Her eyes widened. "What do you mean?" The hand that was gently stroking her hair tightened and strangled her throat. Xiang's neck was slender and white. Just looking at it would make people feel tender affection. But now, in this hand, it seemed like it would break in the next moment. It was powerless and sad. Why did Xianxia come today? He's not a roundworm in this prince's stomach. How can he know what this prince is thinking? This prince entered the palace yesterday, and today he came in a hurry. "Xiang, oh Xiang." The Guangyan stared at her and said fiercely, "This prince underestimated you. Chu Zhao came at such a coincidence." Of course, perhaps because he was too anxious to stop him, he exposed himself. The Guangyan was a suspicious person in the past. The reason why he didn't suspect Xiang before was because this woman's appearance was very deceptive. She looked no different from any other woman in this residence who desperately tried to win his favor. And because she was sent by Chu Zhao, she had no one to rely on. Therefore, she served him with all her heart. In all fairness, it wasn't without reason that the Guangyan doted on Xiang. With Xiang's appearance, even if she was sent to the palace, there weren't many people who could compare to her. But now that he found out that she was in the Crown Prince's residence and was secretly passing information to Xianxia, this little bit of doting turned into anger and humiliation from being betrayed. "Slut." He suddenly let go of his hand and slapped her. The woman in front of him fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. "This prince said that you were born so beautiful. If this prince asked for you, he would be willing to give you to me. After all these years, he actually didn't touch you." A vulgar smile appeared on Guangyan's face. "This Xianxia's ambition is not small. Raising you like this is just raising a tool. When the time comes, she will give you away and sell you as a favor." But Xiang. He slowly squatted down in front of Xiang and pulled on Xiang's hair to force her to look up at him. "Did this prince not treat you well? Since you entered this prince's residence, why do you still want to work for him? Did you forget that your current master is this prince, not Xianxia?" Xiang raised her head to look at him. Her face had a deep red mark from the Guangyan slap. There was a bit of blood at the corner of her mouth and a bruise on her neck. However, there wasn't a trace of anger or fear in her expression. She was still as gentle as usual. She looked at the Guangyan affectionately and said in a low voice, "This servant is one of His Highness people." It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful and charming woman didn't have the same arrogant, domineering, and willful personality. Instead, she was like a helpless white rabbit, always pitiful and submissive. The Guangyan let go of her hand and she fell down again. She was kicked in the heart again. "Even at this time, you are still pretending in front of this prince. You are loyal and devoted to Xianxia and have deep feelings for him. However, it seems that he doesn't treat you as well as you treat him." The Guangyan stood up and said in a sinister voice, "Tell me, if this prince kills you, will he avenge you? This servant is one of His Highness people. If I die, I will be one of His Highness ghosts. It has nothing to do with fourth young Master Chu." Xiang replied softly. "Well said." The Crown Prince clapped his hands in delight. "You have such a glib tongue. You can't blame this prince for spoiling you for so long. However, you slut, you should know." A trace of malice flashed through his eyes. "What this prince hates the most in this life is disloyalty. If you want to be an adulterous couple with Xianxia, this prince won't stop you." However, you have to pay the price for what you have done. He turned his head to look at Xianxia. Xianxia raised her head and met his malicious and ruthless gaze. She couldn't help but shiver. This prince won't kill you, but I won't let you have an easy time either, he said. After the beginning of spring, it no longer snowed in Shuo capital. Instead, it drizzled endlessly, as if there was no end to it. Within the palace, there was no joy of the new year. Emperor Wenxuan's illness was becoming more and more serious, and the expressions of the palace servants were gloomy. Even the spring rain was dyed with a layer of gloominess. The door to the bedchamber was opened, and the fourth prince Guangxua walked out from within. These days, he had been visiting Emperor Wenxuan very frequently. Emperor Wenxuan had always doted on this son of his, and the palace servants did not find it strange. Although they did not dare to openly discuss it, the palace servants secretly thought to themselves that although the Guanyin was the crown prince, it was hard to say who would inherit the throne in the future. In the bedchamber, Emperor Wenxuan lay on the bed, staring at the bright yellow curtains on the dragon bed. In the past few days, he had told concubine Lan not to come here every day. It was not for any other reason, but because he was afraid that outsiders would see it and spread rumors. People's hearts were hard to predict. If it was in the past, it would not be a problem. However, now that he could not even attend court, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect concubine Lan and her son as well as before. Thinking about Guangxua, Emperor Wenxuan sighed in his heart. Guangxua was extremely good. He had both ability and integrity, and was also filial. Putting everything else aside, if he had a bit more decisiveness and coldness, he would be a rare wise emperor in a way. However, it was because of his kindness and soft-heartedness that Emperor Wenxuan treated him differently. Because this kind of Guangxua was more like his own son. Unfortunately, even so, Emperor Wenxuan was unable to change the crown prince at this time and hand the throne to Guangxua. Once he did so, the imperial court would definitely be in chaos. Based on the Guanyan's personality, it was likely that the imperial family's sons would immediately fight each other and blood would be spilled in the main hall. If he was in the prime of his life, he would be able to suppress all of this. However, he was already old. All these years, the courtiers had followed the Guangxua, followed the Guangxua, followed the Guanyin, followed the Guanyin. Everyone had their own thoughts, and he could no longer control them. But, in the end, there had to be a result. Emperor Wenxian was startled when he heard a slight noise coming from the door. He thought it was a palace servant. Then, he heard a Guanyan's voice, "Father, is he asleep?" It was a Guanyin. He was carrying a redwood basket in his hand. When he saw Emperor Wenxuan, who was lying on the bed, about to get up, he hurriedly went forward and helped Emperor Wenxuan up. He leaned against the headboard and called out, "Father. Why are you here?" Emperor Wenxuan asked. As soon as he spoke, he was shocked to find that his voice was unusually hoarse. "I heard that father was sick, and I was terrified." The Guanyin seemed to be a little nervous. "After thinking about it, I decided to come into the imperial palace to see father." "Is father's body healthy?" The Guanyin had always been domineering and arrogant. This was the first time he had shown such a helpless expression. Emperor Wenxuan looked at him and suddenly sighed. Ever since Su Jingfu's accident, the Guanyin rarely came to the imperial palace. Of course, Emperor Wenxuan knew that the Guanyin had been close to Su Jingfu in the past because he was afraid that Su Jingfu would implicate him, so he deliberately avoided the limelight. Emperor Wenxuan was also angry with the Guanyin. It was also because of his relationship with Su Jingfu that he particularly hated him. However, the Guanyin was his son, and he did not have many sons. Therefore, this was the reason why the Guanyin was still safe and sound until now. It was because the Supreme Court had received Emperor Wenxuan's verbal order to bypass the Crown Prince and the Guanyin in all cases related to Su Jingfu. Seeing that Emperor Wenxuan was staring at him, he did not know what he was thinking. The Guanyin was a little uneasy. He subconsciously opened the redwood basket and took out a small bowl of soup. "Imperial father, this is the ginseng soup that I ordered from the imperial kitchen." The Guanyin said anxiously, "Imperial father, please drink some." Emperor Wenxuan looked at him. For some reason, he suddenly remembered that when the Guanyin was young, before the Guangxue was born, he only had one eldest son, the Guanyin, and he had sincerely cherished him. At that time, the Guanyan was only 4 years old. He was not as cruel and ruthless as he was now. He was still a small child. Empress Zhang gave the Guanyan a bowl of sweet soup. The Guanyan could not bear to eat it. He carried the bowl all the way from Cunning Palace to the imperial study. The wet nurse who chased after him knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. Emperor Wenchuan held the Guanyan on his knees and asked with a smile, "Why did you bring this bowl to me?" "Imperial father," the child could not speak clearly. He struggled to raise the bowl to his mouth. "This is delicious." "Imperial father, please drink some." When Emperor Wenchuan heard this, he laughed heartily. "You are so young, but you still think about me. I did not dote on you for nothing." Emperor Wenchuan had already forgotten the taste of that bowl of sweet soup. The laughter seemed to have come from yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, the Guanyan had already grown up. He was no longer the child who would hold a bowl to his knees and act coquettishly. He was also at a loss. After so many years, what exactly did he do wrong to cause the situation today? Emperor Wenchuan took a deep breath and asked, "Guanyan, do you have anything to say about Su Jingfu?" Because of this bowl of ginseng soup, his heart had softened. He still wanted to give the Guanyan a chance. The Guanyan's heart skipped a beat. He did not know why Emperor Wenchuan suddenly asked this question. He only said, "I did not expect that as the Prime Minister, Su Jingfu would collude with the enemy and betray the country." After so many years, Imperial Father trusted him very much. He actually had the heart to rebel. This crime should be punished. Emperor Wenchuan saw the evasive look in his eyes and sighed slightly. He shook his head and said, "When I was young, I read that a scholar is in charge of governing an official. Like a hunter controlling an eagle, he takes the eagle to its back and controls it when it is hungry and full. Do not let it be full, and do not let it be hungry. When it is hungry, it does not have enough strength. When it is full, it flies." In the imperial court, old officials like Su Jingfu are like an eagle with a full belly. They are thick-skinned and shameless. They do not eat without doing anything, and they are content with riches and honor. I do not like them when I reward them, and I do not fear when I punish them. I must not use them for the Dewey. The Guanyan listened absent-mindedly. His gaze fell on the bowl of ginseng soup. He said, "This son will follow Imperial Father's teachings. That Su Jingfu is really hateful. This son was deceived by him. It is also this son's fault. If I had discovered Su Jingfu's disloyal heart earlier, I would not have let those Yuto succeed." Emperor Wenchuan looked at him deeply. "Guanyan, it is better to correct yourself than to commit a crime." At this moment, the emperor's eyes, which were originally cloudy, were exceptionally clear. It was as if he could see through people's souls. The Guanyan suddenly lowered his head. He picked up the bowl of ginseng soup and brought it to Emperor Wenchuan. He smiled and said, "Imperial Father, you must be tired after talking so much. The ginseng soup will turn cold if you don't drink it. Let's finish the soup first." Emperor Wenchuan saw his earnest expression. He was not as frivolous as he used to be. He thought that the incident with Su Jingfu had finally made the Guanyan improve a little. Emperor Wenchuan nodded. The Guanyan sat beside Emperor Wenchuan. He picked up the bowl, scooped up some soup with a silver spoon, and brought it to Emperor Wenchuan's mouth. Emperor Wenchuan was stunned. "Aren't you going to test the soup?" "Test the soup?" The Guanyan looked at him. "Perhaps you haven't served me soup for a long time. You don't even know the rules of testing soup." Although Emperor Wenchuan said this, his tone was still tolerant. "Laosi comes to deliver soup every day. You have to test it first." The Guanyan panicked for a moment. It was true that he had not served Emperor Wenchuan for a long time. Therefore, he did not know that Emperor Wenchuan would still remember to test for poison when he was so ill. He also did not expect that even the food delivered by the Guanyan would not be trusted by Emperor Wenchuan. But this ginseng soup, his fingers trembled slightly. Emperor Wenchuan was only joking. Although there were many rules in the palace, he did not follow every single one of them. He wanted to tell him to forget it, but when he looked up, he saw the Guanyan's pale face and pale fingers holding the bowl of soup so tightly. At certain times, humans would have intuition. The bowl of ginseng soup was steaming hot. It had been left for a while, so it was just right. A faint aroma could be smelled. However, the person in front of him looked a little too nervous. The emperor's gaze instantly darkened. He slowly opened his mouth, and his tone was unfathomable. Guanyin, drink a mouthful first. Imperial father, there are no other spoons here, it's fine. I can order someone to get more. Now, taste the soup first. Under such circumstances, the Guanyin could not avoid it. He could only pick up the soup and use the silver spoon to scoop a spoonful. He slowly brought it to his mouth, but he was reluctant to touch it. Emperor Wenchuan looked at him and his heart sank. In the past, although he knew that the Guanyin was tyrannical, they never dared to do anything to him. Moreover, he was his own flesh and blood. He also turned a blind eye to the Guanyin's conduct outside. This time, even if something happened to Su Jingfu, Emperor Wenchuan still wanted to protect him. Even just now, before he handed the bowl of soup to the Guanyin, Emperor Wenchuan still wanted to give the Guanyin a chance. He did not want to mention the matter of changing the crown prince until the very last moment. However, he never expected that the Guanyin would actually kill his father and the emperor. "Why aren't you drinking?" he said in a low voice as he looked at his son, who was a stranger to him. The Guanyin gritted his teeth and lowered his head to drink the ginseng soup. However, at the last moment, as if he had touched a soldering iron, he suddenly flung the bowl away and stood up. The bowl of soup fell onto the velvet carpet in front of the couch and splattered all over it. The Guanyin suddenly came back to his senses and realized how stupid his actions were. He trembled as he looked at his father on the couch. Emperor Wenchuan looked at him with disappointment, pain, and a coldness that had never been seen before. "I didn't know," the emperor said word by word, "your purpose for coming here today was to take my life." "No, I didn't," the Guanyin subconsciously denied, "I didn't do that. I only need to find an imperial physician to examine it and I will know immediately." Emperor Wenchuan's expression was cold. He stood up and was about to get off the couch when he shouted, "Someone, Imperial Father." The Guanyin rushed over and covered his mouth. He said anxiously, "I didn't." Emperor Wenchuan's health was not good these days. After being pounced on, he fell directly onto the couch. The Guanyin took the opportunity to sit on him. He glanced at the cotton pillow on the couch and grabbed it without thinking. He tightly covered Emperor Wenchuan's mouth and nose. There was only one thought in his mind: I can't let Emperor Wenchuan say anything. The person under him struggled with all his might, but how could an old and sick person compare to a person in the prime of his life? The more he struggled, the more ferocious the Guanyin's expression became. He almost pressed his entire body weight on Emperor Wenchuan and pressed the cotton pillow as if he was pressing a dying fish. He said in a short voice, "Don't shout. I told you not to shout." The fish that was thrown into the desert from the swamp desperately swayed its body, hoping for a chance to live. Its scales were flung around until the scorching sun dried the fish's eyes. It was completely lifeless. After an unknown amount of time, the struggling under him gradually stopped. The Guanyin's forehead was covered in sweat. He suddenly released his hand and pulled the cotton pillow away. Emperor Wenchuan was lying on his back. His face was purple and his pupils were dilated. Under the dim light of the bedchamber, he looked like a demon. The Guanyin was shocked. He fell off the couch and sat on the ground. He could not help but take 2 steps back. After a long time, he came back to his senses and realized that Emperor Wenchuan had really been suffocated to death by him this time. The eunuchs outside had already been sent away by him. Guanyin had come here today to poison the emperor. However, he did not expect that the bowl of ginseng soup mixed with bo poison would be discovered by Emperor Wenchuan. In the end, he was suffocated to death by him. The bedchamber was empty. The sound of the wind was like the wailing of a demon, causing a chill to run down one's spine. The Guanyin endured the fear in his heart and stood up. He walked in front of Emperor Wenchuan. He first picked up the bowl of soup on the ground and placed it back into the mahogany basket. Then, he walked in front of Emperor Wenchuan's bed and helped Emperor Wenchuan to lie down on the bed. He smoothed the emperor's eyes and covered him with a blanket. Seeing his father's eyes open, the Guanyin became bolder. His eyes flashed with a trace of madness. He looked at Emperor Wen Xuan's corpse and said in a low voice, "Father, please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not giving the throne to me. If you didn't force me, I wouldn't have done this. The throne was originally mine. Father, just watch how your son sits on this throne, just watch." He slowly clenched his fists and suddenly stood up. He took the mahogany basket and turned to leave the bedchamber. It started to rain again in the night. Yan vaguely heard the sound of rain outside in his sleep. After being woken up, he couldn't sleep anymore. He turned over and hugged the person beside him by the waist. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Xiaoju. It was just that the weather was cold. It was much warmer to hug someone beside him. Xiaoju slept very quietly. Her sleeping posture was also very good. It was very different from her sprawling posture. Her movements also woke Xiaoju up. Xiaoju lowered her head and looked at the person who was hugging her tightly. She asked softly, "Why aren't you sleeping?" "I was woken up." Yan said in a muffled voice, "I can't sleep." This was a little strange. Although many years of military life allowed her to be alert in her sleep, ever since she came to the Xiao family, she still slept very soundly. It was rare for her to have such insomnia. Yan didn't know why, but she felt a little uneasy. It was as if something was going to happen. Xiaoju noticed her uneasiness. Xiaoju paused. She rested her chin on her head and asked, "Do you want to sit on the roof?" "Yan," she said, "it's raining outside." "Xiaoju, it's just a joke." Yan wanted to say something but stopped. She felt that after Su Jingfu's death, things weren't over yet. The battle between the Guanyin and the fourth prince had just begun. Whether it was Xiaoju or the Xiao family, they were in a delicate position. She was afraid that it wouldn't be easy to resolve. However, it was a little disappointing to talk about these annoying things in the middle of the night. Yan was thinking about it when there was a knock on the door. Fei Nu's voice sounded from outside, "Young master, I have something to report." She was startled. It was the middle of the night. Why was Fei Nu in such a hurry? What could have happened? This time, she didn't feel sleepy at all. Xiaoju got up from the bed and lit the oil lamp in the room. Yan also got up from the bed and put on his clothes. When the door was opened, the wind and rain from outside drifted in. The room suddenly became much colder. Fei Nu walked in. His clothes were wet and his expression was serious. Xiaoju asked him, "What's the matter?" "There's news from the palace. The emperor has passed away." Yan and Xiaoju were both shocked when they heard this. Xiaoju frowned. "When?" "The news just came." Fei Nu said, "Young master, do you want to go to the palace?" Xiaoju thought for a moment and said, "I understand. Go and prepare the carriage. I'll go to the palace immediately." Fei Nu nodded and left. Yan took 2 steps forward with the oil lamp in his hand. He couldn't hide his surprise. The emperor, she didn't expect Emperor Wen Xian to suddenly pass away. Although there were rumors about Emperor Wen Xian's poor health these days, this news was too sudden. She was confused. There were many rumors about Emperor Wen Xian. However, in Yan's opinion, although he wasn't a wise emperor, he was definitely not a fatuous one. Xiaoju was getting dressed when Yan asked, "Do you want me to go to the palace with you?" Fei Nu's words were simple. No one knew what was going on in the palace. "No need. You stay in the residence." Xiaoju said, "I'll go to the palace first to see what's going on." Yan nodded. Although he was anxious, he knew that Xiaoju was right. Her position was not high enough for her to go to the palace in such a situation. As the young mistress of a Xiao family, there was no reason for her to go. But, Xiaoju saw her worried expression and turned around to pat her shoulder. "Don't worry. I'll go back to the residence immediately after I see what's going on." "Xiaoju, be careful," she reminded her. Xiaoju got dressed, picked up her sword and went out. Yan was no longer in the mood to continue sleeping. He walked to the window and opened it. The fine raindrops drifted into the room along with the wind outside. The table was instantly covered with a thin layer of water droplets. The wind blew on Yan's face, causing the hazy sleepiness to disappear. His mind was incomparably clear. Although he shouldn't be thinking about such things at this time, when one thing happened, many things would follow. Before Emperor Wenxian passed away, he didn't mention the matter of changing the crown prince. Although there was a lot of discussion in the imperial court, if there was no change, the crown prince would inherit the throne. However, everyone knew what kind of person the crown prince of Guangyan was. Although the Guangyan wasn't implicated in the Su Jingfu case, He Yan had asked Xiaoju before. The Supreme Court had received orders from Emperor Wenxian to protect the crown prince of Guangyan in secret. Emperor Wenxian didn't have the heart to touch the crown prince because the crown prince was his blood. However, as the future emperor of Dawei, a despicable person who could lead a wolf into the house for the sake of power was not fit to be the emperor. The rain seemed to have no end, and so did the night. Early the next morning, Xiaoju did not return. Xiao Jing also entered the palace, while Bai Rongwei and He Yan stayed in the residence. Bai Rongwei was pregnant, so He Yan did not dare to let her worry about him. He did not tell her much about the palace. After the maidservants helped Bai Rongwei into the room to rest, she sat in the courtyard and waited for Xiaoju to return. When Xiaoju returned, it was already night time. The sky was completely dark, but the courtyard was already lit with lanterns. He Yan was sitting at the table, absent-mindedly reading a book. When he saw Xiaoju return, he was covered in dew and his expression was somewhat cold. He hurriedly got up and walked over, asking, "How is it?" Xiaoju put the wine on the table and took off her outer garment. After a moment of silence, she said, "The national funeral will be held in 3 days." "So soon?" He Yan was surprised. Not only that, before the emperor died, he left behind a posthumous edict. 4 concubines and 20 palace maids will be buried with him. He Yan blurted out, "Impossible." Regarding the death of the emperor, there were indeed records of women being buried with him. However, this rule had been abolished long before the previous emperor ascended the throne. At that time, Emperor Hezong thought that the burial of women was too cruel, so it was abolished. This was a rule that had been abolished. Moreover, although Emperor Wenxian did not have much political achievements, he was still considered benevolent and tolerant. He would not have made such a posthumous edict. Among the 4 concubines buried with him, there was concubine Lan. Xiaoju said coldly. He Yan immediately understood, "You mean, this posthumous edict is fake?" Emperor Wenxian doted on concubine Lan for many years. Now that Emperor Wenxian had died, no one could protect concubine Lan. He could use a fake posthumous edict to get rid of this thorn in his side. If the posthumous edict is fake. He Yan raised his head and looked at Xiaoju. His eyes moved slightly. "Have you seen His Majesty?" Xiaoju looked at him. "No." He Yan felt his heart skip a beat. If he hadn't seen Emperor Wenxuan with his own eyes, he wouldn't know if Emperor Wenxuan had really died of illness. If it had been something else, I asked the eunuchs in the bedchamber at that time. Before the emperor went to bed, he had seen the 4th prince. Such a coincidence? He Yan frowned slightly. But if it was the 4th prince who attacked the emperor, there was no reason at all. After the national funeral, it will be the coronation ceremony. Xiaoju sat down on a chair. The crown prince will be enthroned. He Yan's voice sank. This is not a good thing. Before the imperial edict to change the crown prince appeared, Emperor Wenxian's imperial carriage would arrive and the crown prince would ascend the throne. Not to mention whether or not the crown prince could sit on the throne. Once the crown prince ascended the throne, the Xiao family's situation would not be optimistic. Seeing He Yan's frown, Xiaoju smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, I will go to the 4th prince's residence tomorrow." He did not say anything and only looked at He Yan calmly. In an instant, He Yan understood. She lowered her head and did not say anything. After a while, she raised her head again and put her hand on the back of Xiaoju's hand. Her voice was firm. "Go." Emperor Wenxian had passed away and the national funeral was 27 days old. During the national funeral, the court officials were forbidden to eat, drink, and have fun. The date was set and they would enter the imperial mausoleum 3 days later. Because of Emperor Wenxian's posthumous edict to be buried with the emperor, the ones who objected the most were naturally the 4th prince, Guan Shui, and the 5th prince, Guan Ji. This was because concubine Lan and noble lady Anai were buried with the emperor. Guangji was still young and only knew how to cry and make a fuss. Guanshui and the imperial censor objected, but they were rejected by the Guanyin with the excuse of obeying the posthumous edict. From the looks of it, it seemed that the Guanyin had seized the throne. However, it was hard to say for the time being. As long as there was no coronation ceremony, the dust would not settle. Even if he really did ascend the throne and become the emperor, it was not unheard of in history that an emperor was pulled down and replaced. Everyone in the court was in danger and was jittery for a while. After Emperor Wen Xian passed away, the Guanyin, as the crown prince, temporarily took charge of all matters in the court. The first thing he did was to release the Edo envoys who had been placed under house arrest. He also gave the order to allow the Yuto to seek peace and intended to allow the Wu Tua to open a market in Dawei. As soon as this order was issued, the entire court was in an uproar. If he had wanted to do this before, although there would have been objections, it would not have been so strong. However, after the incident at the Heavenly Star platform, even though the Guanyin knew that the Yuto had wild ambitions, they still insisted on seeking peace. This was truly disappointing. The imperial censor's reports flew to the crown prince's desk one by one, but they were all thrown into the pile of waste paper. The Guanyin seemed to have made up his mind on this matter and did not care about anyone else. The people of Shua capital did not know the pros and cons of this matter, and the civil officials were mostly neutral. Only the military officials were indignant, but there was nothing they could do. Many years ago, Su Jingfu had already allowed Emperor Wen Xian to use the civil officials. Now, the position of the military officials was far less important than that of the civil officials. In Count Shijin's residence, Chu Zhao looked at the long letter in his hand. After a while, he clutched the letter in his hand. The letter was crumpled into a ball, revealing his complicated and slightly angry feelings. He rarely had such a moment. Seeing this, his trusted aide carefully asked, "Fourth young master." Chu Zhao threw the letter into the brazier and pressed his forehead. Although he knew that the Guanyin were brainless idiots, he did not expect them to be so daring. He had clearly warned the Guanyin that killing the emperor was not desirable, but the Guanyin still did it. He was afraid that Empress Zhang and her family had also helped in the background. Otherwise, everything would not have gone so smoothly. Fourth young master, in 3 days, the emperor will enter the imperial mausoleum, and the crown prince will ascend to the throne. Isn't this a good thing for fourth young master? After all, Su Jingfu was no longer around, and a portion of Su Jingfu's people were under Chu Zhao's command. In a way, Chu Zhao was also one of the crown prince's people. As long as the crown prince became the emperor, his fourth young master's future would only get better and better. Chu Zhao laughed, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He can't be the emperor. The confidant raised his head and looked at him. He is too impatient. If there was no posthumous edict, perhaps there would be a chance to turn things around. But once the posthumous edict came out, it only hastened his own death. He said these rebellious words, but there was no fear in his eyes. It was as if he was not talking about the imperial family. That posthumous edict must be fake. I just don't know if it was the crown prince or the fourth prince who did it. If it was the crown prince, then he is not only stupid but also ridiculous. If it was the fourth prince. Chu Zhao smiled. Then no matter what, the crown prince will not be his opponent. You mean, before entering the imperial mausoleum, if the concubine Lan wants to be buried with the emperor, the fourth prince will not allow this to happen. Before entering the imperial mausoleum and ascending to the throne, he will not be able to keep his position. Even now, although every word he said was shocking, there wasn't much fluctuation in his expression, as if he had long since expected everything before him. The confidant felt uneasy. Fourth young master, if the crown prince is not worth following, what should we do now? It was too late to follow the fourth prince now. Moreover, they had too little bargaining chips. They did not have the capital to make a deal with the fourth prince. Chu Zhao looked out of the window. It was already spring, but the weather was still unusually cold. He had originally followed Su Jingfu. If it was not for the Xiaoju, with Su Jingfu watching over the Guanyin, it was not impossible for him to sit on the throne. But without Su Jingfu, no matter how long it took, the Guanyin would not be the Guanyin's opponent. One day of fighting the enemy, one day of suffering. Sometimes, Chu Zhao felt that he should thank the Xiaoju. It was because of the Xiaoju that he gained his freedom. But at the same time, he lost everything. Now that he followed the Guanyin, it was really the same as walking down the dark path. But if he followed the Guanyin now, at most, he could only linger on with his last breath. Everything he had gained because of Su Jingfu would be lost in an instant. Fate was cruel to him because the path opposite the darkness was not the light. Comparing the two, abandoning one path did not mean that he could choose the other. It was just a measure of how much he had lost. He stood up. I'm going to the fourth prince's residence. The night in Jinling was still bustling as usual. Few people came to Yunlu because of the national mourning. The girls had stopped playing the zither early and only sat in the building. Hua Yuxian also changed into plain clothes. Although the national mourning did not force the people to wear plain clothes, at this juncture, it was better not to make any mistakes. The sky was already dark. In the evening, the rain that had stopped started again. Hua Yuxian held the last packet of red bean cakes that she had just bought from Guangfu Zhai and hid under the eaves of a tea house by the Qinhuai River to avoid the rain. Just as she stood still, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure coming from the corner. Sir Yang? Hua Yuxian could not help but call out. The man turned his head to look. He was wearing a long sandalwood robe and had a scholarly appearance. It was the governor of Jinling, Yang Mingji. Yang Mingji saw Hua Yuxian and was startled. He must have returned from outside and did not bring an umbrella. His clothes were mostly wet. He hesitated for a moment before walking over. He stood beside Hua Yuxian and said, Miss Yuxian. Hua Yuxian smiled and looked outside. The rain will not stop for a while. Why don't we sit here and have a cup of tea? We can leave when the rain stops. Yang Mingji thought for a moment and nodded. During the national mourning period, he was an official and could not drink alcohol. He ordered a pot of tea and a little tea. The tea house was next to the Qinhuai River. When he opened the window, he could see the boats on the Qinhuai River. In the rain, they were like dark stars in the night. It seems that every time I see Sir Yang, you are alone. Hua Yuxian smiled. Although Yang Mingji was the governor of Jinling, he was different from the previous governor. He did not like to show off when he went out. Even though he had been the governor of Jinling for a few years, not everyone in Jinling City knew him. Yang Mingji lowered his head and smiled. He did not say anything. Hua Yuxian was curious. When she saw this group of young people in Yunlu, she had a deep impression of them because they had experienced the world together. Although Yang Ming was not as stunning as Governor Xiao, nor was he as competent as young Master Yin, nor was he as successful as young Master Yang, he was still handsome and outstanding among the group of youths and had quite an uncommon air about him. When they met again, although he was already the governor of Jinling, he was much quieter. He was not as arrogant as before. Sir Yang, do you know that young Master Xiao got married not long ago? Hua Yuxian took a sip of tea. Kai Lian and I sent people to send congratulatory gifts. Sir Yang, you are busy with work and probably did not have time to visit. Speaking of which, young Master Xiao looks cold and unapproachable, but he treats Miss He very well. Thinking of this, Hua Yuxian felt a little emotional. When she saw that He Yan was a girl, Xiao Ju took good care of He Yan. She did not expect the two of them to get married so quickly. It seemed that fate was a strange thing. If it was the right person, it did not need 8 to 10 years to find out their true feelings. Yang Mingji looked down at the teacup in front of him. He paused, then said, yes. But he was not as calm as he looked. In fact, Xiao Ju did not invite him. Of course, he also did not think that he would receive an invitation from Xiao Ju. As early as many years ago, the brotherhood between him and Xiao Ju had already vanished into thin air. Back then, Yang Mingji turned his head and looked at the river outside the window. The river water was winding and cold. The boats on the water slowly flowed back to many years ago. Many years ago, he was still a student at the Xianxia school. He did not know the dangers of the world, nor did he know the hardships of the world. He had friends that he sincerely admired, like-minded, generous, and righteous. He also thought that the friendship between young people should last forever. Until the Xiao family met with an accident. He was anxious and promised to help to go home and find his father. But he did not expect that his father, who always praised Xiao Ju in front of him, would reject his pleas. At that time, Yang Mingji was very confused. He knelt down and begged. It was probably because his attitude was too firm that Sir Yang could not persuade him and finally told him the truth. It was only then that Yang Mingji knew that his father had always been on Su Jingfu's side. The entire Yang family was under the care of Su Jingfu. If you help him, you will be harming the Yang family. His father stood in front of him and shook his head. You choose. The young man fell to the ground, his eyes full of confusion. He did not understand why his father, who always taught his own people to live righteously, would be like this. If the family teachings he had learned since he was young were just words on paper, then what had he been persevering for all these years? No one could answer him. He broke off with Xiao Ju and chose his family. At the same time, he felt that he was no longer qualified to be Xiao Ju's friend. Later, he took the imperial examination and did not stay in Shuajing. He purposely went to Jinling. He could not face the Yang family, and he could not face himself. He could only pretend that he was still the young man who cared about the world and had a clear distinction between good and evil in this place where he had traveled with his schoolmates in the virtuous prosperity hall. But until he met Xiao Ju and the others again, Yang Mingji suddenly realized that Xiao Ju, Lin Xuanhe, Yan He, and the others had not changed. He was the only one who had changed. They still went to Luoyun restaurant together, drinking and talking, but they were not in the same mood as before. The old days were like a huge mountain slowly rising from the ground. Unknowingly, they were already insurmountable. Hua Yuxian seemed to see the sadness in his eyes. She paused and finally changed the topic. Now that the emperor has passed away, the crown prince allowed Yuto to open a market in Dawei. Jinling is prosperous. If the market is to be in Jinling, Yang Mingji came back to his senses and shook his head. The market will not be in Jinling. Sir, I will stop it. Yang Mingji lowered his head and smiled. If I am still the governor of Jinling. In fact, ever since Su Jingfu's accident, the Yang family had sent him a letter. They told Yang Mingji to look for Xiao Ju. On account of his old friendship with Xiao Ju, they begged Xiao Ju to be merciful. Yang Mingji ignored them. Everyone should be responsible for their own choices, just like how he chose his family and the Yang family chose Su Jingfu. Later on, when he ignored them and Emperor Wenxuan passed away, his family in the capital must have made a new choice in the shortest time possible. But he could not. In these few years, Yang Mingji stayed in Jinling to repay his debt. Now that it had come to this, he did not plan to continue doing things against his conscience. Opening a market would only bring harm to the people of Dawei. Those Yuto had wild ambitions. Once they entered Jinling, who knew what they would do to the people? This was inviting a wolf into the house. The officials in the court were high and mighty. They thought that this fire would not burn them, so they did not do anything. But once the fire was ignited, it did not matter if they were officials or commoners. He was very clear that in the capital, other than a few bold imperial censors, there should not be many civil officials who dared to raise objections at this time. Yang Mingji also knew that when his memorial appeared in front of the Guanyan Palace, his career as the governor of Jinling would come to an end. Perhaps he would lose his life? Perhaps he would implicate his family? But so what? When he was young, he read, "Be honest with your heart, be honest with yourself, be loyal to the ruler, be respectful to the leader, receive things with trust, be lenient with your subordinates, be respectful to the leader, be respectful to the leader, receive things with trust, be lenient with your subordinates, and negotiate with respect." These are the 7 essentials of being an official. At that time, the youths of the Xianchengguan were eager to try. Everyone thought that they could do it and become a good official. But after so many years, how many of them persisted? The youths had the courage to stubbornly resist all the injustice in the world. They always thought that there would be a way out. But after a long time, they gradually became helpless and went with the flow. Just like himself. Young people with lofty ambitions, and no one heard of them for a long time. In the end, they would rot with the grass and trees. "Young master," Hua Yuxian smiled and called him. Yang Mingji raised his head. "If I am the governor of Jinling, then I am official Yang. If I am not the governor of Jinling, then I am little young master Yang." The beauty by the Qinhuai River was as charming as in his memory. She raised the teacup in front of her. In this servant's opinion, no matter what position little young master occupies, you will always be a hero who abhorred evil and stood up for justice in entering Cloud's Tower. Jinling will get better and better. So, little young master, you must not belittle yourself. His friend's voice was soft, like the old days. It contained his past struggles and unbearable hardships. It was like the fog covering the sky above the Qinhuai River. After the fog dissipated, there was still a pool of spring water. He lowered his head. After a long time, he suddenly smiled. He raised the teacup in front of him and touched it with the teacup of his old friend. You are right, he said in a low voice. Everything will get better and better. The Guanyin crown prince wanted to agree to the Yuto's request for peace, causing waves in the capital. The censor's report did not change the Guanyan's mind. The Yuto envoy, who had been placed under house arrest by Emperor Wenshuan, reappeared near the palace. Although he was smiling and speaking humbly to the officials, his eyes could not hide the smugness. After the court session, the officials all had different thoughts. Everyone hid their thoughts in the depths of their hearts. 2 days had already passed. Tomorrow was the day of entering the imperial mausoleum. Once they entered the imperial mausoleum, the crown prince would ascend to the throne. Just as they left Qingla Palace, they heard the sound of books in front of them. The officials looked over and saw that in the empty space in front of Qingla Palace, there were dozens of green-robed students sitting there. These students were all sitting on the ground. The person at the front had a long beard and white hair. He wore an official's robe and was already old. He had a cold expression. It was the head of the Xianxia dojo, Wei Xianzhong. Wei Xianzhong was actually a person with real talent. However, his personality was too stubborn and he offended many people when he was young. Later on, he was sent to be the head of the Xianxia dojo. This position was very suitable for his preaching personality. Although he did not have any real power, he had enjoyed himself these years. This time, the Guanyin crown prince had agreed to the Yuto's request for peace and opening a market in Dawei. Wei Xianzhong strongly opposed it. Apart from the censors, he was the one who wrote the most. It was just that his current official position was so low that he did not even have the qualifications for Guanyin to take a second look at him. Those disgusting words from the bottom of his heart were just another piece of paper added to the pile of waste paper. Dojo Wei? An official who knew him asked, "What are you doing here?" He then leaned closer and whispered, "Sir, quickly go back. His Highness will not change his mind now." This was a former student who was familiar with him. He did not want to see him offend the future emperor, so he kindly reminded him. Wei Xianzhong was unmoved. He only looked in the direction of Qingla Palace and said, "I am risking my life to remonstrate. I ask His Highness to retract his order and not allow the Yuto to open a market in Dawei." There was no movement in Qingla Palace. The sun shone quietly on the long ground outside the palace, as if it was sprinkled with a layer of fine gold. The young students were full of vigor, and their eyes were clear and bright. The old officials were like the setting sun that was about to set, with a little bit of brilliance, standing in the spring wind. He slowly stood up. His body, which had always been robust, was now showing signs of old age. He was staggering a little. After standing, he suddenly recited, "Qi, qi, 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 manifold. Below is Yu, above is Xian." To others, it is said to be vast and boundless, to fill the song of the underworld. The students next to him paused for a moment, then followed the elderly curator and began to recite the poem. The yellow road should be cleared of barbarians, Hanha spits out the mean court. When times are poor, we can see it. One by one, we hang up our painting. Wei Xianzhong recited the song. In Qingla Palace, Crown Prince Guanyin smashed the cup in his hand to the ground. What did that old thing say outside? I'm going to chop off his head. His trusted aide hurriedly knelt and pulled at the corner of his robe. Your Highness, you must not. At least not before the coronation ceremony. Wei Xianzhong has no other crimes. He is also the owner of the Virtuous Prosperity Dojo. If he is punished lightly, I am afraid it will cause the court officials and the people to talk. He is just a little teacher. If I want to kill him, I will kill him. Who dares to talk about it? The Guanyin was furious. How is he not guilty? He does not put me in his eyes at all. He despises the imperial family. What is the meaning of this outside? Threatening me? What? A joke? How can I be threatened by an old thing like him? Do you believe that I will immediately send people to arrest all his students? Let's see who dares to talk about this matter. Yes, yes, yes. The aide wiped his sweat. But even if you want to teach him a lesson, please be patient for a few days. This Wei Xianzhang has a strange temperament. When His Majesty was still alive, he would often speak rudely. I am not as benevolent as Imperial Father. The Guangyan gritted his teeth. If he thinks I will be as forgiving as Imperial Father, then he is gravely mistaken. Of course. The aide hurriedly said, but for now, it is better for your highness not to appear. Let him make a ruckus outside. It will not be too late for your highness to settle the score after the coronation ceremony. The Guangyan snorted and kicked away the broken teacup lid in front of him. Then let him live for 2 more days. Outside, Wei Xianzhang was still reciting loudly. His old and shriveled body stood straight in the wind. Or for the hat of Liaodong, pure and fierce ice. Or for the example of the teacher, ghosts and gods weep heroically. Or for the strike of the thief, the reverse vertical head is broken. Is the majesty of the spirit, the biting cold of eternity. The young students behind him followed the old teacher and recited. It was as if they were not in front of Qingla Palace, under the eyes of the court officials, but in the school of the Virtuous Prosperity Dojo, reading and listening in the spring sun. Looking at this, I look up to the white clouds. My heart is sad for a long time, and the heavens are in the extreme. The day of the philosopher is far away, and the typical is in the past. Reading under the wind eaves, the ancient path illuminates the color. After he finished reciting, there was no reaction at all in Qingla Palace. Wei Xianzhang stopped and looked at the courtiers in front of him. The courtiers either avoided his gaze or were full of pity. Wei Xianzhang took a step forward and walked up the stairs shakily. As he walked, he took off the official hat on his head. His voice was steady and clear like a large bell. He only said, as a general, I am loyal and fierce, I am proficient in the light of day, I strive for the glory of my life. He then put down the wooden tablet in his hand. Civil officials are not like military generals. The saints said that civil officials are moral and knowledgeable. They are precisely in their position. The civil officials are extremely beautiful and cannot be more beautiful. He walked to the last step and slowly knelt down. He put the official hat and wooden tablet aside and looked at the empty hall of Qingla Palace. His voice was bleak but firm. Although this humble subject does not have the courage to fight, nor have I made any great contributions, I only have a loyal and righteous heart and am open and aboveboard. The Virtuous Prosperity Hall teaches students to read all the books of the saints. Now that I see your highness going astray, it is this humble subject's fault if I do not advise you. Fighting to the death in martial arts, admonishing to the death in literature. Life and death are like floating clouds to me. Today, this humble subject will boldly use this humble subject's life to advise your highness to rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff and not make a huge mistake. This humble subject asks your highness to retract your order. Do not let Yuto set foot on Dewey's land. Do not let wolves into the house and open the door to thieves. After saying this, he suddenly slammed his head against the vermilion pillar in front of Qingla Palace. Blood splattered all over the ground in a split second. The courtiers standing at the side paused for a moment and then cried out in alarm. The students of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall rushed forward and surrounded Wei Xianzhang in the center. The wooden table and official hat that had been put to the side were trampled into pieces in the chaos. In a split second, the front of the Qingla Palace was in a mess. In Qinglan Palace, concubine Lan sat quietly and read a book. Not far from her, noble lady and I looked at the smoke slowly rising from the copper cauldron with an anxious expression. Tomorrow was the day that Emperor Wenchuan entered the imperial mausoleum and also the day that they would be buried together with him. If the Guanyan was merciful, they would be able to have a quick death with a pot of poison. If this brat was more deliberate, they would be sealed in the imperial mausoleum and suffocated to death. Sister, you still have the mood to read. Noble lady and I could not help but stand up and walk over to concubine Lan and snatch the book away. Tomorrow is the day that you and I die. I don't believe that you'll be so calm about it. No one could disregard life and death. When Noble Lady and I competed with Concubine Lan for favor, she thought that she would be able to replace Concubine Lan because of her youth and beauty. She did not expect that she would incur the wrath of Emperor Wenchuan. After that, Guangji was handed over to Concubine Lan to raise. With Guangji in Concubine Lan's hands, Noble Lady and I restrained herself a lot and did not dare to go overboard. However, she was still unhappy. Now, however, she and Concubine Lan had suddenly become burial objects together, no different from the vases that were buried with Emperor Wenchuan. Thus, all of their past grievances could be thrown to the back of their minds. At least at this moment, they were on the same side. There were no eternal enemies in the world, and no eternal friends. Noble Lady and I was impulsive and arrogant. After entering the palace, she did not have anyone who understood her. Now, there was no one who could give her advice. After thinking about it, the only person she could rely on was this thorn in her side from the past. Concubine Lan raised her eyes to look at her. Her tone was as gentle as before. Tomorrow is tomorrow. Why are you worried today? Why should I worry? Noble Lady and I said, of course I'm worried. Can't you see that there is something fishy about this posthumous edict? His Majesty is usually very soft-hearted. It's fine if it's someone else, but why would he let the two of us be buried with him? I think that Guanyan bastard is using his position to avenge private wrongs. She looked at Concubine Lan again and said mockingly, I know that older sister is carefree and doesn't care about life or death, but does older sister not think about the fourth prince? My Guangji is still so young. You and I both know what kind of personality the crown prince has. Right now, he is dealing with you and me. After the crown prince ascends the throne, it will be Guangxua and Guangji's turn next. Could it be that you want to watch your son die in front of your eyes? Hearing this, Concubine Lan's calm expression finally changed slightly. But before she could say anything, a palace servant rushed in from outside and whispered a few words to the servant girl guarding the door. When the servant girl heard this, she revealed a surprised expression and quickly walked over. When she arrived in front of Concubine Lan, she whispered, Nyang Nyang, something happened in Qingla Palace. Concubine Lan and Noble Lady and I both looked at her. It said that Lord Wei of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall risked his life to remonstrate and asked His Majesty the Crown Prince to retract the decree. His Majesty didn't respond, so Lord Wei crashed his head into a pillar of Qingla Palace and died. Many officials saw it. Right now, it's a mess outside. The students of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall are unwilling to leave. Remonstrance to death? Noble Lady and I frowned. It's been many years since I've heard of this in the palace. Emperor Wenchuan was soft-hearted and excessively tolerant. Out of the 3 memorials sent by the imperial censors, he would at least read one. There was no need to use such a drastic method. However, in this way, even if the Guanyan ascended the throne, they would have a bad reputation for forcing an old official to die. Most of the students of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall came from noble families, and the youths were the most hot-blooded. They had personally seen the curator die. If the Guanyan still insisted on reconciling with the Yuto like they did in the beginning, it wouldn't be good if word got out inside and outside the palace. Concubine Lan held onto the armrest of the chair and didn't say anything. Noble Lady and I said indifferently, we're struggling to survive here, but someone is still rushing to die. However, that Wei Xianzhang is already 70 or 80 years old, so it's not a loss for him to die. I haven't lived a good life for many years, so I'm not willing to die like this. When she thought of the Guanyan, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Damn it. Concubine Lan sighed slightly, and the servant girl helped her stand up. She walked to the window. The sun was just right outside. It was spring, and everything was thriving. Look a few more times. Noble Lady and I couldn't help but sneer, after tomorrow, you won't be able to look anymore. Lady and I, Concubine Lan turned around and looked at her, do you want to live? You know the answer. If you want to live. Concubine Lan's voice was gentle, and in the silence, there seemed to be a deeper meaning, do as I say. He Yan drove to the Wei family as soon as he knew that Wei Xianzhang was going to die. The Wei family was already packed with people inside and outside, and people were still coming in. Over the years, the Virtuous Prosperity Hall had taught batch after batch of students. If Su Jingfu's students were all over the court, Wei Xianzhong was not inferior in nature. However, after the students left the hall, Wei Xianzhong didn't like to interact with them too much. Therefore, just from looking at it, his status was not as respected as Su Jingfu's. However, now that he was using his life to remonstrate, when the former students heard the news, they rushed over from all directions to see him for the last time. He Yan squeezed into the crowd with great difficulty and saw He Xining supporting Madame Wei, who was about to faint from crying. When he saw He Yan, He Xining was also stunned. When the new students came over to take care of her, He Xining walked over and asked, "Sister He, why are you here?" In fact, in terms of age, the current He Yan could not be called He Xining's elder sister. However, He Xining always felt that perhaps his dead elder sister was still alive, which should be He Yan's appearance, so he ignored many rules. He Yan replied, "Mr. Wei is Huijin's division commander. It will take some time for Huijin to rush over from outside the city, so I came over to take a look first." "Is Madame Wei all right?" "Not very good." He Xining shook her head. Director Wei probably already had the intention to die. After the incident today, Madame found a few letters in the wooden drawer in his study. They were the last words for her family. He Xining was also very sad. Because of her elder sister, she lived in Wei Xuanzhang's residence. Wei Xianzhong spent most of his time at the Xiancheng Hall and rarely came back. He Xining spent more time with Madame Wei. Madame Wei was gentle and didn't care about her previous identity. Who knew that such a thing would suddenly happen? "I heard that Director Wei wanted His Highness the Crown Prince to withdraw the order to make peace with the Yuto." He Xining asked tentatively, then now, He Yan smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that won't do." How could the Crown Prince, a Guang Yan, change his mind just because of Wei Xuanzhang's life? Not only would this person not feel ashamed at all, but he would also be angry that Wei Xianzhong did not know how to appreciate favors. Just as he was thinking, a voice came from behind him. "Sister He, why are you here?" He Yan turned around and saw Lin Shuanghe and Yan He coming in from outside. The two of them were also students of the Xiancheng Hall in the past. When they found out about this matter, they naturally rushed over without stopping. "Didn't Huijin come with you?" Yan He looked around. "He's on duty today. He's training with the Nan Mansion soldiers outside the city." He Yan sighed in his heart. It was really unfortunate. If Xiaoju happened to be present today, she might have been able to stop Wei Xianzhong. "General Yan isn't here today either?" He Yan looked at Yan He. Yan He was furious. "If I was here, how could I let such a thing happen?" Because Emperor Wenchuan had passed away and the Guang Yan was acting so recklessly, Yan He was also very dissatisfied. He didn't want to go to court at all and found an excuse to not be here. In any case, the Guang Yan going to court was just a pretense. Now, he was just taking advantage of the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. Who knew that when he wasn't present, something big would happen? "I'll go see Master's wife." Lin Shuanghe walked in. Although Wei Xianzhong was old-fashioned and pedantic and was very strict with women, he didn't take in any concubines in his residence. All these years, he had helped Madame Wei through thick and thin. Now that Madame Wei was left alone in this world, one could imagine the blow to Madame Wei. The young students all knelt in front of the old man's couch. On the couch, Wei Xianzhong, whose blood had already been wiped off, was lying quietly. His official robe was crumpled, and the dirt and blood on it were mixed together, but he seemed cleaner than anyone else. He Yan looked at him and felt extremely sad. Although this old man used to be old-fashioned and strict in the Xiancheng Hall, and the youths always secretly scolded him for being stubborn behind his back, it was also him who bravely stood up when the civil officials were all trying to protect themselves. Just as he had taught back then, read the books of the saints and do loyal and righteous deeds, he finished the last lesson. Lin Shuanghe's voice sank, the corners of his eyes were not as light as before. He only said, "Mr. Wei is righteous, it's useless to be righteous." Yan He sneered, "Look at that person in the palace, has there been any movement?" Believe it or not, in a few days, the limelight will pass and those Yuto will still appear on the streets of Shuajing. "I really don't understand," Lin Shuanghe murmured, "why does the Crown Prince insist on doing this?" Even someone like me who doesn't understand the affairs of the imperial court can see it. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Could it be that he can't see it? It's not that he can't see it, He Yan said softly, it's just that he has a request. Yan He and Lin Shuanghe looked at him at the same time. Lin Shuanghe frowned and asked, He Mimi, what do you mean by this? Yan He didn't ask and only looked at her thoughtfully. He Yan thought for a moment and motioned for Yan He to go to the side. Yan He said impatiently, if you have something to say it quickly. You and I have different identities. What if other people see it and gossip? He Yan, he was particularly clean in this aspect. It was probably because the family rules were very strict. If it was in the past, He Yan might tease him. But today, she really didn't have the mood to joke with Yan He. She only asked in a low voice, General Yan, have you seen the fourth prince? Yan He stilled. The gaze he looked at He Yan gradually changed. After a while, he said in a low voice, why are you asking about this? Tomorrow is the time to enter the imperial mausoleum. He Yan looked at him, according to His Majesty's posthumous edict, Gui Fei Nyang will be buried with him. How can the fourth prince stand by and do nothing? Plus, something happened to Mr. Wei today. General Yan, she asked, you should know. Yan He's expression changed a few times. The arrogant and impatient expression in the past disappeared and gradually became calm and cold. He said, Marquis Wuan, stop here. There's no need to ask any more. Xiao Ju returned to the Xiao Manor in the evening. It was almost dark. He Yan saw him as soon as he walked to the door of the courtyard. He hurriedly asked, Xiao Ju, do you know Mr. Wei? Xiao Ju said, I just came back from the Wei Manor. With that, he entered the room. He had gone to the South Manor Army to train early in the morning. Later, he learned about Wei Xuanzhang's death remonstrance and hurried back. He hadn't even had time to change his clothes after returning from the Wei Manor. I'm going out tonight, he said. He Yan's heart thumped. She looked at him. Xiao Ju, he walked to He Yan's side and asked, do you still have the black jade I gave you before? He Yan paused. She took the jade pendant from her waist and pinched it in her hand. I will leave some people in the manor. If I don't come back tomorrow morning, take this jade out of the city and find Shin Han of the Liang province guards. Xiao Ju. He Yan didn't directly answer his question. Instead, she grabbed his hand, her expression uncertain. Are you? She didn't say the rest of her words. There were some things that didn't need to be said to be understood. Xiao Ju looked down at her. He knew that although He Yan was bold, she hadn't done anything out of line in these years. But, there's not much time left. After a moment, he put his hands on He Yan's and said softly. He Yan was silent for a long time. She nodded. I know. Since there were some things that had already been decided, there was no need to be overly cautious. Moreover, from the looks of it now, this was something that would happen sooner or later. She just hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Don't worry and go. She raised her head to look at Xiao Ju, and her expression became relaxed again. I will guard the Xiao family for you here. No one will be able to cross my sword. But Xiao Ju, you have to remember that my sister-in-law is pregnant and can't take the shock. So tomorrow morning, she held Xiao Ju's hands tightly, you have to come back. If you don't come back, I will bring the sword into the palace to look for you. Xiao Ju was stunned and said angrily, you dare? He Yan was unmoved. Let's see if I dare. The girl's gaze was firm. She had always been stubborn. Once she had decided on something, there was no room for regret. After a long stalemate, Xiao Ju finally gave in and said, I promise you. He Yan smiled. It's a deal. Night enveloped the entire palace. In the throne room, the crown prince of Guanyan was walking slowly. The palace servants were all dismissed, leaving only a few trusted subordinates to guard the door. He slowly walked up the steps until he reached the end of the steps and stopped in front of the dragon throne. The armrest of the bright yellow dragon throne was engraved with a golden true dragon. He reached out and very slowly stroked the dragon's whiskers and scales. It was clearly ice cold, but it made the blood flowing through his body boil and boil. Guang Yan turned around and sat on the dragon throne. He raised his eyes and looked down at the steps. It was as if he could see hundreds of officials bowing and kneeling in front of him. He was the son of heaven. Everyone should submit to him. When he thought of this, Guan Yan felt proud and elated. His chest was extremely carefree. Father. He muttered softly, I have finally sat on this throne. The world was finally his. Since he was born, everyone had told him that Emperor Wen Xian would eventually hand over the country to him. In the future, he would become the son of heaven of the Dewei. That was why Guan Yan had always thought so. But he didn't know when, but he realized that the situation had changed. There was a Guan Shua who was more suitable than him to be the son of heaven. Emperor Wen Xian's favoritism towards concubine Lan and her son made him panic. His delay in drafting the edict made Guan Yan feel a sense of betrayal. An emperor like Emperor Wen Xian was indecisive and didn't know how to judge people. He didn't deserve to be an emperor. Guan Yan thought that he didn't intend to kill his father. But this was the only way to restore everything to its original state. He was just taking back what belonged to him. But, Guan Yan looked at the empty great hall. He didn't feel happy at all. He understood that Su Jingfu was the main reason why he had so many followers in the court. Now that Su Jingfu was no longer around, many of his former followers had changed their minds and joined the Guan Shua. He Rufei was dead, and he was a fake from the start. If Xiao Huijin joined the Guan Shua, he wouldn't have the troops to contend against the Guan Shua. He could only rely on the Yuto. This was why he insisted on agreeing to make peace with the Yuto and agreed to their ridiculous conditions of opening a market in Dewei. In the past, he was afraid that the Yuto would leak information and make Emperor Wen Xian unhappy. But now, because he had reached an agreement with the Yuto had to pay the price of getting rid of the Guan Shua for him, as well as the thorn in his side, Xiao Huijin. It was very fair. Guan Yan believed that there was nothing more important than gaining control of the world. The Guan Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he thought about how everyone in the world would have to worship and respect him when he ascended the throne tomorrow. Father's remains haven't been buried in the imperial mausoleum, and your highness hasn't ascended the throne. How can you sit on the dragon throne? A sudden voice interrupted his laughter. I'm afraid that's a little inappropriate. Guan Yan looked in front of him. At the entrance of the great hall, two of his confidants were holding on to the Guan Shua, preventing him from entering. The Guan Shua looked at him calmly. Let him in. Guan Yan smiled viciously. My fourth brother. The confidants loosened their grip, and the Guan Shua walked in. The Guan Yan stood up from the dragon throne and looked at him. With interest. Tomorrow is the day of concubine Lan's burial. Isn't my good fourth brother the most benevolent and filial? Why didn't you seize the last opportunity to talk to concubine Lan, and instead come here? He said meaningfully. Could it be that fourth brother also wants to sit on this throne? When father was alive, he never mentioned anything about being buried with concubine Lan. Your Highness's posthumous edict may not be true. The Guan Shua was unmoved. How is it not true? The Guan Yan sneered. Speaking of which, when father entered the imperial mausoleum, concubine Lan was buried with concubine Lan. It was concubine Lan's good fortune. Father had always doted on concubine Lan. After he passed away, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find someone like concubine Lan, so he took her with him. Fourth brother, why do you sound like you're complaining? With the posthumous edict in hand, how can you prove that it's fake? Whether it's real or fake, your highness knows. However, that's not important. The Guan Shua sighed. That's right. The crown prince clapped his hands. Whether it's real or fake isn't important. Fourth brother, you finally said something useful. That's not all I want to say. The Guan Shua looked at the Guan Yan standing on the stairs. His gaze was calm. I also want to say that your highness killed your father, killed the monarch, and attempted to usurp the throne. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell silent. The servants guarding the door stared at the Guan Shua as if they were facing a great enemy. The Guan Shua only stood there quietly. He didn't have any weapons on him, and just from his appearance, he looked like a weak scholar. The Guan Yan stared at him closely. What did you say? I said. The Guan Shua's eyes met his, not backing down in the slightest. Your Highness, you killed your father, killed the monarch, and attempted to usurp the throne. The Guangyan looked at the person in front of him. In the past, the Guangxua had always been cautious and taciturn in front of him. He never participated in court affairs. Even though he hated the Guangxua, in his heart, he was certain that the Guangxua wouldn't be able to cause any waves. But now, he didn't know when, but this person's gaze was no longer as timid as before. When he looked directly at him, it was as if there was an invisible fire burning in his eyes. He also had the wanton domineering aura unique to the imperial family. What a joke! The Guangyan mocked, I'm the crown prince. The world belongs to me. Why would I kill my father? It's a thankless task. If we're talking about usurping the throne, shouldn't it be you? He said eerily, fourth brother, didn't you always hope that imperial father would abolish the old and replace the young? Now that your plan has failed, you want to slander me? Your Highness, why would you think that the world belongs to you? The Guangxua suddenly smiled slightly. Your plan has failed? The Guangyan's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. He asked, what do you mean by that? The Guangyan smiled but didn't say anything. He suddenly realized something and loudly called out, men, come here. Indeed, there were people coming, but they weren't his men. Soldiers wearing golden armor rushed in from outside. The person leading them was actually Yan He. Guide Zhonglong General? The Guangyan was stunned, then he said in exasperation, are you crazy? Don't you know that this is rebellion? This is collusion to cause trouble. The Guangyan didn't deliberately suppress Yan He. Firstly, the Yan family was a new noble family. They had always been wise to protect themselves in court affairs. They weren't as popular as the Xiao family. Secondly, the Guangyan also heard that Yan He and Xiao Huijin didn't get along. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. The Guangyan even wanted to recruit Yan He for his own use. However, Yan He wasn't in the capital for many years. Father Yan was also as cunning as a fox. Although Father Yan agreed to it, he never really took advantage of it. But now, he never thought that Yan He would actually rely on the Guangxua. The Guangyan was shocked and angry, how dare you treat me like this? General Yan isn't colluding to cause trouble. The Guangxua said calmly, I'm just following orders to capture traitors. Guangxua, don't slander me. The Guangxua smiled carelessly and said, whether I'm slandering you or not, your Highness knows best. At this time, someone came in from outside. It was the fifth prince, Guangji, who was being carried by a guard. As soon as Guangji entered the palace, he pointed at the Guangyan and shouted, it was brother crown prince. That day, I was practicing calligraphy in Father Emperor's palace. I saw brother crown prince carrying a basket into Father Emperor's bedroom. After brother crown prince left, chief steward he went in and said that Father Emperor had passed away. Without waiting for the Guangyan to speak, the Guangxua said, Imperial physician Lin from the palace found traces of poison in the blanket in Father Emperor's bedroom. That day, only your Highness brought ginseng soup to Father Emperor's bedroom. The Guangyan sneered, Father Emperor wasn't poisoned to death. He knew better than anyone how Emperor Wenxian died. If the Guangxua thought that he could use this to convict him, then he was gravely mistaken. Your Highness, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. The Guangyan was stunned. This was what the Guangxua had said in response to his fake posthumous edict. But now, there was nothing wrong with using it here. At this time, no one cared about what the truth was. In the struggle of the imperial family, there had always been only winners and losers. The winner was the true dragon son of heaven. The loser suffered a crushing defeat. Guangxua, I'm warning you. My people will immediately rush over. Tomorrow is the day to enter the imperial mausoleum. Your Highness may not know, the Guangxua looked at him with seemingly cold pity, General Fingyan's people have already arrived outside Qingla Palace. Your Highness's people, he said word by word, have all abandoned their armor and defected. Impossible. The Guangyan's voice suddenly became sharp. He said, impossible. But in his heart, panic and fear gradually emerged. It was already this time. The palace hall was filled with Yan He's people. His people hadn't come in yet. If it was Xiao Huijin's people outside, those Yudo, bastard. Those Yuto were useless at this time, Chu Xilan. A name suddenly appeared in the Guangyan's mind. How could his plan be predicted by the other party? Chu Xilan leaked the secret? That bastard. That ungrateful wretch. Guang Shua, don't be complacent, the Guangyan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the people in front of him and slowly retreated. Do you think that the world will believe your nonsense? I'm the crown prince, the heir apparent. The coronation ceremony is close at hand. If you harm me at this time, the world will talk about your conspiracy. Even if you ascend to this position, you won't have a proper title for the rest of your life. You can't avoid being pointed at by others. Your Highness worries too much. The Guangxua didn't feel any other emotions because of his words. He looked at the Guangyan as if he was looking at something ridiculous. Before this, Imperial Father had already written an imperial edict to change the heir apparent. You're lying. The Guangyan's eyes were about to split open. How is that possible? The imperial edict is in the hands of Imperial Father's trusted officials. It doesn't mean that you didn't know about it just because you didn't see it. The Guangxua leaned slightly to the side. The people behind him came forward and handed him a bow and arrow. He played with the bow and arrow and slowly said, Does your Highness still think that the world will talk about me and that I won't have a proper title? The Guangyan wanted to vomit blood. At this time, he suddenly understood what the Guangxua said at the beginning. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. To shut the mouths of the world's people, all he needed to do was to take out an imperial edict. Who cared if it was true or false? The world wouldn't judge it one by one. As long as the person who survived today was the Guangxua, then wouldn't the Guangxua have the final say in what others said in the future? He looked at his quiet fourth brother who slowly picked up the bow and arrow and pointed the arrow at him. The Guangyan subconsciously hid behind the dragon throne and said angrily, What are you doing? Guangxua, stop it, he didn't finish his sentence. A sudden gust of wind blew from the throne room, extinguishing all the lights in the room. In the dim room, a cluster of sticky blood slowly flowed down the dragon throne, staining the dragon's head and whiskers on the armrest of the dragon, making them stand out. It was like a silent peep, but also like a sneer. The sound of the wind covered all the murderous intent. It was a cold night. Xian looked at the sky that was gradually brightening outside the window. His expression gradually became serious. She hadn't slept since Xiaoju left last night. Bai Rongwei was pregnant, so Xian didn't dare to tell her anything else. Although Xiaojing had some suspicions, she was kept in the dark and didn't know what was going on. Xian stood guard alone, rubbing the black jade in his hand from time to time. He thought about what to do if Xiaoju didn't return in the morning. He was afraid that going out of the city to find Shenhan might not be completely safe. Just as he was thinking, there was movement outside. Xian suddenly got up and rushed out of the door. He saw Xiaoju walking in from outside. There were still some dark bloodstains on the armor he was wearing. Xian asked, You're injured? At this time, Qingmei hadn't woken up yet. Xiaoju frowned slightly and asked, You didn't sleep last night? I couldn't sleep. Xian stared at his face. He looked a little tired, but he was still okay. Xian asked, This blood, it's not mine. Xiaoju paused and said, Let's talk inside. The two of them entered the room. Xian closed the door and turned around to ask, Last night, in the palace, the crown prince is dead. Xiaoju looked at her. This was expected. In fact, Xian already had a premonition when he saw Yan He at the Wei residence that day. Yan He didn't directly answer her question, but many times, silence was an answer. Xian helped him hang autumn wine on the wall. Xiaoju took off his armor and sat down at the table. Xian poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it in front of him. Xiaoju, what happened last night? Xiaoju looked at her. After a while, she knew that if she didn't tell him, she wouldn't be able to leave the room today. She sighed and told him what happened last night. Xian listened attentively. Xiaoju only knew a little about what happened last night in the throne room. At that time, he led half of the South House soldiers to fight with the Crown Prince's men in front of Qingla Palace. Yan He led his men inside. When they came out, they only knew that the Guangyan was killed by the Guangxua himself. You didn't go to the throne room on purpose? Xian hesitated before asking. Xiaoju lowered her head and smiled. She said calmly, Xiao family is different from the Yan family. The Yan family is new and still depends on the royal family. I have too much military power. If I saw the fourth prince kill his brother, even if it's fine now, the fourth prince will inevitably feel uncomfortable after a long time. I don't want to leave a thorn in the fourth prince's heart. Heaven's power was unpredictable. Without the Guanyin, the fourth prince would be the emperor in the future. Even if he didn't feel anything now, once he sat on the throne, he might not be able to control himself or things might change. It was better to avoid any possible situations from the start. So, letting Yan He go was a good choice. The Yan family's military power is not great, and they are new and have no foundation. The fourth prince has no qualms about using them. He Yan said, I just didn't think that Yan He would follow the fourth prince. The Yan family had been neutral for so many years. They were as cunning as a fox, but at the last moment, they dealt a blow to the Guanyin. The Guanyin probably didn't expect it either. Without the skin, what can the hair be attached to? Xiaoju raised her teacup and took a sip. She said, when it's time to make a choice, even if you don't want to, you have to do it. He Yan sighed in relief, in short, it's good that you are safe. But... She looked at Xiaoju and asked in a low voice, did the emperor really write the edict to change the succession of the crown prince early on? Did the fifth prince really see the crown prince poison him? These things happened one after another, and it was too coincidental. It made the Guanyan's ascension to the throne a matter without any objections. It's not important whether it's true or not. Xiaoju narrowed her eyes, the crown prince is already dead. Everything was settled. In one night, the world had changed hands. The Guanyin had killed his father and tried to usurp the throne. The fourth prince, Guangshui, brought along guide Zhonglong to arrest and convict him. Before Emperor Wenshuan passed away, he had already written an imperial edict to change the crown prince. After entering the imperial mausoleum, the coronation ceremony was held as usual, but the person who ascended the throne was no longer a Guanyin but a Guangshui. No one in the imperial court dared to object. Guangshui's way of doing things was completely different from his magnanimous appearance. He was decisive and ruthless. When he was capturing the Guanyin last night, he had already captured all of the Guanyin's trusted aides. The Guanyin army was not strong to begin with. If it was because of Su Jingfu, they still had the support of the He family, but after He Rufei's accident, the Fuyue army's military power was taken back and could not be used by the crown prince. Guangshua's actions were swift and decisive, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. The courtiers discussed fervently. The fourth prince's imperial aura was beginning to show. As for the previous emperor's edict ordering people to be buried with him, it was also found to be fake. Concubine Lan, Enaiguerin, and dozens of other women were able to keep their lives. When the news reached the ears of the commoners, they all said that the fourth prince was benevolent and wise. The commoners never cared who sat on the throne. As long as they had clothes to wear and food to eat, it did not matter who was the emperor. The courtiers also did not object. Currently, in the Dewei imperial family, the fifth prince, Guangji, was still young. The only person who could hold the fort was Guangshui. Emperor Wenshuan entered the imperial mausoleum. In Qinglan Palace, concubine Lan took off her heavy ceremonial robe. Just as she sat down, someone walked in from outside. It was Enaiguerin. Congratulations, elder sister, for getting what you wanted. Enaiguerin walked to the small table and sat down. She put on a fake smile and said, soon, this concubine will have to call elder sister Empress Dowager. Concubine Lan looked at her, her eyes as gentle and calm as before. Noble lady and I, aren't you still alive? Noble lady and I was stunned. That day, Wei Xianzhong had killed himself in front of Qingla Palace, causing the conflict between the crown prince and Dewei to reach its peak. The crown prince was so violent and paranoid, and she was going to follow Emperor Wenshuan into the dark tomb tomorrow. In the end, noble lady and I cooperated with concubine Lan. Guangji's words were false, so the edict of succession might not be true. At the end of the day, all the Guangshua wanted was an excuse, a legitimate excuse. In actuality, at that time, noble lady and I was also determined to fight with her back to the river. She thought that since she was going to die anyway, she might as well give it her all. But deep down, he did not think that Guang Shua would succeed. However, Guang Shua succeeded. It was said lightly, but after a short night, noble lady and I finally realized that if it had been a last-minute idea, if Guang Shua had only fought for his mother, he might not have been able to win over Guide General and General Feng Yun in such a short time. Concubine Lan had probably foreseen what had happened in the throne room last night many years ago. Thinking deeper, perhaps Concubine Lan was not completely unaware that Emperor Wenxuan had died at the hands of the Guanyin. Guang Shua's silence and gentleness, his leniency and disregard of court affairs, Concubine Lan's indifference and gentleness, and Emperor Wenxuan's love and sincerity were all arranged by Concubine Lan a long, long time ago. From the beginning to the end, it was not Guang Shua's acting skills that were too good, but Concubine Lan's idea. Even her son did not know about it. Empress Zhang might have guessed right about one thing. Concubine Lan was not indifferent, but she did not care about ordinary favors. If she wanted to fight, she would fight for the most honorable position in the world for her son. Therefore, the crown prince was destined to lose because he did not have a mother who could endure for so many years without revealing any flaws. Guangji was still young, and from today onwards, no one in the entire Dewey's imperial family would be a match for Guang Shua. Noble lady and I slowly felt a chill in her heart. The woman in front of her had a gentle appearance. She had never seen her reprimand anyone in all these years, but it turned out that she was the most terrifying one. It's good that this concubine is alive. Noble lady and I lowered her head, and there was a trace of humility and fear in her voice. From now on, this concubine will follow Concubine Lan well. Guangji. I hope Concubine Lan can take good care of him. Concubine Lan did not speak, and only looked out of the window. After a long time, she turned her head back, as if she had heard noble lady Ni's words clearly. She nodded slightly, closed her eyes, and said, "Okay." The crown prince's residence was in chaos. The servants wept and were dragged away by the soldiers. The crown princess screamed as she was taken away. Before she left, she scratched the wall with her nails, leaving a long mark. Someone walked slowly, all the way to the last room at the back of the courtyard. This was a secret room. The crown prince's Guanyin temperament was fierce and ruthless. If someone offended him, he would kill them directly to vent his anger. If it was worse, he would lock them up in the secret room of the crown prince's residence and torture them. Now that the crown prince's residence was in trouble, the soldiers were busy arresting the family members in the residence, and no one paid attention to this place. The young man walked slowly, his clean boots stepping on the wet ground. The secret room was very dark, and there was only a dim light. Dark traces could be seen, either dried or glowing. It seemed to be human blood. This place was built like a prison. The rooms were separated by iron bars, and there were no guards. Hearing someone move, the people in the room did not react. At most, they raised their heads slightly, and then quickly lowered them. The people here were already dying, and they did not think that anyone would come to save them. Despair filled this place. He walked slowly. Every time he passed by a room, he would stop in front of the door and carefully examine it, as if he was trying to identify the appearance of the person inside. When he found that it was not, he would walk away. They walked through the rooms one by one until they reached the last room. There was a figure curled up on the ground, lying on her side like a child. Her hands were hugging her shoulders, and her head was buried very low in her chest. Her clothes were untidy. Although she did not move, her body began to tremble slightly. Chu Zhao stopped in his tracks. He looked at the figure inside. After a while, he opened the door. The person inside still did not move. She did not even look at him. Chu Zhao walked in front of this person and slowly knelt down. It seemed that he wanted to comfort her, but he did not know where to start. After a while, he said gently, "Xiang." The person in front of him trembled violently. "Xiang," Chu Zhao paused, and said, "The crown prince is dead. I'm here to bring you back." He reached out and wanted to help Xiang up, but he was blocked by Xiang. She seemed to have no strength, and this little bit of resistance was useless. Chu Zhao helped her to sit in front of the stone wall, and helped her to brush away the messy hair in front of her eyes. Then, he was stunned. You. Don't look. Xianxia said weakly. It turned out that her beautiful and charming face was covered with terrible knife marks. Because she was not properly treated, the knife marks had not scabbed and were dripping with blood. At a glance, she looked like a female ghost who came to take her life. It was shocking and horrifying. Chu Zhao's heart trembled. The night before the Guangxua went to Qingle Palace, Chu Zhao went to the fourth prince's residence. He had already seen clearly that the Guangyan could not win against the Guangxua. Empress Zhang was also not a match for the concubine Lan. He really did not have any other choice. Even if he followed the Guangxua now, the Guangxua would not use him again. But if he followed the Guangyan, he would just be tied to the Guangyan and die together. When Su Jingfu was alive, he told him that no matter what, he had to learn to make choices. He chose to do his last business deal with the Guangxua. He revealed the crown prince's military arrangements and betrayed the crown prince in exchange for a condition that would allow him and Xiang to live. He no longer hoped to have any achievements in his official career, because it was already impossible. Although survival was a bargaining chip, and he did not know if it would succeed in the end, at least he could survive for now. At that time, the Guangxua looked at him, as if he did not expect Chu Zhao to raise such a condition. He only asked, "Fourth young master Chu, since you value your servant girl so much, why did you take the initiative to send her to the Guangyan's side? Since you sent her to be your informant, you should not have any other feelings. Now that things have come to this point, other than asking for this woman, you do not have any other desires." Chu Zhao said warmly, "This subject does not understand either." To him, there was nothing in the world that he could not use, and there was no person that he could not use. But every time, at some point, he would leave behind some weak spots that should not have existed. He Yan was like this, and so was Xiang. He looked at Xiang in front of him, and for a moment, he did not know how to react. Xiang only glanced at him, and then quickly lowered her head, as if she was afraid that she would dirty Chu Zhao's sleeves, and did not say anything else. Outside, the sound of soldiers scolding and servants crying could be faintly heard. Xiang listened carefully for a while and then said, "Is the crown prince dead?" Chu Zhao came back to his senses and said softly, "Yes. You can leave the crown prince's residence." When Xiang heard this, she did not show a happy expression. Instead, she seemed to take a step back and said, "No, do you not want to go back with me?" Chu Zhao asked. Fourth young master, her voice was as soft as the most fragile silk, as if it would shatter with the slightest pull. Xiang said, "This servant cannot leave." Chu Zhao was stunned. Why? As if she had experienced a great struggle, Xiang slowly reached out her hand and pulled up her sleeves. Chu Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. The originally flawless skin on her sleeves was now unrecognizable, as if it had been burned by fire, and also as if it had been smashed, and showed signs of ulceration. "The crown prince fed this servant a poison with no antidote," Xiang said. "This servant is a person who is waiting for death." The Guangyan hated her betrayal and disloyalty, and had countless ways to torture disloyal people. Xiang's appearance was extremely beautiful, so he destroyed her appearance. He also made her die in the most heartbreaking and cruel way. Watching the last inch of her perfect skin fester, and finally die, was disgusting and nauseating. Killing someone's heart, that was all. In an instant, Chu Zhao was extremely confused. He had not felt this way for many years. He looked at Xiang, not knowing what to do, and said, "Don't worry, when we get out, I will find a doctor to treat you." "It's no use," Xiang smiled bitterly, "this servant knows very well that I can't be saved." The burning torches on the wall swayed quietly, illuminating half of her blood-stained face. It was terrifying, and she no longer looked as beautiful as before. Chu Zhao looked at her in a daze. He knew that Xiang would not have a good ending after falling into the Guanyan's hands, but he never expected that it would be like this. She was not dead, but she might as well be dead. "This servant has one more thing to ask." "Say it," he said. "This servant doesn't have much in her life, only her appearance is acceptable." Xiang stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch her face, but her hand stopped in midair. "Now that my appearance is ruined, and I have taken an incurable poison, this servant does not want to die horribly. Fourth young master, can you give this servant a quick death?" "You want me to kill you?" Chu Zhao looked at her in shock. This servant's life was originally saved by fourth young master, and now that I die in fourth young master's hands, it can be considered complete. Moreover, the woman's voice was soft. Fourth young master is not harming this servant, you are helping this servant. Chu Zhao said, I won't kill you. Then I ask fourth young master to leave. The servant, who was used to being submissive to him, showed a tough expression for the first time. This servant will stay here, and will not go anywhere. Xiang, Chu Zhao was helpless for the first time. He controlled his temper and said softly, your injury is not irreversible. There are many doctors in Shua City, and they can cure you. Even if they can cure me, what can they do? Xiang smiled softly, this servant has no appearance now, and I can't even take care of myself. If I stay by young master's side, I will not be able to be used by young master, and I will only be a burden. Chu Zhao heard this, and his expression changed slightly. He said, you stay by my side, only to be used by me? Young master does not keep useless people by his side. Xiang replied. These words were like a needle hidden in cotton. And he was speechless. This servant was sold as a commodity by my father in the past, and it was young master who saved this servant. From now on, young master is this servant's benefactor, and this servant will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for young master. At that time, this servant did everything willingly, but now, when I am about to die, this servant wants to be able to decide my own fate. Xiang looked at him, and that pair of beautiful and gentle eyes, for the first time, seemed to be burning like a flame. Please grant my wish, young master. Their eyes met, and Chu Zhao could clearly see that in her eyes, there was a desire to die. For the first time, he discovered that Xiang was so stubborn. Please grant my wish, young master. The woman in front of him knelt down with difficulty, and with her movements, the terrible scars on her body gradually became visible, exuding the smell of dirty blood. It was just like the first time she met Chu Zhao, and was bought by Chu Zhao, when she knelt down in fear and unease. She did not have long to live, and even if she did not die now, she would not live for long. Chu Zhao closed his eyes, I promise you. Thank you, young master. Xiang said softly. Chu Zhao reached out to help her up from the ground. Xiang staggered and raised her head, and in the next moment, the hand that went around her back suddenly pushed forward. When the tip of the knife entered her flesh, it was silent. She did not even have time to say anything, and was pushed forward, falling into Chu Zhao's arms. Chu Zhao let go of his hand, held her in his arms, and half knelt on the ground. Thank you, young master. Xiang looked at him, and smiled at him with difficulty. This is the first time that young master has granted this servant's wish. Her body was covered with new and old blood, and the blood stains rubbed against Chu Zhao's clean robe, like mottled flowers reflecting on it. The man lowered his head to look at her, and his eyes were a little helpless. It was this little bit of helplessness that fell into Xiang's eyes, and made her heart ache for a moment. She liked Chu Zhao, and from the first time she saw Chu Zhao, she fell in love with him. In that desperate situation, when he was pushed into the fire pit by his father, there was a young and handsome boy who threw him a life-saving straw. She grasped this straw, and also fell in love with this person. She loved his gentleness, and she also loved his ruthlessness. She loved his cold and heartless heart that seemed to be tolerant, and she also loved the moment of weakness and helplessness under his invincible protection. This was such a complicated person, and the more complicated he was, the more unfortunate he was. Fate made him conflicted, and the Chu's Island that others saw was only the fake Chu's Island. Only she knew the real Chu's Island, and the real Chu's Island was not a good person, but she still fell in love with him without hesitation. These years, Xiang stayed by Chu Zhao's side, and she was made difficult by Madame Chu, teased by the 3 legitimate sons of the Chu family, and targeted by Su Pingting. In the end, she was even sent to the crown prince's residence. She had never regretted coming to this point. Because from the beginning, she had nothing to lose. She hated and resented him, but it was not comparable to love. This love was hidden carefully, and it was extremely humble, and it came fiercely, making her feel that it was unreasonable. She had never said it out loud. She had loved him for so many years, quietly and soundlessly. Chu Zhao was so smart, it was impossible for him not to realize that she loved him. Young master. She said with difficulty, "Can this servant ask you a question?" The man's voice was very soft, and he was as gentle as ever to her. "Ask." "Did fourth young master know early on that Miss Su would send this servant to the crown prince's residence?" Chu Zhao lowered his head to look at her. Waves of emotions appeared in his light-colored eyes, which were like fluorite. He did not answer, but Xiang instantly understood. "I see." After saying this, she slowly closed her eyes, and her breath gradually weakened until there was no more life. In the dark room, the man dressed in green quietly lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms. What appeared in front of his eyes was the sobbing he heard many years ago, when he stood in front of the colorful paradise of the human world. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a delicate girl looking at him, beautiful and peerless. He had saved her, but he had also harmed her. If he had not intervened at that time, perhaps Xiang would have been happier than she was now. Unlike now, even if it was her last moment in the human world, she still had to die with bitterness. She did not do anything wrong. If she really wanted to say something, it was because she fell in love with a person like him. After an unknown period of time, Chu Zhao bent down and stood up, picked up Xiang's body, and slowly walked out of the dark room, step by step, towards the outside. When he was at the end of his road, he made the last deal with the fourth prince, and all he asked for was a little bit of pity and warmth. But now, this warmth was gone. The last person who depended on him for survival was also gone. In this game of chess, he gained nothing. The whole game was lost. On the third day of the second month, the fourth prince Guangxua ascended the throne. The new emperor inherited the throne and used the Hezong's Qingyuan era name. After Emperor Zhaokong ascended the throne, he rejected the Yuto's request for peace and thoroughly investigated the remaining members of Prime Minister Su's faction. He posthumously conferred the title of Wei Xianzhong, the owner of the Xiancheng dojo, with the posthumous title of Wenzhong. The truth of the Mingshui case was revealed to the world. Su Jingfu had controlled the court for so many years and conspired with the crown prince to oppress the common people. Now that Emperor Zhaokong had ascended the throne, the Su faction that followed the crown prince naturally would not be spared. The only exception was probably Su Jingfu's favorite student, the fourth young master of Shi Jin's household. Not long ago, Emperor Zhaokong allowed Chu Xilan's request to resign. After Chu Xilan resigned, he left the Chu family and disappeared from Shuo capital. It was said that someone had seen him at a relay station outside the city. He most likely left Shuo capital. As for where he went, no one knew. However, no one had seen the beautiful maid by his side. In the courtyard, Qingmei was feeding Ermao a cooked bone. He Yan looked at the harmonious scene between the two of them and was a little stunned. "Don't tell me you also want to eat that bone?" Someone beside him asked with a hint of ridicule. He Yan came back to his senses and saw Xiaoju walk in from outside. He went out early in the morning. The fourth prince should be called Emperor Zhaokong now. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had frequently summoned him. He Yan understood the fourth prince's plan. There were still some remaining members of the crown prince's faction in the court. Xiaoju and Yan He were people that Emperor Zhaokong had decided to put in important positions. This should be a good thing, but He Yan felt uneasy. "Something on your mind?" Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. After the emperor ascended the throne, the matter seemed to have come to an end. He Yan looked at the sky. But those Yuto probably won't let it go. Since they had planned for so many years and worked together with the crown prince and Su Jingfu, now that the crown prince and Su Jingfu had fallen, how could they be reconciled? You also know that from generation to generation, the time when a new emperor ascends the throne is the most dangerous time. With the change of power, the position was still unstable, especially when the people in the imperial court had different opinions. It was easy for others to take advantage of the loopholes. He Yan had also dealt with those Yuto before. No matter how he looked at them, they did not seem like the kind of people who would willingly retreat. "I know," Xiaoju said calmly. He Yan looked at him. "How did the emperor deal with the Wutua envoys?" "Previously, the crown prince released those people. Now, some of them have been captured, but the news should have spread to Yuchuo." "You mean, they're going to make a move soon?" Xiaoju smiled and said, "Not bad." He Yan sighed silently in his heart. Although she was a general, she did not like fighting. Fighting meant blood and sacrifice, and countless people were separated from their families. Especially at this juncture. Also, she looked at the man beside her. The man's gaze fell on the yellow dog that was making a fuss in the courtyard. He smiled slightly. This was a rare moment of peace. Forget it. She swallowed her words. After a while, she reached out and grabbed Xiaoju's arm. She said seriously, Xiaoju, I want to eat braised pigeon tonight. Peaceful days were always short. Less than 10 days after Emperor Zhaokong ascended the throne, the Yuto wantonly attacked the Dawei. They went north along the Xing River. After decades of planning, the war between the Yuto and the Dawei finally began. Jiuchuan, Ji County, Yunzi, and Bingjiang were not strong enough. Moreover, the crown prince's men had deliberately arranged for them to be taken over by the Yuto in just 3 days. After the Yuto broke through the city gates, they massacred everyone in the city. According to those who were lucky enough to escape, corpses were piled up along the banks of the river. Blood dyed the river red. Emperor Zhaokong was furious and immediately ordered people to suppress the enemy. However, the Dawei had been emphasizing civil and military power for so many years. Other than General Feng Yun and General Fei Hong, there were not many people that could be used. General Fei Hong, He Rufei, was still a fake. The Fuyue army's military power returned to the imperial family. Emperor Zhaokong asked in the imperial court who was willing to lead the army to quell the rebellion. Other than Guide General Yan He and Right Military Governor Xiaoju, no one came forward. To be more precise, it wasn't that there weren't people. There were also old generals who were willing to take up the sword and mount the horse. Unfortunately, they were too old and couldn't return to the battlefield. The consequences of the Wei imperial family's many years of comfort were finally revealed at this moment. In the throne room, Emperor Zhaokong looked at the civil and military officials below the stairs. His face was gloomy as he sighed. You are all useless. You cannot protect the Dawei. However, someone walked out amidst the silence and said in a clear voice, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the Fuyue army to fight against the enemy in Jiuchuan. A woman wearing a red court robe stood in the middle of the hall. She looked very heroic. She raised her head and looked at the emperor on the high throne. Her gaze was clear and firm. This was Marquis Wuan. He Yan was also General Fengyun's wife. Emperor Zhaokong paused. In the battle against the crown prince, the Xiao family stood on his side. Xiaoju was also very smart and did not directly participate. Emperor Zhaokong wanted to use Xiaoju, but he could not give him too much power. After thinking about it, he promoted He Yan. He Yan was a woman. She was only a marquis. Being promoted to an official of He Yan was a reward for Xiaoju, but it also didn't increase the power of the Xiao family to the point that it made people uneasy. Just as the Empress Dowager once said, do not underestimate women. From a certain point of view, the promotion of an official in He Yan was also a kind of check and balance for Xiaoju. However, Emperor Zhaokong did not expect He Yan to stand up at this time. He subconsciously looked at Xiaoju. At this time, he was trying to catch some emotion on Xiaoju's face. Unfortunately, the Dawei's famous Right Army commander was calm and did not show any emotions. Could it be that he already knew about this? But if he knew about this, why didn't he mention it to me in private? Why did he wait until now? He Yan bowed and said, I have fought against the Yuto a few times. May I ask your majesty to allow me to lead the army to Jiuchuan? When it came to fighting against the Yuto, she was indeed experienced. Whether it was in Jiang or the Rendu, Emperor Wenchuan would not have promoted her. But when it came to leading the army, before Emperor Zhaokong could speak, a civil official said, Marquis Wuan, you are only a woman. How can you lead the army to fight against the enemy? Sir, I'm afraid you have forgotten. He Yan's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. The famous General Fei Hong was originally a woman. The minister was rendered speechless. That's right, wasn't the real General Fei Hong a woman? Emperor Zhaokong was silent for a while, then said, this is an important matter. I cannot make a decision casually. Let me think about it before making a decision. He looked at Xiaoju. Up until now, Emperor Zhaokong was not sure if Xiaoju knew about He Yan's plan. If Xiaoju supported He Yan's decision, then she would definitely come to him in private. If Xiaoju asked, Emperor Zhaokong would consider agreeing. If He Yan did not have the ability, the commander-in-chief of the Right Army of Dewei would not easily send his wife to her death. Of course, the most important point was that just as concubine Lan said, there was no one in Dewei. There were only a few outstanding generals who could lead the army. Even if He Yan did not go, who else could? He smiled bitterly in his heart. He felt that the bright yellow dragon crown on his head was too heavy to wear. After the court, He Yan followed Xiaoju outside. Unexpectedly, He followed behind them. He stopped He Yan. Hey, are you really going to lead the army to Jiuquan? Why? He Yan had something on his mind. He looked at Xiaoju's back and answered absent-mindedly. He followed her gaze and thought for a while, then asked, does Xiao Huaijin not know about what happened in the court today? He Yan did not say anything. He Yan, you are really amazing. He understood and looked at her in amazement. No wonder Xiao Huaijin looked so angry. You did not even discuss such an important matter with him. You acted first and reported later? Good, if you can make Xiao Huaijin so angry, then it seems that even if you really go to Jiuquan, those Yuto will not be your opponent. He moved to pat He Yan's shoulder and raised his hand. He probably remembered that He Yan was a woman, so he retracted his hand. He looked at He Yan and gloated, Xiao Huaijin is so angry. Marquis Wuan, I wish you good luck. With that, he swung his sleeves and walked forward. He Yan was reprimanded by Yan He, but she did not get angry. She did not discuss today's matter with Xiaoju and directly asked for a conscription in the throne room. She guessed that Xiaoju was also angry. However, she had many misgivings. She really did not know how to tell Xiaoju. At this time, Xiaoju was already walking towards the Xiao family's carriage outside the palace. He Yan hurriedly followed and entered the carriage herself, sitting together with him. The carriage driver drove the carriage. On the way back to the Xiao family, she occasionally raised her head to look at the person beside her. Xiaoju's expression was calm. The calmer he was, the more He Yan could feel his anger. He Yan did not say anything. She still had to think about what to say. When the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Xiao family's residence, Xiaoju got off the carriage first and walked inside without looking back. He Yan also jumped down. Perhaps the atmosphere in the carriage was too tense. The kind carriage driver reminded He Yan, young mistress, young master's mood is not good today. Why don't you comfort him a little? He Yan smiled and said, of course. She followed Xiaoju all the way into the Xiao family's residence. When she returned to the courtyard, Qingmei was drying the quilts in the courtyard. When she saw He Yan, she happily said, young mistress, Shu. He Yan made a shushing gesture and followed Xiaoju into the residence. As soon as she entered, she closed the door and was met with Xiaoju's cold gaze. He Yan did not say anything and went over to hug him. Calm down first. Xiaoju stood in the room and did not move. He let her hug him and said coldly, don't use the same trick every time. Although there was nothing new, it was good enough that it worked. He Yan cursed in her heart. She did not want to use the same trick every time, but second young master Xiao liked it, so there was nothing she could do. Let me explain. He Yan tightly grasped the belt in front of her and said sincerely, I wanted to tell you, but every time I wanted to say it, I felt that it would ruin the atmosphere. Later, I dragged it out until today. I will say first, I definitely did not act first and report later. Even if I acted first and reported later, the one in the right was the emperor, not you. Today, I was afraid that if I did not say it, the emperor would appoint someone else to lead the troops, so I had to speak first. Xiaoju, she raised her head and looked at the other person, I really did not do it on purpose. Xiaoju avoided her gaze and said coldly, Lady He, you are so perfunctory now even when you are lying? She even said the words Lady He. It was obvious that she was really angry. He Yan's heart trembled and she hurriedly said, Xiaoju, you are the main general. How can you be prejudiced by first impressions? I really did not lie to you. She really wanted to say it, but these days were peaceful. Every time she saw Xiaoju relaxed, she did not want to mention these things. Okay, I have some concerns. Seeing that second young master Zhao's attitude was still cold, He Yan honestly admitted her selfish motives. I don't know how to tell you. She loosened her grip on Xiao Ju's belt and looked down at her toes like a child who had done something wrong. She said hesitantly, Yuto is in chaos. You want to lead the troops to Yunzi. Yunzi and Jiuquan are not in the same direction. If I take the initiative to ask the emperor for permission to lead the troops, and the emperor agrees, I will have to lead the troops to Jiuquan alone. You must be very worried. She glanced at Xiao Ju's face and saw that Xiao Ju was looking down at her. Her eyes lit up, but he quickly turned his head away. He Yan had an idea. She grabbed his hand and looked up at him. She said affectionately, after I married you, I saw that all the men in Shuo capital were not as considerate as you. You are unique as a husband. You must be worried that a delicate wife like me will be alone outside. If I really lead the troops to Jiuquan, I'm afraid that you will miss me and worry about me every day. You might even lock me in my room. I am such a delicate girl, I will not see the light of day. She started to talk nonsense again. Xiao Ju was angry and laughed. He looked at her and said, lock you in your room? He sneered, there is no delicate wife in this world who can break the lock with one punch. That's where you misunderstand me. He Yan pointed at his chest. Although I look strong and mighty, my heart is very weak. For example, when you were angry just now, I was very sad. My heart was broken. She said shamelessly. Xiao Ju was speechless. After a while, he said calmly, do you think that if you want to lead the troops to Jiuquan, I will not agree? He Yan did not say anything. He stared at the woman in front of him. He was slightly angry, but in his anger, there was a trace of imperceptible helplessness. Finally, he turned and said, if you had told me directly, I would not have stopped you. He Yan looked at his back and stopped smiling. She said in a low voice, I thought that if it were you, you would let me go with you to Yunzi. Jiuquan is close to Mo County. You are familiar with Mo County's terrain. Naturally, you would be more willing to lead the Fuyue army to Jiuquan. Xiao Ju's voice was calm. In Yunzi, you will not be able to fully utilize your strengths. He Yan was stunned. He turned and looked at He Yan. His eyes were clear, magnanimous, and as clear as a mirror, reflecting all of her thoughts. So he knew everything. He Yan paused and hugged her again. She murmured, how do you know everything? She was indeed more willing to go to Jiuquan. She had never been to Yunzi before. If she and Xiao Ju went to Yunzi together, Emperor Zhao Kong would definitely send another general to Jiuquan. But no one was more familiar with Jiuquan than she was. It was not that she was confident. It could even be said that no one knew how to win a battle in Jiuquan better than she did. Currently, Dewei had no one to use. The battle was slightly slower in Bingjiang. The situation in Jiuquan, Ji County, and Yunzi was the worst. Even though she knew her own abilities, she was confused by her concern. Xiao Ju was her husband now. He might not be willing to let her lead the troops to a dangerous place alone. Just like how Madame Xiao always stopped Xiao Zhongwu. I said, Xiao Ju's voice came from above. Do what you want to do. As long as you can do it, it's fine. He Yan looked up and asked, you believe that I can do it? He snorted, there's nothing that general he can't do. He Yan looked at his awkward appearance and laughed out loud. She had thought that it would be difficult to explain things clearly, but now it was clear in just a few words. He was very tolerant of her. He Yan even felt that some of her thoughts and concerns were laughable. However, the emperor might not directly give me military power. He Yan's smile had only just spread for a moment when she suddenly thought of another matter. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, even her title of Marquis Wuan was because of Xiao Ju. Even in Jiang and Rendu, there were Xiao Ju and Li Kuang. She had never led an army to fight a battle alone. If the emperor directly gave her military power, outsiders might not be convinced. I will go to the palace to see the emperor. The military power of the Fuyue army will probably be given to you. Xiao Ju said, but you can only rely on yourself to convince your subordinates. Is what you're saying true? He Yan suddenly became excited. She had many ways to convince her subordinates. If Xiao Ju could convince Emperor Zhao Kong, then this matter was set in stone. The emperor didn't directly reply to you today because he was waiting for my opinion. He smiled, he doesn't believe you, but he believes me. If I promise you, he will believe in your ability to lead the troops. We are in troubled times. Isn't the emperor afraid that if he gives me military power, we will have too much power and be a threat to him? He Yan joked. At this juncture, whoever had military power would have a chance of winning. Although the crown prince was no longer here and there was no one in the imperial family who could threaten Emperor Zhao Kong, but if a general had too much merit, since ancient times, it was not something to be happy about. Big brother and sister-in-law are still in the capital. Moreover, sister-in-law already has a child of the Xiao family in her belly. In a few years, the emperor won't suspect the Xiao family. He Yan sure too was relieved, but she looked at the person in front of her and asked, I have another question. You said that the emperor wanted you to promise me. Xiao Ju, do you believe that I can defeat those Yuto? Xiao Ju seemed to think that her question was ridiculous. He couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head and said lazily, in heaven and earth, who wouldn't admit defeat when they see you? Although the words were said in a mocking tone, there seemed to be a sense of pride and glory in his tone. He Yan was very happy to hear these words. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered into Xiao Ju's ear, same to you, military governor Xiao. I also believe that you will continue to be victorious. In the end, Emperor Zhao Kong allowed Marquis Wuan and He Yan to lead Fei Hong's Fuyue army to Jiuquan. Although there were many discussions in the court, they slowly calmed down. Firstly, it was because of the Xiao family, so they did not dare to say anything. Secondly, even if He Yan did not go, there were very few people in the court that could be used. It was better to let Marquis Wuan, who had fought against the Yuto, lead the troops. He led the Yan family troops to Ji County first. Xiao Ju led the South Mansion troops deep into Yunzi. There was also the slightly older Huwei general who led the troops and the Liang province guards to Bingjiang, where the battle situation was slightly better. He Yan led the Fuyue army to Jiuquan. Of the four of them, apart from General Huwei, who was slightly older, the other three were quite young. Especially He Yan. Emperor Zhao Kong dared to give them the military power not because he wanted to gamble, but because he wanted to cultivate his own trusted subordinates. Especially He Yan. If he used him well, he might become the next Fei Hong. After receiving the command seal, they quickly left the capital. He Yan asked Emperor Zhao Kong that when she was in the Liang province guards, Wang Ba and the others followed her to Rendu and cooperated with her during the night attack on the enemy camp. He wanted to go to Jiuquan, so that Wang Ba and the others could join the Fuyue army. Emperor Zhao Kong agreed. After everything was settled, there were only 2 days left in Shuajing. Spring thunder rumbled, and it was almost time for Jingxia. The willow trees had already sprouted new green buds. They hid by the river and dyed the river green. In the noodle shop opened by Elder Sun in the east of the city, a girl in a blue dress was scooping out the noodles from the iron pot. She was young and could only be considered delicate. When people talked to her, she was a bit shy. She was a quiet and shy girl. 2 young people walked in. The younger one smiled and said, 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles. He handed over some money. Sun Xiaolan hurriedly wiped her hands with a handkerchief before accepting the money. Please take a seat inside, it'll be ready soon. Xiaomai nodded and winked at her big brother. Shirtu glared at her as a warning. The 2 of them found a table inside and sat down. Xiaomai asked Shirtu, Big brother, we're going to war soon. This time, we're not going to the Liangzhou garrison. We're going to fight those Yuto for real. Since you like Sister Xiaolan, why didn't you tell her before you left? Shirtu didn't say anything. If you don't say it, she's in Shuajing City. What if Master Sun arranged a marriage for her? Xiaomai looked at her elder brother. We've been in the Liang province guards for so long. Why have you become such a coward? Shirtu shook his head and said in a low voice, I may not be able to come back alive from Jiuquan. There's no need to give her hope and waste her time. He looked at the busy girl in the blue dress and revealed a rare smile. If I come back alive, I'll tell her about my feelings. Xiaomai looked at Sun Xiaolan and then at Shirtu. After a while, she sighed as if she had accepted her fate. All right, whatever you say, big brother. The noodles were quickly served. Sun Xiaolan smiled and said, please enjoy. Then she quickly left. Shirtu looked at them for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. A light rain gradually fell from the sky, washing the limestone tiles in front of the shop until they were sparkling clean. The noodle shop's girl went to clean up the empty bowls. When she arrived at the table, she saw a pot of peach blossoms in front of the 2 empty bowls. This pot of peach blossoms had bloomed early, and some of them hadn't fully bloomed yet. They were shallow and deep, with specks of crimson, like the red snow of spring. She was stunned for a moment, and the image of the taciturn, handsome youth surfaced in her mind. After a while, her cheeks flushed slightly. She picked up the pot of peach blossoms and carefully placed it in the room. The mountain was still the same as before, but the bandit stronghold looked a lot more dilapidated. The man with the scar on his face climbed up the last mound and stared blankly at the bandit stronghold in front of him. A child leading a cow by the entrance glanced at him and was immediately stunned. A moment later, he held, "Boss's back," being escorted into the stronghold, and being called boss by everyone, made Wang Ba feel as if a lifetime had passed. After staying in the Liang province guards for a long time, he had learned to obey. As a lowly soldier, it was very uncomfortable to be surrounded by so many people and treated with so much love and respect. He coughed lightly and said, "I came back today to tell you that in a day, I'll be leaving for Jiuquan to fight the Yuto. I also came to see how you guys are doing." Someone squeezed forward and said flatteringly, "After boss left, there weren't many people coming to this mountain. The harvest wasn't good, so everyone started farming. They even raised silkworms. Although it's not as good as when we were bandits, it's better in terms of stability. Second boss said that when summer comes, we'll dig a pond in the mountain to raise fish. In the future, we won't have to worry about food and daily necessities." Wang Ba felt very gratified, but also a bit sour. He put on a fake smile and said, "Looks like you guys are doing well without me." Second boss walked over. He was a cultured man who had read books. Back then, when his family was in decline, he had no choice but to become a bandit. However, he couldn't lift or carry anything. At first, Wang Ba hoped that he could come up with some good ideas. Later, he simply gave up and let him stay in the stronghold to teach the children how to read and write. Second boss said, "Boss saw how fierce the soldiers were in suppressing the bandits and felt it wasn't safe to rob them again. That's why he went to the Liang province guards and joined the army. However, the outside world has been chaotic these past 2 years. Everyone's lives haven't been easy. Now that we're able to be self-sufficient, it's already very good. Our master is going to fight the Wutua people. Without master, how can we have a good life outside? We all miss you. If you want to come back one day, you'll still be our boss." Wang Ba felt a bit better. He snorted softly, "At least you guys have a conscience." He took out a few ingots of silver from the bag he carried with him and lined them up one by one. "This is?" someone asked cautiously. "I did a meritorious service in the barracks. It's a reward from the higher-ups." He waved his hand indifferently, "I'm eating and living in the barracks now. It's useless to keep it. You guys can take it. Buy whatever you want. Don't say that boss doesn't care about your lives." "This?" Second boss hesitated for a moment. "You exchanged this with your life. We don't dare to take it. I told you to take it, so take it. Stop talking nonsense." Wang Ba glared at him. "You dare to talk back?" Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to refute. The children at the side surrounded Wang Ba and all of them pounced on him, shouting, "Boss, you're amazing. Boss is the best." Wang Ba was squeezed until only his head was sticking out. He said angrily, "Don't step on me. Get off." When the crowd saw the commotion, they lowered their heads and laughed softly. In the shabby thatched hut, there was a rare big pot of mutton stew on the table. The 11 or 12-year-old boy was at the age when he could eat a lot. His mouth was full of oil and his cheeks were bulging. Hong Shan said, "Eat slowly. No one will fight with you." "Brother," the child looked up and said vaguely, "Next time you come back, let's eat mutton stew again." Hong Shan laughed, "Okay." The old woman next to him shook her head in disapproval. "You listen to him. What if this child is spoiled? Aching is so obedient. How can he be spoiled?" Hong Shan smiled and touched his younger brother's head. He sighed, "Aching is much taller now than when I left. In a few years, he'll be able to take charge." In their family, there were only a pair of brothers and an old mother. Xiaomai and her brother were about the same age, but his younger brother was only 12 years old. Hong Shan didn't have much ability in his life. He didn't expect to enter the Liang province guards and meet a group of powerful brothers. However, he was willing to place all his beautiful hopes on his younger brother, hoping that he could bring glory to his ancestors. Aching, he looked at the young boy who was happily eating a mutton leg. When I first came to the barracks and met Marquis Wuan, she was even thinner than you. But later, she became the leader of the Liang province guards. Is she really that powerful? More powerful than brother? Aching asked curiously. Hong Shan smiled, she's much more powerful than me. He looked at the young boy in front of him, she can eat as much as you. So Aching, you have to work hard when I'm not here. Maybe in the future, you can also become someone like Marquis Wuan. Marquis Wuan is a woman, I'm a man. How can I be Marquis Wuan? The young boy couldn't take it. If I want to be someone like General Feng Yun. Hong Shan and the old woman looked at each other, then lowered their heads and smiled. Okay. You can be General Feng Yun. Hong Shan smiled, then after brother leaves, you have to focus on studying and practicing martial arts. Don't make mother angry, okay? I know. Aching patted his chest and promised, brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of mother. Ashan, the old woman looked at Hong Shan, her gaze gentle and worried, swords have no eyes on the battlefield. You have to be careful. Hong Shan pushed a bowl of soup in front of the old woman, don't worry, mother. I'll take good care of myself. Capital Martial Arts School. Director Jiang was having a duel with the young master, Jiang Jiao. Both of them used long spears. Curator Jiang used the long spear to perfection back then, but now, his son, Jiang Jiao, had already surpassed him. Just like his name, the long spear was like a flood dragon coming out of the sea. It was beautiful and ferocious. With a horizontal strike, the tip of the spear was already at Director Jiang's neck. As the red tassels trembled slightly, the crowd burst into cheers. Good. The young master is amazing. Director Jiang lost. He has to admit that he's old. Although he lost to his son, Director Jiang didn't get angry. Instead, he showed a proud expression. Looking at the tall and straight young man in front of him, he felt a great sense of relief. Back then, Jiang Jiao's fiancée committed suicide for love. Jiang Jiao immediately became a joke and couldn't recover from the setback. He locked himself in his room every day and refused to see anyone. His family and friends came to persuade him, but it was useless. Director Jiang only had this one son. He was angry and heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do. It just so happened that the Liangzhou guards were recruiting new soldiers. He wanted to train this kid's willpower, so he forced Jiang Jiao to join the army. He didn't expect that in less than 2 years, Jiang Jiao would become a new man. He was no longer as dispirited as before, and his spear skills gradually improved. If there was one thing that Director Jiang felt fortunate about in his life, it was that day he tore down the Liangzhou guards' recruitment document and threw his stinky son into the army camp. He pretended to be reserved and said, "Your spear skills are quite exquisite." Jiang Jiao smiled and said, "It's because my friend taught me well." He Yan had taught him his spear skills. Thinking about it, he sighed. He Yan's spear skills were far above his own. If he wanted to catch up to her, he would need to put in a lot of effort. Gym Master Jiang walked into the room and took out a long stick wrapped in red cloth. It's for you, Director Jiang said. Open it and take a look. Jiang Jiao opened it and peeled off the red cloth. Inside was a silver spear. This spear was more beautiful and sharper than the one he had brought to the Liangzhou guards. I'm afraid that your original spear won't be enough for your trip to Jiuquan. Our martial arts center has never lacked good weapons. This spear suits your current spear skills better. Jiang Jiao casually swung the spear in his hand a few times. He found it to his liking and immediately said happily, "Thank you, father. Since you've taken the martial arts center's good spear, don't disgrace our Jiang family's reputation." Director Jiang said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, he added, "Of course, you have to protect yourself. Remember, come back alive." Jiang Jiao smiled freely and put the spear behind his back. He said straightforwardly, "Of course." The drizzle was weak. The restaurant was next to the river. An old man in a straw raincoat was fishing. He was as strong as a black bear and held a large knife in his hand. He stroked the prayer beads on his chest and looked at the restaurant in front of him with an exceptionally gentle gaze. This place used to be his home. It was also a spring day like this back then. Their house was close to the river, so they could catch a lot of fish in this season. His brothers would throw the fish carelessly into the bamboo baskets. The girls would remove the scales, clean them up, and roast them until they were fragrant. His parents were still alive back then, and the courtyard was bustling with activity every day. The carefree days seemed endless, and he also seemed like he would never grow up. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. Things remained the same, but people had changed. His original family was long gone. The house that used to be filled with memories had become a wine shop. And he was all alone. He didn't even have anyone to say goodbye to before he left. The woman selling wine enthusiastically called out, "Big brother, do you want a bowl of apricot wine?" Huang Xiong turned his head to look. After a while, he nodded and said, 3 bowls. Okay, the woman replied with a smile. He placed the knife on the table and waited for the woman to bring 3 bowls of sweet wine. The wine was sweet and refreshing. It wasn't expensive, but it reminded him of his mother's osmanthus wine. Huang Xiong raised his head. Under the eaves outside the window, raindrops fell drop by drop, smashing a small hole in the ground. He looked and looked, then suddenly shook his head and smiled. Actually, it was nothing. Sitting here now was like sitting in his old home. This woman's care could be considered a mother's advice. The sound of the rain outside was like the noise of younger siblings. And this knife, it was a close friend that would accompany him on his journey. The fierce man raised his head and drank the 3 bowls of wine one by one. He put down the money in his hand, got up, and strode away. Only the rain falling under the eaves was neither fast nor slow. It was exceptionally long. Today, the atmosphere in the Lin family in the capital was strangely cold. Mrs. Lin used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Looking at the person in front of her, she sobbed, "My son, why did you have to run to Ji County? Do you know that there are endless wars there? You don't know martial arts. If you ran into a Yudo, what would you do? Mother only has you as my darling. If something happened to you, what would mother do?" That's enough. Lin Mu frowned and said, "What's the point of crying? What if the servants see you like this?" Mrs. Lin didn't give up and pointed her spear at Lin Mu, "You useless thing. Go tell the emperor to let He come back. Why don't you go in his place? You've already lived for so many years. My son is still young. Woo. He's so weak, how can he go to the battlefield?" Lin Xuanhe, for the first time, he realized that when his mother cried, there were so many tears. "Mother, I asked the emperor myself. I wanted to go. Please don't blame father." Lin Xuanhe said, "This is a good time to make a contribution. Our Lin family can't only treat women. If I go and make a contribution, our Lin family will be famous in Dawei." "Who cares?" Mrs. Lin scolded, "our family doesn't lack money." For the first time, Lin Xuanhe felt helpless when it came to women. He looked at his father. Lin Mu frowned slightly and asked, "Have you really thought it through? That's a battlefield." "Father, it's not like I haven't been to a battlefield before. Didn't I already run into a Yuto in Jiang? I was fine. You're worrying too much. My luck has always been good. Nothing will happen." But Mrs. Lin still wanted to say something, but someone's voice came from behind, "Shuanghe, come with me." It was Lin Qingtan. Lin Xuanhe finally found a chance to slip away. He hurriedly said, "Grandfather is calling for me." He quickly followed Lin Qingtan. When they reached the study, Lin Qingtan turned around and looked into Lin Xuanhe's eyes. He asked, "You insist on going to Ji County. Is it because of the plague?" Lin Xuanhe was stunned. He then smiled and said, "Grandfather is wise. Yudo had killed innocent people in Ji County. Corpses were piled up like mountains. When he heard that there was a plague, Lin Xuanhe volunteered to go there to deal with the plague. Have you really thought it through? The battlefield isn't like the capital. It's a place where you can lose your life at any time, Lin Qingtan said. Everyone in the capital knew that the youngest son of the Lin family was quite talented. Unfortunately, the situation was absurd and he couldn't achieve great things. Perhaps even Lin Shuanghe's father, Lin Mu, thought so too. The Lin family's hope for this junior was that he wouldn't cause any trouble for the rest of his life and live a peaceful life. That was enough. Grandfather. The young man who was always smiling showed a serious expression for the first time. If it was a peaceful time, I wouldn't be wrong to specialize in women's medicine. But the situation is urgent and the Lin family is afraid of death. They don't deserve to practice medicine. This trip to Ji County is not only to treat the people who have been infected with the plague. The injured soldiers in the army also need to be treated by military doctors. Although the battlefield is dangerous, grandfather has taught me before. As a doctor, you must have the heart of a living person. You must not have a selfish heart. I am the young master of the Lin family. But first, I am a doctor. Lin Qingtan looked at Lin Shuanghe in front of him. His eyes flashed. After a long time, this old man revealed a gratified smile for the first time. A doctor is benevolent. You already have a benevolent heart. This is very good. Go to Ji County, he said. Dr. Lin, that is also your battlefield. He Yan accompanied He Sui and He Yunqing the day before she left. When He Yunqing found out that she was going to Jiuquan, he was extremely agitated and scolded. I know you're skilled, but He Yan, that's Jiuquan. In the past, whether it was in the Randu or Jiang, at least you didn't fight alone. You've never led an army by yourself, so how could you fight against those Yuto? Those Yuto are cunning and cruel. As soon as they broke through Jiuquan, they started to massacre the city. You're a woman, if you were really captured. He Yunqing shuddered. That would be hell that was more painful than death. He Yunqing. He Sui shouted, speak properly. The young man shut his mouth, but his gaze towards He Yan was still filled with endless worry. No matter how much the new recruits of the Liangzhou guards worshipped He Yan and told him that He Yan was omnipotent, in the hearts of the He family's father and son, He Yan was always the weak little girl who clamored to buy new clothes and lipstick. When a delicate plant was moved into the wild, it was already fortunate that it could survive after being exposed to the sun and wind. How could they let this plant fight and kill, fight for its life? It was simply ridiculous. The imperial edict has already been issued, and the commander's seal is also in my hands, He Yan said helplessly. Yunqing, calm down. I haven't gone to Jiuquan yet, and you've already arranged for my defeat. If this reaches the emperor's ears, our He family will be in big trouble. He Yunqing was dumbfounded by her words. After a while, he said, isn't it all because you're trying to be brave? A real man, He Yan teased him, the country is in danger, and it needs people. How can you only think about yourself? The teachers in your academy usually don't teach you like this, right? I don't care so much, the young man gritted his teeth and said, I only care about my family. Besides, if you let me go in your place, I'll go without saying anything. What's wrong with the imperial court? There are so many men, yet they let a woman charge at the front. He Yan smiled. Yunqing, what are you talking about? Wasn't General Fei Hong, whom you admired in the past, also a woman? She patted the young man's shoulder. I didn't think too much about it, and I didn't think that I should hide behind just because I'm a woman. But because I thought I could go to war, I went. This has nothing to do with men or women. Yan. He Sui looked at her. His eyes were a little red, but he still had to look generous and carefree. Well said. Father thinks so too. You're a child with a mind of your own. Since you took the initiative to go to Jiuquan, you must have a plan in mind. Father won't stop you. Don't listen to Yunqing's nonsense. Father believes that you can definitely beat those Yudo. As he spoke, he began to choke with sobs. If He Sui wasn't too old and didn't have much talent, He Sui would have picked up his sword and rushed to the battlefield with He Yan. It would be a lie to say that he was relieved. He only had this one daughter, and he raised her like a treasure. Previously, He Yan had secretly gone to the Liangzhou guards, which made him worried for a long time. Now that they were going to face those Yuto with real swords and spears, how could he be relaxed? However, if this was the path that He Yan had decided to take, as her father, the only thing he could do was to help her. Father has wondered before whether our He family would have a general in the future. But I always thought it would be Yunsheng. I didn't expect it to be Yan Yan. He looked at the girl in front of him with emotion. Who would have thought that the arrogant and unrestrained girl who always clamored to buy new rouge would now become a heroine who led an army and personally went to the battlefield to fight against the enemy? He felt proud and sad at the same time. He was proud that He Sui's daughter was so outstanding that no man in the world could compare to her. He was sad because when a girl went to the battlefield, what she had to face was cruelty and darkness that no other girl had ever faced. However, if she wanted to be an eagle in the sky, then she should be allowed to fly in the sky, and not be a kite with a string in her hand. She had her own world, even if that world was far away that he, as her father, couldn't touch. Father believes that your mother will definitely protect you from the heavens, He Sui said. He Yan looked at He Sui. He Sui, this father, was tolerant and magnanimous. Even now, he was completely thinking of her. Even if his heart ached unbearably, he would never show it, and would never pretend to be a tool to tie down his daughter. How fortunate was she that they were her family. Father, don't worry, He Yan held He Sui's hand. His father's hand was broad and rough, and his fingertips were thick with calluses from years of hard work. I'll be back soon after I defeat those Yuto. She paused after each word, as if she was making a promise. I'll definitely be back. The day before they left, He Yan and Xiao Ju went out in the evening and sat in the carriage to Fonglulu. Lin Xuanhe had booked the entire Fonglulu today and invited a few friends to see them off. He was a spendthrift, and this time he was going to follow them to Ji County. He didn't know when he would be able to squander again. When they arrived at Fonglulu, the waiter downstairs led them upstairs. When they went upstairs, only Lin Xuanhe was there. The table was filled with food and wine, and in the middle of the table was a copper pot. In the pot, mutton was boiling, and the aroma assailed their nostrils. Lin Xuanhe was talking to the beautiful zither player. They didn't know what he said, but the girl kept laughing. Brother Lin. He Yan called out to him. Lin Xuanhe turned his head and saw He Yan. His eyes lit up, and he walked over and complained, "Why did you guys come so late? I've been here for a while, and I thought you guys wouldn't be coming today." He Yan looked around. Just the three of us? Just the three of them, and they ordered such a big table. Lin Xuanhe was really a prodigal son. How could that be? I called Yan Nongguang and his wife to come over as well. In any case, we're leaving together tomorrow. Today, I'll treat it as a farewell for everyone, and also for myself. However, Lin Xuanhe waved his fan. Yan Nongguang, why are you so late? Could it be that you know you're going to the battlefield tomorrow, so you hid at home and cried today? Lin Xuanhe, who are you scolding? Who's hiding at home and crying? As they were talking, someone's voice came from outside. They turned their heads and saw Yan He supporting Xianxia as they walked in. He glared at Lin Xuanhe. Who's the coward here? Didn't you invite us here today to build a good relationship with me, so that I can protect you when we get to Ji County, so that you won't be killed by those Yudo? He sneered. Don't think I can't tell. He Yan noticed that Xianxia was being supported by Yan He. He asked with concern, Miss Xianxia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Although she should be calling Xianxia Madam Yan, He Yan still preferred to call her Miss Xianxia. Xianxia was gentle and patient. It was hard to imagine how she ended up as husband and wife with Yan He, who had such a bad temper. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. He was about to speak when Yan He interrupted. He wanted to show off, but he didn't want to be too direct. He pretended to be calm and said, "It's nothing. It's just that she's pregnant now, so she should be more careful." Pregnant? He Yan was stunned. Lin Xuanhe said excitedly, Madam Yan is pregnant? Come, let me take a look. He reached out to grab Xianxia's hand. Yan He slapped his hand away and stood in front of Xianxia. He said angrily, what are you doing? I'm taking Madam Yan's pulse, Lin Xuanhe said. I'm the white cloth divine physician, and I specialize in treating women. Let me see how Madam Yan's fetus is. Get lost, Yan He kicked him. I've already seen the imperial physician in the palace. She's doing very well. you don't have to worry about her. Madam Yan, look at him. Lin Shuanghe held his fan tightly and said in a low voice, you have to take care of him. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Yan's gaze fell on He Yan. He Yan was puzzled. He looked at Xiao Ju, who was sitting at the table, and suddenly said proudly, Xiao Huijin, I'm going to be a father. I heard that, Xiao Ju replied coldly. I'm going to be a father before you. Yan, he emphasized, I'm going to be a father before you. Yan, he must have been a gamer in his previous life. What was there to compare? Furthermore, she and Xiao Ju had only been married for a short time. Yan, he had been married for a long time. How could they be compared? The competition was simply too unfair. Yan was thinking when Xiao Ju suddenly looked up and glanced at him. Yan, ? The next moment, second young master Xiao said slowly, who told you that you're going to be a father before me? His smile froze, what do you mean? Your son isn't even born yet. My daughter can already recite books. He stared at the teacup in his hand and smiled slightly. Lin Shuanghe spat out a mouthful of tea. Yan, was Xiao Ju talking about the time when she was drunk and asked Xiao Ju to recite a book to him when they were in the Liang province guards? Lin Shuanghe covered his face with his fan and said, yes. Huijin is going to be a father before you. I can testify to this. It's true. My daughter is so obedient. She can recite everything. How is that possible? He panicked when he heard this. He rushed forward and questioned, she can even recite books? Your illegitimate daughter? Xiao Huijin, you actually have an illegitimate daughter. When did this happen? Wow, everyone says that you're arrogant and look down on everyone. I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. And you? He looked at Yan with disappointment and scolded, you look like a hero who kills enemies on the battlefield. How can you tolerate this? Why didn't you use a knife to chop off this bastard's head? Yan, are you afraid that the Xiao family will oppress you? His eyes narrowed and waved his hand, I'll support you. Tomorrow, we'll divorce. Xiao Ju frowned slightly. Yan Nongguang, he said calmly, I don't want to fight today. Who's afraid of you? He rolled up his sleeves eagerly when he heard this. Bring it on. Nanguang, Xianxia shook his head disapprovingly and said softly, young Master Lin is treating us today. How can we fight? Besides, military Governor Xiao was joking with you. Why do you take it seriously? When Xianxia said this, he immediately became listless and said, okay. The mutton is cooked. Let's sit down and eat. Lin Shuanghe asked them to sit down. When they sat down, he nudged Xiao Ju with his arm and said softly, Huijin, you're really good. Xiao Ju couldn't be bothered with him. Lin Shuanghe treated the Lin family's money like water. He always ordered the most expensive dishes. A table of dishes cost a table of silver. However, you get what you pay for. Feng Le restaurant's dishes were the best in the capital. Yan originally thought that even though he was henpecked, he was still a general and would be careless. He didn't expect he to be able to impress him this time. Xianxia remembered what he could eat and what he couldn't drink better than anyone else. Yan guessed that the servants in the palace who served the imperial concubines were probably at this level. As he served Xianxia, he said, hey, do you guys know Yang Mingji? When Xiao Ju heard this name, she didn't react. Instead, Lin Shuanghe paused and asked, what's wrong? It wasn't like that before, he lowered his voice, Guan Yan agreed to open a market in Dawei for the Yuto. As the governor of Jinling, Yang Mingji opposed it and almost lost his position. I don't know what happened, but I heard that the Yang family had a falling out with him because of this. Yan glanced at Xiao Ju and asked, what happened after that? After the emperor ascended the throne, he appreciated his actions. He also saw that when he was in Jinling, he was clean and had outstanding achievements. He wanted to transfer him back to Shuajing, but he was rejected by Yang Mingji. Don't look at me, I don't know why he refused. He shrugged, even though he is in Jinling now, I think that the emperor admires him. He will return to Shuajing sooner or later. The Yang family must be regretting it now. Why didn't I see that old Manyang was this kind of person? No one answered him at the table. What happened to you guys before? He was very curious about Yang Mingji. He asked Xiaoju, what kind of hatred can be so far away? How many years have passed and you still remember it? Xiao Huijin, he said, as a man, you should be magnanimous. What kind of man are you if you are so petty? Shut up, Lin Shuanghe rolled his eyes at him, I think you are the most petty person at this table. I didn't part ways with my close friend. Forget it, Lin Shuanghe said disdainfully, do you have a close friend? Lin Shuanghe. He Yan picked up a piece of radish and put it in Xiaoju's bowl. When second young master Xiao was not in the military camp, as long as he ate outside, he would eat vegetables. He probably minded that others did not clean it well. He Yan felt that he was too particular, but, forget it, everyone had their own habits. She interrupted Yan He and tried to change the topic, Miss Xiao, do you want the child in your belly to be a young master or a young lady? Xia Xiao smiled. She couldn't be considered an outstanding beauty, but she had her own gentle charm. She said, young master or young miss, I like them both. He Yan asked Yan He, what about General Yan? I don't care if it is a young master or young lady. As long as it is my wife's child, of course I like it. Once Yan He mentioned his unborn child, his tail was about to reach the sky. He said proudly, if it is someone else's child, whether it is a young master or young lady, I will hate it. He Yan, this person was really arrogant. He did not know how other people's children had offended him. Lin Shuanghe also asked Xiao, sister-in-law, have you named the child? This? Xiao showed a troubled expression. I have my own ideas, Yan He interrupted, if it is a daughter, then she will be called Yan Muxia. He Yan. Is this the meaning of admiring Miss Xiao? I couldn't tell that you didn't know anything about poetry, but now you are quite smart. Yan He said proudly, how is it? Do you think that I am good at naming? He Yan did not know how to respond. Yan He probably did not realize that although it was a good thing that he loved his wife, every time he proudly showed off his love for his wife, he seemed a little, no, he was exceptionally stupid. You are really good at naming. He Yan was very supportive, then what if it is a boy? Yan He showed a lack of interest, then he will be called General Yan Liang. I hope that when he grows up, he can also be a general as outstanding as his father. What kind of person is this? Lin Shuanghe mocked, even at this time, he still doesn't forget to put gold on his face. Lin Shuanghe. Yan He said angrily, when you go to Ji County, do you still want to live? Yes, Lin Shuanghe cupped his hands, I hope that General Yan will save this young master's worthless life when the time comes. Only then was Yan He satisfied. He Yan bit into a lamb leg and asked, however, Brother Lin, you going to Ji County is really out of my expectations. I thought that even if you were to go to the battlefield, you would go to Yunzi or Jiuchuan. If he went to Yunzi, he could go with Xiaoju. If he went to Jiuchuan, he would be with her. It was not that he was boasting. Speaking of which, Lin Shuanghe's relationship with her or Xiaoju was obviously better than He Yan. However, she later understood that there was a plague in Ji County right now. If Lin Shuanghe wanted to go to Ji County, it must be because of the plague. Mimi, Lin Shuanghe had called her sister-in-law a few times before, but in the end, he felt awkward and called her Mimi in the end. He said, I know the abilities of you and Huijin. With me or without me, there is not much difference. General Yan is different. If I am not present, what if he gets injured and there is no godly doctor to treat him? What will happen if the war is delayed? His relations with people are very bad. If those military doctors take the opportunity to poison his medicine, TSK, how tragic. Yan He was furious, Lin Shuanghe, I think that nothing good comes out of your filthy mouth. How could I get injured? This is ridiculous. Let me tell you, in the future, don't beg me to save you. Get lost. He Yan knew that Lin Shuanghe was just spouting nonsense. He looked like a playboy, but in fact, he had a lot of ideas in his mind. How could a man raised by the Shua Jing's Lin family be afraid of death? He Yan raised the cup in her hand. Because they had to set off tomorrow, she did not dare to get drunk today. She only switched to sweet rice wine. She said, Miss Yuxian gave us a jar of bifeng wine earlier, but let's not drink it today. After we defeat those Yudo, we will come to Feng Lulu and ask Brother Lin to prepare a table of good dishes for us. Then, we will not waste the wine. For now, let's just make do with this rice wine. Let's hope that we can defeat the enemy and win every battle. Let's hope that we can return victorious. What do you think? Good. Lin Shuanghe was the first to clap. Well said. Xiao Ju glanced at her and smiled. The 5 cups collided in the air and made a crisp sound. It was like the sound of weapons clashing. It was also like the sound of a horn announcing victory. Cheers. All good things must come to an end. It was late at night. Feng Lulu was only left with a mess of cups and plates. The young people had already dispersed, fighting for the last bit of warmth. In the room, a beautiful woman was folding clothes one by one and putting them into a bundle. A man who walked into the room saw her and snatched it away. Xianxia, I told you not to do these things. He pulled her to sit in front of the couch. You are pregnant now. You should be more careful. What if you get tired? Xianxia said, I am only pregnant. Why do you have to make it sound so serious? You are pregnant and you are not serious? He made a fuss about nothing. Anyway, there are servants to do these chores. You just have to take care of yourself. Xianxia was silent. I just remembered that you did not have time to wear 2 sets of new clothes. This time I will bring them for you. He rarely returned to the capital these 2 years. Sometimes, he would leave the capital before he could wear the new clothes that Xianxia prepared for him. I am going to war. There is no need to dress so nicely. He said without thinking, there is no need to bring so much. Xianxia was silent. Her silence made he panic. Every time before he went to war, he was most afraid of Xianxia's silence. Xianxia's daughter was gentle and strong. When he was young, he had seen his family members cry for him to stay when he went to war. Even his own mother was like this. However, Xianxia was never like this. At most, he would be silent like this. However, this silence made him feel even more guilty and pity. As a general, when the country was in trouble, he would not shirk his duty. He had lived until now and was worthy of being the ruler of heaven and earth. The only thing he owed was his wife and children. He hesitated for a moment. He pulled Xianxia into his arms and sighed softly, Xianxia, I have wronged you. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she smiled. What grievance is this? You went to Ji County in order to protect the Great Ways territory. Wasn't I able to live peacefully in the capital also because of your protection? But I. He frowned. When you were pregnant, I couldn't be by your side. Being able to have a child with Xianxia was something to be happy about, but it also came with regret, disappointment, worry, and guilt. Since I married you, of course, I already expected this day to come. Xianxia smiled. The situation is critical. Even if you're not in Shuajing, the little guy will understand. He looked at Xianxia's lower abdomen and covered it with his palm. He murmured, I don't know if it's the young master or the young lady. When I heard what you said at Finla restaurant today, I thought you didn't care. Xianxia chuckled. I don't care whether it's a boy or a girl. After all, it's my blood. If it's really a son, do you really want him to be a general like you? Xianxia asked. He thought for a moment. I do want him to be a general, but if he doesn't like it and wants to be something else, that's fine. Besides, if our Muxiao wants to learn martial arts, that's not a problem. My classmate, General Fei Hong, was also a girl. If our Muxiao wants to be the second General Fei Hong, as her father, I will definitely support her. However, I'm much better than the father of the He family. I will definitely teach her everything I know and let her surpass General Fei Hong. Xianxia stared at him and nodded. I understand. You still like the young lady. Seeing that he was exposed, he was not angry. He said, that's right. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he leaned his head on He's shoulder and said softly, if. I'm saying if, when Muxia is born, it'll be good to have you by her side. He was stunned. Once the war started, no one could say for sure when it would end. Maybe they could make it in time, maybe they couldn't. He held Xianxia's hand. I'll try my best. Xianxia, I also want to see our child being born. The night in Shua City didn't seem to be as cold as before. The heater in the room was removed. He Yan took a bath and went to the bedroom. He saw Xiaoju sitting in front of the table, wiping her sword. She held drinking autumn in her hand. It didn't look like a sword, but more like a rare treasure. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful sword could be so sharp on the battlefield that it could cut the enemy's golden sword and split the enemy's arrow in half. He used a silk cloth to wipe away the last specks of dust on the tip of the sword. Just as he put the sword back into its scabbard, he saw another sword in front of him. It was accompanied by the laughter of the person beside him. Military Governor Xiao, help me wipe it too. Xiaoju glanced at her. He Yan looked at him with a grin. After a moment, he silently took the sword, pulled it out, and really began to help her wipe it. He Yan sat down in front of the table. Qingling and Drinking Autumn were two completely different swords. It was reasonable to say that a woman's sword should be light and agile. However, Qingling was very heavy. Even if a man held it, it wouldn't be easy. The body of the sword was green and simple. At first glance, it looked very ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, it was very different. It was just like the owner of the sword. He Yan rested his chin on his hand as he looked at the young man in front of him. He had also just taken a bath, and was only wearing a jade-colored inner garment with a casual outer garment. His attire was not very proper. He was originally a lazy beauty, but he had to meticulously wipe his sword. Thus, there was a bit of austere coldness mixed together, and it made people unable to move their eyes away. Xiaoju noticed He Yan's gaze and asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm thinking." He Yan didn't hide anything. "Your face is indeed worthy of the title Jade Face Commander." For a general to look like this, it was an insult to the other generals. Xiaoju's mouth twitched. It was very strange. He didn't like others to talk about his appearance. Judging a person by appearance was a superficial thing. However, whenever He Yan directly praised his appearance, he didn't feel disgusted. In fact, he even enjoyed it. Sometimes, Xiaoju would reflect on himself and wonder if he had become superficial. That was why he was happy. He Yan waited for him to finish wiping the sword. Then, he put the sword back into the scabbard and stood up to hang the two swords on the wall. As soon as Xiaoju finished hanging the swords, he was hugged from behind. He Yan loved hugging him like this. It was like a child clinging to an adult. Perhaps it was because she was too short, or perhaps it wasn't because He Yan was short, but because Xiaoju was too tall. In any case, every time she hugged Xiaoju's waist, her expression would be filled with pure happiness. This happiness would make people feel warm in their hearts. Heroine, the young man stood motionless. His voice carried a hint of mockery. "Are you going to strangle me to death?" Her disapproving voice came from behind. "I haven't even used my strength yet." "Military Governor Xiao, why are you so weak?" Then, she reached out and touched his waist. "Xiaoju." He Yan. He Yan touched the sachet on his waist and pulled it over. She held it in her hand and said, "Xiaoju, is this how you advertise my needlework?" Xiaoju turned around and looked at the sachet in her hand. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "That seems to be mine." He Yan was speechless. She didn't notice it at first. However, when she left today, Lin Shuanghe said to her, "Sister He, what's with that ugly sachet on Huijin? He's the second son of a Xiao family. It's really unsightly for him to wear such an ugly accessory. Since you're his wife, you should pay attention to it occasionally." He Yan paid attention to it. It was fine if she didn't, but once she did, she felt both angry and amused. Previously, Bai Rongwei had given Xiaoju a protective talisman. The protective talisman was placed in a sachet. At that time, out of some secret thoughts, He Yan had embroidered a moon in the sachet. To be honest, the moon was not very beautiful. However, it was still a token of her goodwill. Now, it seemed that Xiaoju had discovered the secret. However, even if she discovered it, why did she? Flip the sachet upside down and show the embroidered side. Anyone who saw it would only think that it was an ugly sachet. You didn't tell them that I embroidered it, right? Xian asked nervously. It's so ugly. I definitely didn't embroider it. Xiaoju laughed. Oh, I only told them that it was my wife who embroidered it. Xian's heart turned to ashes. She returned the sachet to Xiaoju. It's fine. You've already embarrassed yourself. However, don't you think that it's ugly when you wear it? This was like the elegant Prince Lin Xuanhe holding an iron hoe as a decoration. Ugliness was secondary. The main thing was that it didn't match. Is it? Xiaoju fastened the sachet to the button of her outer garment. I think it's not bad. Xian thought to himself, could it be that being blind is contagious? He turned around and looked at Xian. When we arrived at Yunzi, when I saw it, it felt like I was looking at you. Xian. Are you trying to say that I'm ugly? He was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed and said leisurely, your way of thinking is always different from ordinary people. Xian also laughed. How was she different from ordinary people? It was just that she didn't want to make the atmosphere sad. People were always especially vulnerable and sad when they were about to leave. However, she didn't want to. If she knew that her goal was in front of her and she knew where she was going, then she would take big steps forward and walk forward confidently. The so-called weakness was the other side of the armor. Xiaoju, can you promise me something? She asked. What is it? Jiuchuan and Yunzi are not in the same direction. When the war starts, it will take time for news to reach each other. I used to be alone and didn't have any worries. However, you and I are husband and wife now. I want you to promise me that if there's news, no matter what it is, you will do what you have to do. Don't affect the overall situation and don't stop. She looked at the man in front of her. Continue to walk forward. No one could guarantee the outcome of the war. This was the first time she was going to war with her sweetheart. A person couldn't be distracted. When a general was on the battlefield, all his energy could only be used on the battlefield in front of him and the enemy. Every time he was distracted, it was a big taboo. At that time, the so-called husband, son, father, these titles all had to be cast aside. On the battlefield, if it wasn't a soldier, then it was a general. That was all. Of course, she was the same. This sentence also applies to me, Xian said. No matter what I encounter, no matter what I hear, I will lead my troops forward. I won't retreat or stop for anything. The girl's eyes were bright and seemed to be a little apologetic. She hesitated for a moment. You might think that I'm very heartless, I promise you, Xiaoju interrupted her. Xian was stunned. Xiaoju said, you also have to promise me one thing. What is it? He leaned over slightly and gently kissed Xian's forehead. Come back alive. The early spring sun shone on the newly cut window flowers. The sun was cut into small beams of light that sprinkled on the ground in the courtyard. A tall imperial bodyguard walked in from outside with a bundle in his hand. They were about to leave the capital for war. The original imperial bodyguard should also return to the Nine Flags camp and follow them to Yunzi. A petite figure was sweeping the courtyard. Chiwu stood behind the girl. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should call out to her. Logically speaking, he had stayed at the He family for a period of time. Although he didn't do much and did almost nothing to help Xian's personal maid, Qing Mei, had a good relationship with him. At one point, Chiwu even thought that he had a pretty good relationship with Qing Mei. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had been ordered around by a woman. Perhaps it was because of Qing Mei's matter-of-fact attitude that even he was affected. After a long time, Chiwu also began to think that this was how it should be. However, after Xian married into a Xiao family, Qing Mei avoided him as soon as she saw him, as if he was the god of plague. Chiwu was very puzzled, but it wasn't good for him to drag a little girl to ask for an explanation. In addition, there were too many things that happened after that, so he didn't see Qing Mei many times. However, after leaving today, he probably wouldn't see this little servant girl for a long time. Chiwu hesitated whether he should go forward to greet her as a farewell. Before he could decide, Qing Mei turned her head. When she saw Chiwu, she was surprised and said, Imperial bodyguard Chiwu? Oh. I'm leaving. Chiwu scratched his head, I just happened to pass by. After saying this, he didn't know what else to say and planned to turn and leave. Wait. Qing Mei called out to him. She took a cloth bag from the stone table next to her and stuffed it into Chiwu's arms. You came at the right time. If you didn't come, I could only have young madam give it to you. What is this? Chiwu was surprised. Young madam said that Yunzi is close to the sea and is very humid. I made a pair of boots. The soles are a bit hard and waterproof. My craftsmanship isn't very good, so you'll have to make do with it. She emphasized, consider it a reward for helping me sweep the courtyard earlier. Boots? Chiwu lowered his head to look at the cloth bag in his arms. His mood was a bit strange. Qing Mei saw that he was still standing there and said with her hands on her hips, You're still not leaving? Aren't you afraid that young master will order you to serve him if you're late? Chiwu finally regained his senses. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Many thanks. He turned and was about to leave. Qing Mei called out to him again, Hey! Is there anything else? Chiwu asked. She grabbed the broom next to her and turned to walk into the courtyard. As she walked, she said, Knives and arrows don't have eyes. You be careful. Chiwu looked at her back and coughed lightly. It seemed that he wanted to laugh, but he held it back. He stuffed the cloth bag into his arms and strode away. Outside the city gates, it was already crowded with commoners who came to watch the commotion. Their family members had already come to send them off. Beside Xiao Jing, Bai Rongwei grabbed He Yan's hand and repeatedly reminded her to be careful. She then carefully placed a safety talisman in her hand and said, This was consecrated by the master of Yuhua Temple. He asked for a total of 2. One is for you, and the other is for Huaijin. She said, I know that you have a righteous heart, but you also have to protect yourself. He Yan hung the safety talisman and the black jade at his waist together. He smiled and said, I know, eldest sister-in-law. Yan, don't worry and go to Jiuchuan. Father will wait for you at home. He Sui waved at her heroically. He wanted to put on a confident and magnanimous appearance, but his eyes unconsciously turned red. He Yan's eyes also became a little wet. He Yunxing didn't say anything, but when He Yan walked in front of him, he finally couldn't help but remind her, He Yan, you better do what you said. I know. He Yan hurriedly nodded. I will definitely come back alive. Don't worry. She patted He Yunxing's head again. When I'm not here, I'll leave the He family in your care, Yunxing. He Yunxing said, Don't worry. These 3 words were spoken in a powerful and resonant manner. He Yan couldn't describe what she was feeling. Every time she went to the battlefield in her previous life, she was always alone. Now that she had so many ties, she didn't feel restrained. Instead, she was filled with strength. He Xining also came today. She hid in the crowd and was discovered by He Yan. She hesitated for a moment, then stood out and handed the cloth bag in her hand to He Yan. He Xining said, You're a woman. It's inconvenient for you to do everything in the army. Here are some clothes and small things that I personally made. You can use them. He Yan smiled. Thank you, Xining. You're so thoughtful. He Xining pursed her lips. You're going to the battlefield. This is all I can do for you. She called out softly, Sister, you must come back safe and sound. He Yan winked at her. Don't worry. When I come back, I'll use my military merits to exchange for rewards. I'll buy you the most beautiful jewelry. He Xining was amused by her words. On the other side, Yan He urged at the city gate. Marquis Wuan, what are you waiting for? Let's go. I'm coming. He Yan said as he walked over and got on his horse. Xiaoju was beside him. She was dressed in martial attire and had a long sword at her waist. She rode beside him. Xianxia was supported by a maid. He watched as the soldiers and horses left the city. When they could no longer be seen, he gently stroked his lower abdomen and muttered, Muxia, quickly say goodbye to your father. Qing Lisu ran out with his family behind his back. At this moment, he was hiding in the crowd. He asked Song Taotao, who had also sneaked out, when do you think they will come back? The little girl was not annoyed by his question. She only said, I don't know. After a while, she slowly continued, but, I hope that every one of them can come back. The city gate was wide open. Under the sunlight, the wind caused the grass and trees to sway slightly. The soldiers and horses moved forward, like a winding dragon, fearlessly rushing to the battlefield. The banners fluttered in the wind. It was almost the Qingming festival, and it had been raining for days. The rain in the capital had washed the ground clean, and everywhere was lush with life. It had been more than a month since Dewey's soldiers left the capital. Jiuquan was an endless desert. Lady He, the young deputy general, walked into the tent and said to the female official who was drawing on the ground, I have already instructed them to reduce the number of camps. He Yan smiled, thank you. The deputy general looked at the woman in front of him and felt a little emotional. When the Fuyue army that followed General Fei Hong found out that the leader was a young woman, they were unwilling. They could not be blamed for being picky. After following General Fei Hong of Dewey, they could not help but compare themselves to other generals. He Yan, as a woman, daring to go on the battlefield was admirable. However, in reality, she had never led an army on her own before, and they did not know how skilled she was. Even though she had won the battle against Jiang in the Rendu, she had the right army's commander-in-chief with her. Now, she was alone. Fighting a war was different from a simple martial arts competition. Emperor Zhao Kong did this because he was the right army's commander-in-chief. However, within the Fuyue army, they were not truly convinced. In this month, they had only arrived near Jiuquan. Jiuquan was originally a city in the desert, and it was now occupied by Yuto. When He Yan arrived at Jiuquan, she was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, she set up camp near Jiuquan. For the next few days, the soldiers had already started to complain. However, the deputy general knew that things were not as they seemed. He had been in the Fuyue army before, and although he did not have close contact with General Fei Hong, he knew that General Fei Hong dared to take risks. The woman in front of him had not shown her valiant side, but she was more rational and calm. The location of the camp was chosen just right. This location could be used to attack and defend. If there was any movement, it would be easier for them to adjust and retreat. The deputy general was puzzled. He had heard that this was He Yan's first time in Jiuquan, but he seemed to be very familiar with the terrain and had a lot of experience in surviving in the desert. Of course, he had no idea that He Yan was General Fei Hong in the past, and that General Fei Hong had first joined the Fuyue army to fight against the Western Chang people in Mo County. Mo County was not far from Jiuquan and the terrain was similar. Sir. The deputy general's gaze fell on the long scroll in front of He Yan. Are you drawing a map? These Yuto troops are abundant, and they have been plotting for a long time. Although the Fuyue army trains every day, they haven't been on the battlefield for several years. In addition, they suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Huayuan, so their troops are inferior to their opponents. I can't rashly attack and disregard the lives of these soldiers. Before this, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Every day, she asked Shirtu, Wang Ba, and the others to scout around Jiuquan City from afar. They didn't have to go too close, and after they were familiar with the terrain, she would go deeper. After a few days, she finally drew a complete map. With this map, the Fuyue army, which was originally inferior to the Yuto in terms of numbers, would be able to unleash their full potential. However, He Yan sighed in her heart. She knew that the Yuto had rested for many years and would definitely have abundant military equipment. However, when she arrived in Jiuquan, she realized that the Yuto's troops were much stronger than she had imagined. If it was only Jiuquan, it would be fine. If the other three places were also like this battle for the Dewey would be really difficult. For so many years, Emperor Wenxian valued the civil and despised the military. The Dewey's troops had stagnated, and the Yuto had gained the upper hand. It seemed that the Huayuan, Rendu, and even Jiang were all just a pretense. The Yuto didn't show their true military strength. Their goal was to make them lower their guard. That made sense. If it wasn't for that, how could these 4 cities have fallen so quickly? My lord, you have to take care of your health. The deputy general thought for a while and reminded her, My lord, you haven't slept much these few days, it's fine. I know what to do, He Yan continued without raising her head. Seeing her like this, the deputy general didn't say anything else. He bowed and left. After he left, someone called from outside, "Milord He Yan, come in." Jiang Jiao and Zhi came in. Like the other soldiers, they called He Yan Milord He. After all, He Yan hadn't been made a general yet. But in private, they still liked to call He Yan brother He. The two of them were careful and steady in their work. In the current Fuyue army, He Rufei had single-handedly wiped out the elites. There weren't many people who could be trusted. He Yan left some important matters to Shi and the others. She raised her head and looked at the two people who were approaching her. She asked, "Did you find any movements from the Yuto?" Jiang Jiao replied, "There was a group of Yuto that went out of the city last night to scout, but they didn't come close to our tent. They only looked around and left. We followed Brother He's instructions and didn't chase after them. But in the past 2 days, there hasn't been any movement." He asked, "Brother He, do we continue to wait?" "Wait," He Yan said in a low voice, "we won't take the initiative to attack the city. We'll let them chase after us." "Lure the enemy?" Jiang Jiao was startled. "But if they really take the initiative to attack us, won't we be at a disadvantage? After all, the Yuto have more soldiers than we do." "Don't worry," He Yan smiled. "Those Yuto are cunning and suspicious. They definitely won't let all of their soldiers leave the city. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to camp here for so many days and still be safe and sound. They sent scouts out at night to scout the situation. It's nothing more than trying to find out more about us." He Yan stood up and walked to the wooden tray in the tent. There were many small hills piled up with sand. Next to the hills were marks made with grains of rice. She picked up a branch and pointed at it for the two people to see. "Moreover, the place where we're camping is a gorge. The Yuto are afraid that we'll set up an ambush on the road behind us. Of course, they won't dare to act rashly. Previously, I fought with the Yuto in Jiang and Rendu. If Maka and Huayat's people sent word back to the Yuto leader of Jiuchuan should have heard of my name. But he can't be sure if I can really lead troops. He looks down on me, but because of what happened in Rendu and Jiang, he doesn't dare to look down on me. Guess what he'll do?" "Do what?" Jiang Jiao didn't understand. "He'll find a way to prove that I'm not capable. After he finds evidence, he'll look down on me with reason." He Yan smiled. "Although I don't quite understand why the Yuto's generals are always like this, since they want to see a woman who only has a name but doesn't actually know how to lead troops, then I'll show them what they want to see." So, Shi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly brightened up. "Those military camps. If we camp here for a few days and don't make any moves, the Yuto will suspect that we're up to something, so they'll send troops out to investigate at night. If I were the Yuto, I'd definitely think that it must be because the other side's leader is a woman. My subordinates aren't convinced, and they're afraid of the Yuto soldiers in Jiuchuan, so many of them deserted. That's why they underestimated the enemy. When they let down their guard and lead their troops deeper in, then we can set up an ambush." Jiang Jiao was excited at first, but then he thought of something and said hesitantly, "But brother He, didn't you say that the Yuto is cunning and suspicious, so they definitely won't send all their troops out of the city?" "Yes," He Yan looked at him. "So the troops they've sent out should only be a portion. What we need to annihilate is also only this portion. If they really dare to attack with all their troops, we'll be at a disadvantage. Haven't you thought of wiping them out in one fell swoop?" Shi was a little confused. He Yan patted his shoulder. "You haven't been to a real battlefield, so you don't know that a real war can't be ended overnight. The Yuto are much better than us in terms of troops, so we shouldn't use our weakness to attack their strength. I never plan to fight them head-on. Luring them deep in and wiping out a portion of the enemy's troops will be enough to damage the morale of the Yuto. After that, we'll slowly plan our next move. If you want to win a war, you must be patient and calm. Only then can you walk to the end." He Yan smiled. "This is just the beginning." Jiang Jiao and Stone looked at the armored woman in front of them. In the past, when they were in the Liang province guards, they already knew that her skills were exceptional and her wisdom was unparalleled. However, now that she stood here, leading an army, unhurriedly spreading out a net, only then did they slowly and truly understand her abilities. Brother he, Xianxia joked. You've only participated in the Battle of Jiang once more than us. Why do you seem so familiar with it? That's not the same. The woman's lips curled up. I was born to fight. A gust of wind blew from outside, causing yellow sand to fly everywhere in the desert. As the banners fluttered in the wind, the atmosphere became even more desolate. Sure too muttered, Ji County isn't far from here. I wonder how General Xian is doing. Ji County. Yan's gaze became heavy. He heard that the plague there had already spread. Piles of corpses were piled up in the fields outside the city and beside the river. A group of soldiers was digging a very deep hole. Looking inside, one could see corpses wrapped in white cloth. They were already emitting a rotten smell. At first glance, it looked like hell on earth. There was a hut made of straw, and the ground was covered with coarse cloth. Dozens of people were lying flat on the ground. These people were dying, and their bodies showed signs of festering. A young man was brewing medicine at the side, stirring the herbs in the giant vat with a large metal ladle. His body was not very strong, and it was already very strenuous for him to stir the medicinal herbs in this huge vat. Not long after, beads of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. However, from the beginning to the end, he did not have any intention of slacking off. His snow-white robes had long been soaked in mud and blood. His hand, which had always held a folding fan, was now either holding silver needles to treat illnesses or a bowl of life-saving medicine. The plague in Ji County was more serious than expected. After the Yuto took over Ji County, they massacred civilians and abducted women. A large number of corpses were casually thrown into the river. It was also spring, and the plague soon broke out. The Yuto directly chased out all the Dawei civilians who were still alive, leaving them to fend for themselves. When Lin Xianxia and Yan He arrived at Ji County, the fields outside the city were filled with corpses. Lin Xianxia thought that as a doctor, he was used to seeing death. However, when he first arrived, he could not help but be shocked by the tragedy. Yan He's troops were used to deal with the Yuto. There were not many military doctors here. He was the grandson of Lin Xianxia. Originally, everyone advised him not to personally come into contact with these sick people. If he was infected by the plague. However, Lin Xianxia did not listen to these kind advice. If he was afraid of death, he would not have chosen to come here in the first place. The dead civilians could not be buried on the spot. They could only be cremated. After turning into white bones, they were buried in a deep pit. This was already the best method. Even so, they could still hear the cries of their family members who were still alive every day. He scooped the medicinal soup into a broken bowl and left it to dry. When it was slightly cooler, he brought it to the straw shed and fed it to the patients. He was originally a very particular young master. He always had some vanity. Even when he treated female patients in Shua City, he would smile brightly when he saw cute and well-dressed women. But now, the patients here had a strange smell on them. They were dirty and hideous, but he did not dislike them at all. The patient that Lin Xianxia helped up was a woman. She should still be very young. Her appearance was average, even a little too plump. Lin Xianxia scooped up a spoonful of medicinal soup and brought it to her lips. She carefully drank it. Looking at the gentle and handsome young master in front of her, she blushed slightly. Even the pain in her body seemed to lessen. Dr. Lin, I can do it myself, she said in a small voice. That won't do. Lin Xianxia said sternly, how can I let a beautiful lady drink the medicine herself? I am a gentleman who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. The patients in the straw shed heard this and smiled kindly. This Dr. Lin was good-looking and had a good temperament. He was different from the stern and fierce general. He was always smiling. He was also in the mood to joke with everyone. He talked about everything under the sky. Even though they might not be able to see the next morning, even though it was such a tense and sad moment, his attitude never changed. Therefore, with him around, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. It was as if nothing was different from before. It was as if when they woke up, Ji County would still be the same Ji County and everything would be solved. After feeding all the medicine in the straw shed to the patients, Lin Xianxia told them to rest well. Only then did he pick up all the bowls. He rinsed the bowl of medicine with boiling water before stopping. He rubbed his shoulders and finally had the chance to examine himself. However, when he looked at the stains on his body, he stared blankly for a while before giving up. It was because the white robes he brought were all cut into cloth to bandage the wounds of the patients. Now, this was the last piece of clothing. There were no other white robes to replace it. Lin Xianxia walked to the other side. The soldiers that he brought had fought with the Yuto a few times. There were victories and defeats. The terrain outside Ji County City was complicated. The Yuto were in the city and it was easy to defend. The battle was at a stalemate. Fortunately, he himself was not affected by this matter. He seemed to be in good spirits and his morale was high. Moreover, the plague was now slightly under control. The panic did not continue to spread. Even though this battle would not be easy to win for the time being, things were moving in a good direction. In last night's surprise attack, Great Wei had won a small victory. There were many new wounded soldiers and some soldiers who died in battle. The soldiers who died in battle were buried on the spot. Lin Xianxia let the other military doctors treat the wounded soldiers first. He himself took over the most dangerous plague patients. At this moment, he saw a few lightly injured soldiers sitting and talking by the river in front of the tent. He was sitting on the ground, drinking water from his mouth without any care for his image. Lin Xianxia dragged his tired feet and walked over. He spread his hands in front of He was confused. He slapped his hand away. "What are you doing?" "General Lin Xianxia licked his lips. "I was busy treating the patients until now. You didn't even leave me a bowl of wild vegetable soup. I'm starving to death. You should at least give me something to eat." He rolled his eyes at him. He took out a dry biscuit and threw it to him. Eat. You won't choke to death." If it was any other day, Lin Xianxia would definitely argue with him. Today, he was really weak and hungry. He sat down and took a big bite of the biscuit. The biscuit was dry. When he swallowed it, it hurt his throat. The taste was not considered delicious. Lin Xianxia really choked. He looked at him with disdain. He passed the water bottle in his hand to him. "Are you reincarnated from a hungry ghost?" Lin Xianxia quickly took the water bottle and took a big gulp. After he swallowed the biscuit in his mouth, he said, "Big brother, I haven't eaten for the whole day. Being a prisoner is more than that. Not only do you not have any sympathy for me, you even scolded me. Are you human?" He looked at the disheveled appearance of the person opposite him. He subconsciously wanted to say a few harsh words. However, when he saw his stained clothes, he swallowed the mocking words that were about to come out of his mouth. Forget it. To be honest, Lin Xianxia's trip this time was really out of his expectations. Originally, he thought that even though Lin Xianxia had been to the Liang Province Guard before, the Liang Province Guard did not fight a war. In any case, he lived in the guard station and did not have to suffer the hardships of the world. When he really arrived at Ji County, this pampered and spoiled young master would definitely cry to the heavens. He did not expect that from the beginning until now, Lin Xianxia had not uttered a single word. Even though he did not draw his sword and soak in blood with those Yuto at the very front, taking care of those injured soldiers and comforting the civilians who were frightened by the plague was not an easy task. Moreover, it was very dangerous. He snorted and did not reply. Lin Xianxia took a few more bites of the biscuit and drank some water. The food and drink filled his stomach a little. He did not feel as uncomfortable and became spirited again. He looked at Yan Nongguang and said, "Yan Nongguang, I can be considered to have suffered greatly here. When we return to Shuo capital, you must truthfully report my contributions here to the emperor. In any case, I was given an official position. When have I ever suffered so much in my life? What kind of biscuit is, if it was me in the past, even my family's dog would not eat it." This person began to speak nonsense after coming back to life. He laughed coldly, "No one here is forcing you to eat it. Furthermore, I have not seen you suffer much. What time is it now, yet you still have the mood to joke around with women? Lin Xianxia, you really can't change your habit of womanizing wherever you go." Don't speak as if you are full of righteousness, Lin Xuanhe scolded him. You have a wife and a child, but I am still single. How do I know which girl is destined to be with me? Naturally, I have to try. You have already hung yourself to death on a tree, yet you are jealous of others picking flowers and smelling grass. Are you crazy? When Yan He heard this, he was about to retort when a soldier passing by said in surprise, General Yan, you have a child? Yan He glared at Lin Xuanhe. Lin Xuanhe coughed softly. Xianxia's pregnancy had not been announced to the public yet. However, now that someone had heard it, there was no reason for him to deny it. Yan He said, he is not born yet. He is in my wife's womb. The soldier looked to be in his 30s. His face was dark and he had a simple and honest appearance. Hearing this, he also sat down and scratched his head. That's good. When the general returns from this battle, you'll be able to see the child. Just like me in the past. You? Yan He asked, you have a child? Nonsense, Lin Xuanhe could not help but say, do you think you are the only one in the world who can be a father? The man scratched his head and smiled, yes, there are two. The older one is 3 years old, and the younger one is just 1 month old. When I returned this time, I wanted to accompany my wife for a few more days, but I didn't expect the Yuto to come. I told my wife that when I return after the war and get my salary, I will make a silver necklace for my younger son. As for my older daughter, when I left, she cried so much that my heart was broken. Yan He had never been an approachable person. Because of his noble background and arrogant temperament, even when he interacted with his subordinates, he would always be a little arrogant. Today, because this man was also his father, it was rare for him to say a few more words. He asked, do you have a deep relationship with your daughter? You have been living in the military camp, and you don't go home often, right? How can she still be close to you? Lin Xuanhe was puzzled. Are you seeking the experience of your predecessors for the trouble you may encounter in the future? Yan He scolded him, shut up. Then, he looked at the man in front of him, tell me quickly. This? I don't know either. The man was a little confused. It's true that I don't go home often, but every time I go home, I remember to bring her favorite malt candy, buy her beautiful cloth, and ask my wife to make new clothes for her. General Yan, you don't have to worry. People say that daughters are all biological fathers. If your wife gives birth to a daughter, she will definitely be very close to you, General Yan. Yan He was elated by his words, but then, his expression became serious. What if it's a son? Isn't that better? The man said, the general can bring the young master with him. Father and son don't have to be separated on the battlefield. Yan He suddenly understood and looked at the person in front of him. I didn't expect you to be so smart as a father. Lin Xuanhe was speechless when he heard this. After the man was praised by his superior, he laughed foolishly for a while. Suddenly, he became silent again. After a while, he sighed and said, when my daughter left, she kept hugging my leg. I know that she was afraid that I would die on the battlefield. If, he looked at the sky far away, I can go back alive, I will definitely buy her favorite candy cake. Yan He was stunned for a while. After a while, he also looked into the distance. The sky was dyed red by the setting sun. The setting sun was like blood, and the field was gentle and silent. Don't worry, he said, she will definitely eat the candy cake you bought. The yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles, and the dark clouds hung low. The sandstorm kicked up dust as the two armies clashed. After the Dewey troops camped outside Jiuquan City for 5 days, the Yuto in the city could no longer hold back. The number of soldiers decreased by the day, and the marquises from Dewey never faced them head-on. Even the spies they sent out fought with the Dewey soldiers. When the Dewey soldiers reached the city gates, they did not dare to continue the chase. Ever since it was engraved in the Yuto's bones, the news that Maka and Huyate had sent back was treated as an excuse for their incompetence. A woman, who only had a bit of fame because of her husband, was nothing to be afraid of. Even the Dewey's own subordinates could not control her. In just 5 days, half of them had deserted. The Yuto leader was certain that the Dewey soldiers were afraid. That night, he ordered his elite troops to chase after the remaining Dewey troops. When the Yuto soldiers reached the outskirts of the city and walked towards the Gobi Desert, they suddenly heard the deafening sounds of fighting. The Dewey troops who were lying in ambush on both sides fired arrows at the same time. The arrows rained down like a storm, catching them off guard. Right at this moment, another group of cavalrymen charged over with sabers in their hands. The one in the lead was a young woman in red armor. Her eyes were sharp, and she held a pale sword in her hand. It was as if she wanted to cut through the sky. She was unrivaled as she rode on the wind. The two armies clashed, and the sound of drums filled the air. When the Fuyue army was taken in by General Fei Hong, they were like divine soldiers. No one could stop them. Ever since the real General Fei Hong left, they had not been able to hold their heads high like they were today. The frail and petite woman seemed to contain an enormous amount of power within her body. The Fuyue army was like the best blade in her hands. Her formations and ambushes were all exquisite. He Yan crouched on the back of the horse, the long sword was like her arm. She charged into the enemy's camp without any fear. Wherever the long sword flew, blood sprayed and the enemy's head was chopped off from the horse. Her smile lit up the gloomy night in the Gobi Desert. The Yuto was beaten to the point that they had to abandon their armor and flee. The last trace of blood on the long saber was wiped away, and the fierce battle was over. Yuto was either dead or captured. Although the city gate was not broken, the first battle could be considered a victory. The deputy general excitedly found the woman who was walking back. Ignoring his tired body, he ran over and said, "My lord, this battle was won beautifully. My lord, you have a brilliant plan." He Yan smiled. "It's not my doing." Her armor was full of bloodstains, and her face was also stained with blood. Perhaps it was not only Yuto's, but her posture was straight and she did not look tired at all. Instead, her eyes were bright and full of energy. When the Fuyue army saw her, they felt relieved. It seemed that as long as she was here, they would definitely be the winner in this battle with the Yuto. In the army, strength and fists were the most important thing. It was before, the Fuyue army still had some objections to He Yan's leadership and did not understand why she ordered people to reduce the number of soldiers every day. But after this battle, she really won the hearts of the soldiers. Everyone could see the effectiveness of the ambush and the formation. She took the lead on the battlefield and led the soldiers. Her sword was awe-inspiring, and it was not fake. Perhaps, if the real General Fei Hong was here, he would also have the same style. He Yan said, "Let the military doctors treat the injured brothers first. Those who are not injured, clean up the battlefield." She paused and said, "It's daybreak, we still have to attack the city." "Attack the city? It's only been one night, I'm afraid that the brothers..." He Yan smiled and said, "It's not really attacking the city, it's just harassing them." Although this battle was won beautifully, it was not an easy victory. The army that was sent out was the elite of the Yuto. It was difficult for the Fuyue army to fight against them, but they still had the upper hand. And this was only the first step. Someone ran from behind and called out to her while panting, He Darren." He Yan turned around and saw that it was Jiang Jiao. She asked, "What's wrong?" "Brother Sean." Jiang Jiao's face was very ugly, "You should go and take a look." Hong Shan's chest was pierced by the Yuto. After taking off his armor, his clothes were dyed red with blood. Wang Ba and the others surrounded He Yan. The military doctor saw that He Yan came over and shook his head. He Yan walked over. This man who always patted her shoulder with a smile and called her he would never wake up. Hong Shan's skills were not the best among this group of people, but he always tried his best to keep up with everyone's pace. He Yan still remembered that the first person she met when she joined the army was Hong Shan. This man treated her as his thin and weak younger brother and always took care of her. He also once said, "There's nothing wrong with being a soldier, at least you'll be alive." But now, he died on the battlefield. He did not have any keepsakes on him, so there was nothing he could take away. Wang Ba, who always said a few words, did not say anything at this moment. His eyes were a little red. They were all brothers who went through a lot together, and their relationship was deeper than others. But the cruelty of war was that no one knew in advance who would be the next to leave forever. And she did not have the time and energy to grieve here. "Let's bury him," she said softly, stood up, and walked forward. Wang Ba couldn't help but say angrily, "Hey, that's it? Tidy up." The woman's voice was firm and clear, without any unnecessary sadness. At daybreak, attack the city. The city gates opened. Thousands of soldiers and horses were on the mausoleum path, war drums thundering. The young general in silver armor was like a nimble silver dragon in the night, his blade carrying a valiant coldness. Gui de Zhonglong's style of fighting was direct and fierce, pressing forward courageously. The Yan army under his command was the same. The two armies fought, leaving no way out. Although the plague in Ji County was severe, it was now under Lin Shuanghe's control. After a few small probing battles, the Yan army won a few more battles. Today, the city gates were finally breached. It was a true head-on battle. Perhaps it was because Yuto was more afraid of General Feng Yun than Yan He. Most of Yuto's soldiers were sent to Yunzi as reinforcements. The remaining soldiers in Ji County were not as many as the Yan army. Dewei temporarily had the upper hand. Winning a battle was the best way to raise morale. At this moment, the Yan army's morale was at its peak. The surrounding soldiers shouted, "Kill Yuto and get them out of Dewei. Get out of Dewei." Some people laughed and shouted, "After this battle, maybe we will be the first to return to Shuajing." The people who said these words liked to hear them. Everyone knew that General Xian loved to compete with General Feng Yun. If they won this battle and returned to Shuajing first, wouldn't that mean that their general was stronger than military governor Xiao? Yan He also felt good when he heard this. At this moment, he saw the Dewei soldiers fighting Yuto in front of him. They looked familiar. He immediately remembered that this was the man who had told him about his child a few days ago. Yan He still remembered that this man's daughter was only 3 years old. At this moment, he was fighting Yuto with all his might and did not see the arrow flying from behind him. Yan He frowned. He could not be distracted on the battlefield. Perhaps it was the man's desire to return home that left a deep impression. Or perhaps it was the little girl waiting for her father to bring back Tang Guai. It made Yan He think of the unborn child in Xiaoqingxiu's womb. In any case, he flew over and pushed the man away. The arrow brushed past their hair. Yan He heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he heard the panicked cry of someone beside him, "General." Yunzi was close to the sea. Tongji County and Jiuchuan were in two completely opposite directions. The night was as dark as ink. The sound of waves hitting the rocks could be heard from the shore. The wind blew the damp smell of the sea. Looking from the shore, the sea and the sky were one. It was like taking a boat out to sea. If one kept going forward, one would reach the 9 heavens. If there was no war, the scenery here would be beautiful. However, once there was war, the vast and distant became desolate and cold. Torches could be seen in the tent. A young man in black armor was looking at the map on the sand table in deep thought. Someone walked in from outside and said, "Young master, the people you ordered to pass by the city gate with the rice loads have been arranged." Xiaoju nodded. Good. Dewei had 2 famous generals. In the eyes of the Yuto, General Fei Hong was no longer around. The only one left who was difficult to deal with was General Feng Yun. Therefore, Yunzi had the most Yuto soldiers. However, after Xiao Ju led the southern prefecture soldiers to Yunzi, the Yuto did not fight him head-on. Perhaps it was because in the past few years, the Yuto had suffered a lot at the hands of Xiao Ju. Or perhaps they had credited Xiao Ju for the victory of Dewei in the battle between the Rendu and Jiang. This time, they would not act rashly. Therefore, the city gate was closed and they vowed not to leave the city. Fei Nu looked at the young man sitting in front of the table. "Young master, these Yuto have been unwilling to make a move because they want to wear down the southern prefecture soldiers. Although the southern prefecture soldiers and the 9 Flags Battalion soldiers will not be afraid because of this, they will not have enough food as time goes by. This was the most important thing to consider. That's what they're planning." Xiao Ju said. However, he twitched the corner of his mouth and his eyes were cold. The Yuto arrived at Yunzi before the southern prefecture soldiers. Even if there is food in the city, they have more people. The food in the city will not last long. They want to wear us down? The young man's smile was mocking. They will wear us down. The Yuto wanted to wait until the southern prefecture soldiers were starving and had low morale before they attacked. However, as time went by, the southern prefecture soldiers would not be the only ones worn down. The Yuto soldiers would also face the same predicament. So, young master purposely let them carry the rice through the city gate for the Yuto to see? Let them know that Dewey has enough food. Let's see how long they can last. Feinu lowered his head and said, young master is wise. Xiaoju put down the short stick that he used to point out the map and walked out of the tent. There was no moon outside. The patrolling soldiers walked around with torches in their hands. There were also soldiers who sat together and ate their rations. When they saw Xiaoju, they greeted him politely. The southern prefecture soldiers and the 9 Flags Battalion were brought up by Xiaoju. Especially the 9 Flags Battalion. It was different from the Liangzhou Guards and the Fuyue Army. The soldiers were not too close to their superiors. It was not that they were cold-hearted. It was because the right army commander had a cold personality and was very strict about military discipline. The women only saw the good looks of the jade-faced army commander, but the people in the barracks knew that under his good looks was the heart of the king of hell. As a result, the Southern Mansion army didn't even hear a single joke. Xiaoju walked past the tent. A soldier poked Qi Wu who was beside him and whispered, Qi Wu, what is that hanging on the army commander's waist? Is it a sachet? Why is there such an ugly thing hanging on his waist? Qi Wu was speechless. In any case, Xiaoju was one of the most handsome men in the Great Way. Even if he was wearing armor, he would still be able to wear it in a particularly heroic and elegant manner. However, this time, when he was deployed, the accessory on his waist had become a fragrant sachet. It was unknown what it was embroidered with, but this thing was really too conspicuous, making it difficult for people to ignore. The soldiers did not dare to ask. Finally, a brave soldier could not hold himself back and asked Xiaoju's personal subordinate, Qi Wu. That's right. Qi Wu, what is that? Someone else asked, I see that the army commander keeps it on his body every day. It seems like he treasures it a lot. Where did it come from? Qi Wu waved his hand, that was embroidered by the young mistress for the young master. What do you know? Young mistress? The soldiers who gathered around looked at each other. The one who spoke first smiled awkwardly, the young mistress's needlework is really special. It is quite special. Someone nodded and said, the army commander wears such a special sachet on his body every day. Qi Wu, I heard that the army commander dotes on the young mistress very much. Is that true? That's impossible. When have you seen the army commander dote on anyone? Can you imagine? I can't. Qi Wu was annoyed by the questions. He stood up and pointed at them as he lectured, do your night duty properly. What are you thinking about every day? Do you have a wife? Why are you so concerned about others? Be careful that the young master will punish you if he hears this. When he stood up, someone saw the boots on his feet and asked curiously, Qi Wu, your boots are quite special. Why is there a flower embroidered on it? What? There's no flower. Wow, there's really a flower. This must be embroidered by a lady. Qi Wu, when did you have a sweetheart? Why didn't you tell us? You're not loyal enough. What sweetheart? Qi Wu's face turned red. He scolded, don't talk nonsense. He turned and left. Xiaoju walked to the shore. The shore was illuminated by the torches, reflecting the sparkling waves on the water. The night without the moonlight was somewhat chilly. He reached out and untied the sachet on his waist. On the sachet, the crooked moon was looking at him. It was as if he could see through the poor needlework and see the bright smile of the owner. The young man stared at the sachet in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Jiuchuan and Yunzi were too far away. It would take a long time for the news to reach here. He didn't know how her situation was, but she should be able to handle it. He raised his eyes to look at the horizon. The sea was endless. Only the sound of the waves could be heard. It was like the ravings of a lover's dream, scattered little by little in the night of the battlefield. Shua Jing. The wind in the night blew open the window that was not closed properly. The paper on the table rustled in the wind. The person on the bed opened her eyes. She lit the lamp and got out of bed. She walked to the window and looked at the night sky. The capital was quiet. There was not the slightest bit of panic about the war. It was hard to imagine what the soldiers were doing on the battlefield thousands of li away. Behind her, a maid's sleepy voice sounded, "Madam, why are you up?" Xianxia smiled, "It's nothing. I just couldn't sleep." The maid walked to her side and reached out to close the window. She supported her as she walked in. "Madam, be careful. Now that you are pregnant, the spring wind is cold. Don't catch a cold. If the general asks, I will have to suffer." The entire Yan manor knew that although General Xian was arrogant and domineering, he did not like to punish his subordinates. However, as long as it concerned Xianxia, he would be very calculative. When Xianxia first entered the manor, the beautiful daughter of the manor's housekeeper was hostile towards Xianxia. She secretly provoked him. When General Xian found out, he chased her and her family out of the manor. He did not give them any face. Before this expedition, Yan He had specifically told everyone in the Yan manor that if anything happened to Xianxia and the child in her belly, the entire manor would be implicated. General Xian was a man of his word. Of course, the servants were always worried about Xianxia, afraid that something would happen. Xianxia could not help but laugh when he thought of how worried Yan He was. He said, "It's not that exaggerated. I have people looking after me in the manor. The doctor comes to check my pulse every day. I'm not that delicate." The servant girl smiled and said, "The general is also worried about Madam." Xianxia lowered her head and looked at her lower abdomen. She reached out and touched it. She couldn't feel anything, but strangely, she felt as if she could sense the joy of the little guy inside her through the touch of her blood vessels. The servant girl saw her actions and asked with a smile, "If the general can catch up with the birth of the young master or young lady, that would be good. The general loves Madam so much. After the young master and young lady are born, he will be the best father in Shuajing." "If that's the case," Xianxia said with a smile, "he must have thought of how to teach the child." The child had not been born, but he had already named it. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Before he left, he seriously apologized to Muxia. He said that the war was urgent and that he could not accompany her for now. When he returned, he would make it up to her and asked her not to be angry at her father. Who knew if the child in her belly was a Muxia or a Liangjiang, however? Xianxia inexplicably looked forward to it. What would Yan He be like when he became a father? Before she married Yan He, she had seen this young man's fierce and provocative appearance. At that time, she did not expect that this person would become her husband. She also did not expect that the general of Guide, who fought against the heavens and earth outside, would be so obedient to her at home. If he became a father, whether it was a Muxia or a Liangjiang, he would love and teach them with all his heart. He would watch them grow up day by day and become outstanding people. Just like him. "Madam, you miss the general, right?" The servant girl beside her looked at her expression and asked. Xianxia smiled. Under the light, the woman's originally gentle eyes were unbelievably gentle. After some time, she made a sound of agreement and replied seriously, "I miss him. After the Guyu rain, it would be summer soon. At this time of the year, it should be raining non-stop. But in Jiuquan, the desert stretched as far as the eye could see. It was already summer and the sun was long and hot. The soldiers' lips were cracked and peeling. The battle was particularly fierce. After the victory of the first battle, He Yan led the Fuyue army to fight against the Yuto several times. The Wutua people had suffered at the hands of the Marquis of Wuan time and time again. They gradually understood that the Marquis of Wuan was not a useless person who was lucky enough to be appointed an official. Her ingenuity in setting up formations, her bravery in battle, and even her proficiency in swordsmanship made the Wutua people think of the legendary General Fei Hong. It was the same. He Yan began to counterattack after several battles and roughly grasped the Yudo's fighting style. She was very patient and was not in a hurry to attack the city. She only used the tactic of defend when the enemy comes, pursue when the enemy leaves, attack when the enemy leaves. The Yuto could not stand the constant harassment. For a long time, their morale was low and they were depressed and tired. It seemed that they were losing the battle each time. Today was the day to attack the city. A woman in red armor galloped on the battlefield on a horse. Flags and drums shook the sky, and swords flashed. Under her command, the army was as agile as a dragon and rushed toward the enemy's camp with a murderous aura. Her sword was indomitable. The two armies fought and the land was dyed red. Mai was fighting with a strong Yuto man. Although he was young and strong, he was not as good as Shirtu in terms of skill. At this moment, he was using all his strength. Suddenly, he kicked the knee of the man in front of him. The man staggered from the kick. Mai took advantage of this opportunity and slit his throat. His opponent fell. He was relieved, but before he could show a happy smile, he was suddenly pushed to the ground and rolled twice. Xiaomai's heart tightened. He subconsciously raised his head and saw Shirtu holding him with his back. A black arrow pierced his back, leaving only a bit of the arrow feather exposed. Shirtu's lips moved, but he only had time to say two words, "Be careful." Another arrow pierced his back. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood. "Run! Big brother," Xiaomai shouted in grief. On the other side, Wang Ba saw this and rushed toward the two Yuto archers who were lying in ambush. The lively young man who was always smiling was now panicked. Big. Stone strenuously looked at his younger brother in front of him. 2 arrows had hit him in the chest. His strength was slowly draining away. The battlefield was so chaotic, and little Wheat was in danger. Then, the light in his eyes went out. Xiaomai let out a painful cry. Unfortunately, this was a battlefield, and no one noticed his sadness. Death happened at any time and place. Huang Xiong's armor was broken, and there were many wounds on his body and face. He was already very old. He could easily deal with ordinary thieves, but it was a little difficult to deal with these fierce and cunning Yuto. The Yuto in front of him was fighting with him. His hand was cut by a knife, and his flesh was badly mutilated. When he held his knife, he felt a piercing pain. His strength was gradually draining away. Even the golden knife that had accompanied him for many years became extraordinarily heavy, as if it was difficult to wield. The Yuto saw his exhaustion. He laughed and said, "No, this big guy can't take it anymore." Probably because of his majestic appearance and the conspicuous golden knife, the Yuto paid attention to him and shouted, "This knife is mine." Huang Xiong said in a low voice, "In your dreams." He held the big knife in his hand and chopped at the edge of the opponent's knife. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. A long knife penetrated his chest from his back, and he staggered. The Yuto behind him laughed presumptuously. However, halfway through his laughter, the bear-like man shouted and suddenly turned around. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he raised the big knife in his hand and instantly cut off the head of the Yuto behind him. The other man's complacent laughter also came to an abrupt end at the moment when a ray of golden light was about to take his life. The armor on his body was completely pierced by the tip of the knife. He held the handle and pulled it out. The moment he pulled it out, he finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. In his hand, he was still holding the golden knife tightly. For so many years, he had been homeless because of this knife, but it was also this knife that accompanied him for thousands of miles to kill his enemies. He was now alone in this world, and he had no attachments. Before he died, he only had this close friend who had accompanied him for many years to accompany him. But, the strong man looked at the sky. The prayer beads on his chest were warm and dark. In a trance, he saw his mother gently praying in front of the temple for her son to return soon. His sisters were preparing hot dishes. His elder brother was in the courtyard asking his nephew about the homework he had just learned today. It was so peaceful, so comfortable. He closed his eyes in peace, and his expression was unprecedentedly peaceful. The Longzi had been wandering outside for so long, and now, he could finally return home. The city was broken. Their armor and soldiers were withdrawn, and their bones were exposed in the wilderness. The soldiers cheered for this hard-won victory. Everyone who survived had a happy smile on their face. The woman in the lead was in high spirits, and she didn't look tired at all. She was always like this, as if she never had a weak side. It was because of her that the morale of the Fuyue army was rising day by day. Yuto was beaten to the point of abandoning the city and escaping. At this point, Jiuchuan was finally retaken by Dewei. He Yan's face still had traces of blood that he hadn't had time to wipe off. Just as he was about to go and count the spoils of war, he saw Wang Ba walk towards him with a serious expression. The smile at the corner of his lips immediately disappeared. "Come and take a look," he said. "In the past few days of war, people constantly died." The men from the Liang province guard finally realized that this time was different from the previous times. The war made them grow quickly, and made them quiet, determined, and calm. Wang Ba was no longer the person who would shout and shout. These days, he was much quieter. He Yan followed him forward. The soldiers who died in battle could only be buried on the spot. The soldiers who survived were checked one by one to see if they had any keepsakes on them. If they could find them, they would return to Shuajing and give them to their families. Before the soldiers here went to battle, most of them had a letter on them. If they were unfortunate enough to die in battle, their comrades would bring the letter back to their families. He Yan saw Shirtu and Huang Xiong. She understood a long time ago that when people went onto the battlefield, they couldn't decide whether they lived or died. The moment they put on their armor, they were prepared to give up their lives. The people who survived to the end were the least fortunate. They couldn't help but see their comrades leave one by one. First, it was Hong Shan. Now, it was Shirtu and Huang Xiong. Shirtu had died from an arrow. The arrow had been pulled out, and the clothes on his chest had been dyed red. Huang Xiong had died from a blade. Rumor had it that in the end, he had perished together with Tu Yuto. When they finally found him, he was still tightly gripping the blade in his hand. He Yan half knelt in front of the two of them and carefully tidied up their tattered clothes. Xiaomai cried until her voice was hoarse. Her eyes were red. He Yan still remembered the first time she met Shirtu and Xiaomai. They were hunters who grew up in the mountains. They told her about their ambition to join the army. Xiaomai was lively and naive. She loved to eat and play. Shirtu was taciturn and prudent. The war had changed everything. A soldier asked, "Sir, Brother Huang's blade, if such a good blade was used on the battlefield, it would make people envious. He has no family. This blade is his family. It has accompanied him for so many years. It should be buried with him." He Yan looked at the man on the ground, the big brother who couldn't tell the direction and always got lost. Looking at the calm smile on his face, it seemed that he had already found the way home. She stood up. Her sadness lasted for only a moment. She said, "Tell them to come to my tent. I have something to discuss about the war." Her footsteps were firm. She didn't look back. As if to celebrate the victory of retaking Jiuchuan, the moon came out in the middle of the night. The woman in the tent put the last stroke on the map. She rubbed her eyes, stood up, and walked out. She climbed up the city gate tower and looked into the distance. Outside the city, there was a vast expanse of yellow sand. In the distance, the beacon fire shone on the flat ground. The Gobi Desert was desolate. The white city gate tower here was like a lonely boat in the deep sea. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, illuminating the desolate night. She sat down on the ground. Her stomach made a soft sound. She realized that she hadn't eaten anything since the end of the war. He Yan was startled when a dry biscuit was handed to her. Jiang Jiao walked over from behind and sat down beside her. He said, "I knew you probably didn't eat, so I saved it for you." He Yan smiled. "Thank you." She took a bite of the dry biscuit. The coarse grain entered her stomach, bringing her true satisfaction. Jiang Jiao handed her a bottle of water. She raised her head and drank a big mouthful. Her posture was cheerful. There were still traces of mud and blood on her face. She looked particularly haggard. Only her eyes were still as bright as the stars. He suddenly felt a little emotional. In the Fuyue army, everyone said that He Yan was born brave. She commanded troops like a god and never felt tired. Even the men needed to rest after such a big battle. However, since she left the battlefield, she had been counting the results of the war, arranging and commanding the next pursuit, and reanalyzing the enemy's situation. Until now, she hadn't changed her clothes or eaten any dry food. Only now, on the city gate tower, when she sat on the ground, did she reveal a little of her own exhaustion. He heard He Yan's voice. "How is Xiaomai?" "Not so good. Wang Ba has been accompanying her." Jiang Jiao's voice lowered. Half of the Liangzhou guards had left. As for who would be the next to leave, and who would be able to walk to the end and return to Shuajing alive, no one could say for sure. He Yan raised her head and drank a mouthful of water. Her voice was still calm. We have to make him come out quickly. These words were cruel, but Jiang Jiao understood that this was a battlefield. On the battlefield, there was no time for sorrow. He Yan didn't cry, but that didn't mean she wasn't sad. After all, she was a woman. Staying here alone and watching the people around her leave one by one should be very powerless. Brother Jiang Jiao asked. Do you miss the commander? He was answered with silence. After a while, He Yan raised her head and looked far away from the city gate tower. In the desolate desert, only the silver-white crescent moon quietly hung in the night sky. No. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly. It was as if she saw another person through the crescent moon. I know, he's here. The sound of crows came from afar. The cold night wind blew the torches like stars. The young female general stood up and patted the shoulder of the person beside her. Let's go back early. There's still a tough battle to fight tomorrow. She turned and left. Ji region had been raining for days. The rainwater washed away the mud and blood on the ground. If not for the scattered weapons and corpses, Bing wouldn't be able to tell that there had just been a fierce battle. In the tent, a man dressed in hemp clothes looked at the general sitting in the tent. He was shocked and angry. Yan Nongguang, you don't want to live anymore. His last white robe was not spared from the fate of being cut into strips of cloth. From then on, he wore the hemp clothes of a commoner and walked through the Yan family army camp. Today, the Lin family young master no longer had his elegant demeanor. 20 hours a day, his face was dirty and his hands were stained with blood. The battle was getting more and more tense by the day. There were more and more injured soldiers. There were not enough military doctors. And he was the most powerful one here. He was also the one who made people feel at ease. But today, only Lin Shuanghe knew how uneasy he was. He did not pay any attention to him. He only frowned as he counted the results of last night's battle. Last night, the Yan army had defeated the Wutua people. They had killed 10,000 enemies and seized over 1,000 horses. This was a good thing worthy of celebration. Yan Nongguang, did you hear what I said? Lin Shuanghe said anxiously. I heard you. He replied impatiently. Then do you know that you are in danger now? Lin Shuanghe lowered his voice. You will lose your life. That day, he acted and saved the father of 2 children from the hands of the Wutua people. However, he was injured by the Wutua people who had secretly shot him. Although his vital organs were not injured, only his arm was pierced. However, the other party had originally come for him, and the arrow was smeared with poison. Lin Shuanghe could not detoxify the poison. On the battlefield, there were no herbs for him to slowly develop an antidote. The poison was spreading day by day. If he did not find an antidote soon, he would die. But he had been killing and fighting for the past few days. The poison on his wound had spread faster and deeper. It made Lin Shuanghe's heart jump. If he could temporarily put aside the battle, the poison would spread slower and he might be able to last longer. But now, if this continued, maybe, he would not be able to wait until he returned to Shuajing. Have you developed an antidote? He frowned and asked. Lin Shuanghe was startled. He replied dejectedly, no. Since you are going to die, why do you care so much? He said disapprovingly. He did not seem to care at all. It was as if he was talking about someone else's life. He did not even feel worried. Lin Shuanghe asked, do you really want to continue like this? Lin Shuanghe, this is a battlefield. He's voice was solemn. Recently, we have been receiving good news. The Yuto's morale has been greatly damaged. If this continues, we will be able to take back Ji County very soon. At this time, we have to strike while the iron is hot. If we don't take them down when their morale is at its peak, it will be difficult to wait for such an opportunity in the future. On the battlefield, there is no time to rest. Lin Shuanghe closed his eyes. He knew that he was right. What he said was the truth. However, as a medical practitioner, he knew that if this continued, there might be a slim chance of survival, but it would become impossible. You have to know. He spoke with difficulty. If you continue like this and don't rest, at most, 3 months. 3 months. Yan, he said, then we will finish this battle within 3 months. Until now, he was still thinking about the outcome of this battle. Lin Shuanghe could not help but say, even if you don't care, don't you think about Xianxia? Yan Nongguang, your child is still waiting for you to return. Yan He's fingers trembled slightly, but his expression remained normal. He said nonchalantly, since you know, then hurry up and create an antidote for me. Otherwise, what's the use of having you here? Since you are a godly doctor, do you only know how to treat women and not men? If it was any other time, Lin Shuanghe would have stepped forward to argue with someone who questioned his medical skills. But now, he only looked at Yan He. He suddenly understood that even if this person knew that he only had 1 day to live, he would use this last day to be a good commander. On the battlefield, he was not Xia Qingxiu's husband, nor was he Yan Musha's father. He was the leader of the Yan army, the general of Dawei. That was all. I understand. Lin Shuanghe looked at him deeply. I will do my best. He turned and walked out. In front of the table, Yan He raised his eyes and looked at Lin Shuanghe's back. Suddenly, he vomited a ball of black blood. The poison would not only cause him to lose his life, it would also cause him to suffer. But this could not be revealed in front of others. The Yan army needed a backbone. Before they won this battle, he could never fall. Yan He casually pulled a cloth from the side and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His painful expression disappeared and his gaze landed on the defensive map in front of him again. 3 months, he had to end this battle quickly. In the academy, on the green lotus leaves in the pond, pink buds started to appear. Dragonflies swept across the water, their glass-like wings creating a faint ripple. After the beginning of summer, the days became longer. The wind also brought with it warm sunlight. In the afternoon, in the academy, the sun was just right. The youth sat down and dozed off. Good times were always exceptionally long. Someone ran in from outside with joy and excitement. He jumped onto the table in one breath and said, good news, Marquis Wuan, the Fuyue army led by Master He, has taken back Jiuquan and defeated the Wu Tao bandits. The originally dull afternoon was instantly awakened by this news. Really? They took back Jiuquan so quickly? It's true, the news has already spread outside. I just came back from outside. That Marquis Wuan is very powerful. The 4 great generals sent out their troops separately, but the Fuyue army led by a woman was the first to take down a city. So what if she is a woman? Wasn't the original leader of the Fuyue army, General Fei Hong, also a woman? I think Marquis Wuan is also a heroine. Who knows, maybe when she returns to the capital, the emperor will give her a high-ranking official. In the future, she will be the Wuan general. In the corner of the academy, the youth who was sitting there was stunned. When he heard this news, he still couldn't believe it. He Yan won? He took back Jiuquan. Just as he was thinking, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. He Yunxing, your sister is so powerful. She achieved merit so quickly. I think your He family will only soar up in the future. Hey, brother He, from today onwards, we are good brothers. When you become successful in the future, don't forget to help this little brother. Bah. All of you were talking behind Master He's back. All of you are relying on military governor Xiao and don't have any ability. Now, all of you are slapping your faces. That Master He went to Jiuquan by himself, but he was able to send back the news before Generals Yan, military governor Xiao, and Huwei general. It can be seen that he is truly capable. Yes, he is truly capable. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Brother Yunxing, He Yunxing was surrounded by people, but he wasn't blinded by the enthusiastic compliments of his classmates. There was only one thought in his mind. He Yan won, and she was safe, the youth slightly turned his head, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. In his heart, he thought, at least she kept her promise this time. The pomegranate tree in Xiao Mansion became the best place to hide from the sun during summer. The yellow dog was lying under the tree, lazily squinting its eyes. Qingmei added water to its water tank and wiped the sweat from its forehead. Just as she was about to return to her room, a shadow suddenly jumped in from outside and said cheerfully, "Sister Qingmei, Sister Qingmei." Qingmei was startled. When she saw Bai Guo running over like a gust of wind, she hurriedly supported her. "What's the matter? Why are you so happy?" "I just went outside and heard the people outside saying that second young madam won the battle and led the Fuyue army to take back Jiuquan. Qingmei, second young madam has done a great deed." Mao was also infected by Bai Guo's excitement. He jumped up and ran 2 circles around Bai Guo. Bai Rongwei was supported by a maidservant as she walked over. She couldn't hide the surprise in her voice. "Really? It's true." Bai Guo happily said, "They say that second young madam is very powerful. Although it's the first time she led an army alone, she has won many battles and took back Jiuquan so quickly. This servant heard that when second young madam comes back, the emperor will definitely reward her handsomely. Who knows, maybe we'll have another general in our mansion." Bai Rongwei was amused by her words and said angrily, "You really know how to talk." She then shook her head and smiled. The reward for the meritorious service is not important. As long as he is safe, everyone will be happy. Her lower abdomen was gradually bulging, but because of the war at the border, Xiao Ruby was also very busy every day. When Bai Rongwei was alone, she couldn't help but worry about Xiao Ju and He Yan. If the two of them were in the same place, it would be fine. They could take care of each other, but they were in opposite directions. Xiao Ju was fine because she was always on the battlefield. The Nanfu army was also led by Xiao Zhongwu, but He Yan was different. It was her first time leading an army. Not everyone in the Fuyue army was convinced. She was also a woman, so there were many inconveniences. Bai Rongwei's heart was broken. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "I think it won't be long before Uncle He returns." Bai Rongwei smiled and said, "If he knows that he has won a battle, he will be very happy." Ever since He Yan and Xiao Ju left the capital, Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing went to He Sui's house more frequently. First, the house that Xiao Ju bought for them was close to the Xiao family. It was only a street away, so it was convenient for them to come and go. Second, Bai Rongwei thought that if she, as the sister-in-law, was so worried, He Sui, as the father, would be even more worried. He Yanxin was also a 17 or 18-year-old youth. In the end, he wasn't as caring as his daughter. Xiao Zhongwu and his wife had passed away early. He Sui was He Yan's father, so he was their father. Therefore, the husband and wife often went to talk to He Sui to relieve his boredom. This in-law was more harmonious than the other families in the capital. "Eldest young master will be back soon," Bai Guo chirped, "foreign, since today is a happy occasion, this servant will go to the kitchen to make some good dishes. Let's treat it as a celebration." "Okay," Bai Rongwei smiled and said, "Qingmei, you should also go to the He family. Tonight, call Uncle He and Yunqing to eat together." Qingmei heard this and revealed a big smile. "Okay, this servant will go now." In the palace, in the imperial study, Jiaokong Emperor looked at the memorial in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Since he ascended the throne, this was probably the happiest thing. The chamberlain saw the expression on the emperor's face and said, "The Empress Dowager came this morning. Your Majesty is busy with government affairs. It is already late." Jiaokong Emperor stood up and said, "Jin will go see Muhu." In Qinglan Palace, concubine Lan, who should be the Empress Dowager now, was leaning on a soft couch and reading. Although she was already the Empress Dowager, she didn't move out of the palace. Her actions were the same as before. "Muhu." Jiaokong Emperor approached and called out. The Empress Dowager put down the scroll in her hand and looked at the person in front of her. She smiled slightly. "Your Majesty seems to be in a good mood today. Are you happy because of the victory in Jiuquan?" In front of his mother, Emperor Zhaokong finally revealed his true feelings. He smiled and said, "Of course, I didn't think that the Wuan Marquis would be so valiant. Compared to Yan He, Xiao Huijin, he was the first to take down a city. Although he originally gave the military power to He Yan, most of it was for the sake of Xiao Ju. As for Yan's ability, he had only heard about it from others. He didn't know how good she was at leading troops in battle. Now, the news of victory made him feel relieved. This woman was more outstanding than he had imagined. It seems that your majesty still underestimated her. You didn't think that Marquis Wuan could really gallop on the battlefield. The Empress Dowager understood. Zhaokong Emperor was a little embarrassed. Zhen just didn't expect that there would be a second woman like General Fei Hong in this world. Back then, General Fei Hong was already 1 in 10,000. It was a pity that such a talent had fallen. Now, such a lucky general had appeared. Who wouldn't say that the heavens were blessing the Dewey? Ijia has already told you, the Empress Dowager said softly, don't underestimate women. There are millions of women in Dewey. You don't know that there will be a third and a fourth General Fei Hong. Imperial Mother is right. Marquis Wuan is a pure and honest person. Such a good official can only be found by chance. Since your majesty has met her, you must recruit her. This time, she took back Jiuchuan and made a great contribution. The He family doesn't have any background. Has your majesty thought about how to reward Marquis Wuan? Hearing this, Zhaokong Emperor smiled and said, Imperial Mother doesn't need to worry about this. Zhen has already thought about it. When she returns to the court, Zhen will bestow her the title of a true general. From then on, she will leave her mark in the history of Dewey. Just like General Fei Hong. After Lixia was the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, the weather grew hotter and hotter, and it was almost the Dragon Boat Festival. Marquis Wuan led the Fuyue army to retake Jiuchuan. Reports of victory came one after another, and the 100,000 Yuchua soldiers were routed. The remnants fled west and were completely wiped out by the Fuyue army. At this point, He Yan had led the army for nearly 3 months, winning the desert and retaking Jiuchuan. The people of Jiuchuan cheered every day, celebrating this hard-won victory. No one in the Fuyue army dared to look down on this young marquis. She had used victory to prove her bravery and intelligence. He Yan sat in his room, taking inventory of the spoils of war. In this final great victory, they had captured many prisoners and gained many spoils. A deputy general walked in and respectfully said, My lord, the Jiuchuan city lord wishes for you to stay until after the Dragon Boat Festival. The Yuchua soldiers of Jiuchuan had no chance to counterattack. Originally, she had planned to immediately return to the capital after taking care of matters here. However, most likely out of gratitude to the Fuyue army for driving away the Yuchua bandits, the people hoped that they could stay for a few more days. This was especially true for that female general. On the battlefield, she was awe-inspiring and intimidating, but she was exceptionally patient and pleasant to the common people. He Yan asked, How many more days until the Dragon Boat Festival? 5 more days, the deputy general replied. He Yan fell silent. Fine. After the Dragon Boat Festival, we will immediately depart. The people who had just experienced the chaos of war needed a bit of hope. If they stayed, they might be able to gain strength and better face the future that was about to begin anew. Other than fighting, this was the only thing she could do for the people here. The interior of the room was simple and clean. When the Yuchua soldiers had occupied Jiuchuan, they had pillaged and burned everything of value. Even half of the wall of the room she was currently living in had been scorched. He Yan gazed at the map on the table and sighed almost imperceptibly. In the end, they had retaken Jiuchuan. Yunzi and Ji Commandery still had not sent back news, but news from Pingjiang had arrived. It seemed that the situation was going well. The reason Jiuchuan was able to win so quickly was because she had led the army to quell the rebellion in the western Chang. Mo County was similar to Jiuchuan in terms of geography, and the Fuyue army had once stayed in Mo County, which was why she was able to seize it so easily. He wondered how Yan He and Xiaoju were doing. Just as she was thinking, someone came in from outside. It was actually Wang Ba. Wang Ba took out a letter from his bosom and said, There's a letter from Ji County. With his brothers dying in battle one after another, Wang Ba had become much calmer. It was hard to see the domineering and arrogant manner he used to have in the Liang province guards. He Yan took the letter and opened it eagerly. The last time Ji County sent a letter, they only knew that the plague was not optimistic. After such a long time, they did not know how they were doing. The letter was not long, only a few words. As He Yan read it, his expression became serious. Wang Ba noticed something was wrong with her expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are those Yuto difficult to deal with?" He Yan shook her head. Something happened to Yan He. The letter was written by He Yan. Although it only mentioned a few sentences, every sentence made He Yan tremble with fear. Ji County had been in a stalemate with the Yuto for the past few months, but it was generally good. The only one who was not good was Yan He. The letter said that he had been poisoned with an incurable poison from the Yuto. It was said that Jiuchuan had been taken back. Yunzi and Bingjiang were not in the same direction as Ji County. The only place that was slightly closer was Jiuchuan. Yan He said that he did not have much time left. He was afraid that there would be no one to lead the army after he left, so he asked He Yan to come and help. At the end of the letter, he even had the mood to tease him. He only said that when He Yan asked for help in the Rendu, he led the army and rushed over. Now, he treated it as returning the favor of the Rendu. Although he still had the mood to joke, He Yan knew that the situation would not be good. Lin Xuanhe followed Lin Xuanhe to Ji County. If it was a normal poison, how could Lin Xuanhe not be able to cure it? Yan He's letter said that he did not have much time left. She suddenly stood up. Wang Ba asked, "What are you going to do?" "Pass down the order. I can't wait until after the Dragon Boat Festival. Today, I will prepare the army and set off tomorrow to Ji County." The grass and trees were lush in summer. After a night of rain, the soil was moist and had a fishy smell. By the river, a man in hemp clothes was crushing the herbs in front of him and carefully mixing a few herbs together. "Dr. Lin, you've been busy the whole night. Hurry up and get some rest," a soldier said as he passed by. Lin Xuanhe raised his head, revealing his unshaven face. He looked very haggard. Because he had been busy the whole night, his eyes were bloodshot. At first glance, it was quite scary. He raised his head and squinted his eyes because of the sunlight. After a while, he shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "No." The patrolling soldiers were puzzled. They did not know what was wrong with Dr. Lin. A few days ago, he had been preparing some herbs day and night. Logically speaking, now that the plague had been quelled, he did not need to work so hard. However, they did not know why he was in such a hurry. However, Lin Xuanhe did not listen. There was nothing he could do. He could only shake his head and leave. Lin Xuanhe lowered his head and looked at the herbs in the jar. Almost 2 months had passed. He did not develop an antidote. What was worse was that Yan He's poison was getting deeper and deeper. He had already started to vomit blood. The herbs he found could only temporarily make Yan He look less haggard. This was to prevent the Yan army from finding out. The poison in the wound had already entered his organs. Lin Xuanhe was very clear that Yan He did not have much time left. He worked day and night to find a solution. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yan He's poison was useless. He had to admit that he was powerless. It was probably because in the past, although he was the white-shirt divine physician, he treated women's medicine. Most of the women's medicine did not have to worry about their lives. In life, the most important thing was life and death. As long as one was alive, there was no despair. But now, he had to watch helplessly as his friend approached death with each passing day. As a doctor, he was at a loss of what to do. Lin Xuanhe lowered his head and pounded the herbs. He muttered, "Faster, faster," the juices of the herbs in the jar splattered everywhere. Some of them splashed onto his face. There was a bitter fragrance. As he pounded, a huge sense of powerlessness and sorrow swept over him. He stopped what he was doing. Suddenly, his eyes turned red. He had never wanted to improve his medical skills as much as he did now. If he improved a little more, he would be able to save Yan He. He would not have to do such trivial things like now. However, the people around him did not know that every time their general fought, he paid the price with his life. Lin Xuanhe stood up and washed his hands by the river. He paused for a while and walked towards Yan He's tent. There was a suppressed cough. The moment Lin Xuanhe opened the tent curtain, he saw Yan He wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. "You!" he screamed in shock. "Lower your voice." Yan He shook his head. "Don't let others see." Lin Xuanhe put down the tent curtain. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Yan He's wrist to check his pulse. Yan He quietly allowed him to do so. After a while, Lin Xuanhe put down his hand. His lips trembled as he looked at him. Yan He asked, "How much longer do I have?" Lin Xuanhe did not answer him. "Looks like it's within these few days." Yan He smiled. There was some unwillingness in his smile, but it also seemed like he was relieved. "Based on the time that I sent the letter to Yan, she should be here in a few days. The timing is just right. I don't know if I can meet her again." "No." Lin Xuanhe instinctively said, "I can still make the antidote. Wait for me, I can definitely do it. Moreover, those Yuto must have the antidote. As long as we find them, we will definitely get the antidote. You are still as stupid as before. Even if you have never fought in a war, you should have some brains." Yan He said disdainfully, "Those Yuto saw me being shot by the arrow with their own eyes. It was not easy for them to get rid of me. Why would they hand over the antidote? Believe it or not, even if I catch their general now and use their general's life to exchange for the antidote, they will not hand over the antidote. There is only one possibility. If I am willing to surrender and be controlled by them, I may be lucky enough to keep my life. However, the men of the Yan family will not do such a thing." "A general of the Guide army." Yan He smiled. "Even if they lose this war, they will not suffer any losses." "And you?" Yan He frowned and looked at him. "If you can make the antidote, would you wait until now? Forget it, you are just a doctor, not the king of hell. How can you decide a person's life and death? You don't have to think too highly of yourself. You should just keep your lowly life and wait for Marquis Wuan to come and save it." Lin Xuanhe's expression was pained. Although he and Yan He used to quarrel and dislike each other, they were still classmates who grew up together. Although he hated Yan He for being arrogant and aggressive, and Yan He also looked down on him for being ignorant and incompetent, after so many years, they could still be considered as friends. "You don't have to look so sad." Yan He looked at his expression, as if he was disgusted. "As doctors, aren't you used to seeing life and death? Why are you not as open-minded as me? Why are you feeling so sad? After a few decades, you still have to come down and accompany me. I will go and find that cross-dressing classmate to spar." Why was he still thinking about sparring at this time? Lin Xuanhe could not help but laugh. After laughing, he felt even sadder. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Have you ever thought about what will happen to Madame and Muxia in the future?" Yan He's originally carefree expression suddenly froze. He thought of the woman who always smiled gently and looked forward to him before she left. She was so considerate. After knowing about his news, she would probably cry, she would probably be very sad. Yan He suddenly became sad too. It was as if there was a lump of wet cotton in his chest, making him feel suffocated and depressed. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. "Before I left, I promised Xianxia that I would try my best to go back and see Muxia. However, it seems that I have to go back on my words." He lowered his head and laughed self-mockingly. "Xianxia hates people who go back on their words. If I don't go back, she will probably be angry. Lin Xuanhe, if you go back and see her, please tell her that I didn't do it on purpose. I have a bad temper. On the surface, everyone respects me, but I know that in reality, they don't like me. Just like you, Xiao Huijin, and He Yan. I am not good as a friend, but I am good as a husband. I originally wanted to continue working hard and be the best father in Shua City, but..." His voice was very low. "There is no more chance." Lin Xuanhe wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he did not know what to say. "I originally thought that if Xianxia gave birth to a daughter, she would be called Muxia. If it was a son, he would be called Lianjiang. But now that I think about it, if it was a son, he could also be called Muxia. I originally wanted to watch her grow up with my own eyes. When she is older, I will teach her that a good general does not fear death and a martyr does not destroy his integrity to survive. There is no other way now, but I feel that there is nothing better than this to teach her. In the future, when she grows up and knows that her father died on the battlefield, I will not have to teach her. She will understand on her own." When he talked about the unborn Muxia, his gaze finally softened. It was filled with longing and tenderness. Lin Shuanghe closed his eyes. These last words were like countless sharp needles stabbing into his heart at the same time. You don't have to be sad for me, and you don't have to feel heartache for me. A general dying on the battlefield is the best ending. Although I have regrets, I do not regret it. He stood up and walked out of the tent. He looked into the distance, in the direction of the city gate tower. Everyone who goes to the battlefield is prepared to die here. There are still a few more days, he said. Let's continue and look forward. When Yan arrived at Ji County, he saw a completely different Lin Shuanghe from the past. The elegant young master who always wore a white robe and a folding fan, who always had a graceful demeanor, was haggard. His clothes were stained with blood and mud. His face looked like it had not been washed for a few days. His beard was unkempt. He was so dispirited that Yan almost did not recognize him at first glance. Brother Lin. She jumped off the horse and went forward to ask. You came. Lin Shuanghe's dim eyes finally showed a bit of life. He muttered, come and see Yan He. Yan He died on the battlefield. He was poisoned with an incurable poison. He knew that intense activity would cause the poison to spread faster and deeper, but because of the war, he was unwilling to stop. He was like a candle that only had one piece left. He burned with all his might and finally burned himself out. Before he died, he had just won a battle. The young general was lying in the tent. The stains on his face had been wiped clean. His hair was tied up high like it was when he was young. The silver spear was placed at his side. She could vaguely see his former high-spirited appearance. But when Yan walked over, he would no longer be angry and arrogant as he challenged her to a duel. He knew that he did not have much time left. Before he left, he told me to give these to you. Lin Shuanghe handed the box to Yan. Yan opened it and saw that it was filled with written documents. He had counted all of the battle situation and military horses in Ji County. He had written everything down so that when Yan came here, he would not be confused. He had done everything very well. Even at the last moment of his life, he was still thinking about this battle. How is Ji County? Yan asked. Lin Shuanghe shook his head. His voice was low. After He left, the morale of the Yan army was in chaos. The Yuto took this opportunity to attack twice. Without the Yan army was like a pile of scattered sand. Yan said, it was not the Yan army's fault. Ji County's location was easy to defend and hard to attack. They had the advantage. If He wanted to attack, it was already very difficult. Also, he used such a despicable method. Then now, I want to see the Deputy General of the Yan army now. We will discuss this. Yan replied. Lin Shuanghe nodded silently. Yan turned to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something. He stopped and turned back to look at Lin Shuanghe. Brother Lin, her voice was calm and her gaze seemed to have the power to soothe people's hearts. It was not your fault that you did not save Yan He. With one sentence, Lin Shuanghe finally had an outlet to vent the self-blame and guilt that he had been feeling for the past few days. No, his voice was trembling. For the first time, he showed a weak expression in front of Yan. I did not find the antidote. After He left, his subordinates finally got to know that He was poisoned. They blamed him for not being able to find the antidote even though he was the so-called godly doctor and couldn't save their general. Countless accusations and curses constantly filled his ears. Even Lin Shuanghe would wake up from nightmares at night. The woman in red armor looked at him and said gently, you are a doctor, not a god. You can only save people. You cannot decide life and death. He was poisoned by Yuto. If you want to avenge him, you have to win this battle. You have to pull yourself together, Dr. Lin. She changed the way she addressed him. I need your help. Ji County needs you. In the tent, He's deputy general, Chen Cheng, blurted out, what did you say? Surrender? It's a fake surrender. Yan said, since Yuto already knows that General Yan is not here, the Yan army is like a group of dragons without a leader. These few days, they will definitely take advantage of the victory to attack. Instead of being restrained by them, it is better to pretend to surrender. After our people enter the city, the Fuyue army and Yan army will hold the rear and take advantage of the chaos to break through the city gates. When General Yan is here, we have always faced the Yuto head-on. The Yan army will never surrender, even if it is a fake. Chen Qing refuted immediately. He Yan was not angry. He only looked at him calmly. You have stayed here for so long and should be very clear about the terrain of Ji County. If you do not break through the city gates and continue to camp outside the city, you will only be wasting your energy. Yan, he led you to face the Yuto head-on and won many times. You killed many Yuto, but what happened in the end? What happened in the end? Ji County City is still occupied by the Yuto. If you cannot enter the city, you cannot win this battle. What do you know? Chen Qing was agitated. You do not understand General Yan at all. You and that Lin Xianxia are in cahoots. You are just a figurehead. You will only make things worse. Yan He's death was a painful blow to the Yan army. They hated Lin Xianxia for not telling the truth earlier. However, they knew nothing about Yan He's efforts. He Yan's eyes turned cold. The deputy general of the Fuyue army beside him reprimanded, what figurehead? Sir, he just led his troops to reclaim Jiuquan and won the battle. What right do you have to look down on him? The Yan army had never seen He Yan's abilities on the battlefield. However, the Fuyue army had seen it clearly. If He Yan was just a figurehead, then there were not many generals in Dawei who could live up to their name. I am not discussing with you, He Yan said coldly. I am giving you an order. If you do not listen and disobey my orders, what will happen to you? She pulled out the long sword at her waist. The light of the sword was as cold as ice. You can try. You. Chen Qing gritted his teeth. You are leading the Fuyue army, not the Yan army. The leader of the Yan army is only the general's Yan. What right do you have to order us around? Because your general gave me the commander's seal. Because your general personally asked me to lead your troops. She waved her hand and the commander's seal appeared in everyone's eyes. Now, the woman's eyes were clear and calm. Do you have any objections? With the commander's seal in hand, she could command the Yan army. Even if Chen Qing was extremely unwilling, he could not say anything now. He gritted his teeth and said, no. I know you are not convinced, He Yan said. So I will personally lead the vanguard troops who pretended to surrender. Chen Qing was stunned. The troops that entered the city first were undoubtedly in the most danger. They were like sheep in a tiger's den. Dawei's troops were all outside the city. They were surrounded by Yuto troops. If the Yuto suddenly changed their minds and killed them, their troops would be sent to their deaths. Are you sure? Chen Qing asked suspiciously. He Yan glanced at him. For some reason, Chen Qing felt his face heat up. The woman's voice was calm and calm. Leading the troops is something that every general will do. It is not just your general's Yan. Also, she said, Dr. Lin was also following your general's orders. If you want to push all the blame onto a doctor and ignore the Wutua people who really killed your general, then I have nothing to say. It's just that, her voice carried a hint of mockery, if your general sees this scene, he will probably be very disappointed in the troops he single-handedly built. Chen Qing wanted to say something, but the woman ignored him and left the tent. He Yan was stunned when she left the tent. Lin Xianxia stood outside the tent and looked at her in a daze. It seemed that he had heard everything she said inside. It didn't matter if he heard it. That was what she thought anyway. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Lin Xianxia took the initiative to speak. He smiled bitterly. But, by speaking up for me like this, you have implicated them. I am just speaking the truth. He Yan looked into the distance. You followed Yan He here. Along the way, you put down the plague and treated the wounded soldiers. You have put your head on your belt. But, she smiled. You don't have to hate them. They are just too sad and think wrongly. As time passes, they will understand. I don't hate them. Lin Xianxia took a deep breath and changed the topic. I just heard you say that you want to pretend to surrender. The Fuyue army's camp is not close to here. Those Yuto probably haven't noticed our arrival. they are confident. If we surrender now, they will believe us and open the gate. Only by opening the gate, we will have the chance to take down all the Yuto. Is the vanguard that entered the city gate very dangerous? The wind blew, and the woman's long hair fluttered gently. Her voice was firm and calm without any hesitation. The battlefield is dangerous, she said. I am not afraid of danger. On the first day of the 6th month, the tightly shut city gates of Ji County finally opened. 2,000 Dawei soldiers were the first to enter the city and surrender to the Yuto soldiers. After the death of Guide Lieutenant General Yan He, the remaining Yan family army was like a sheet of loose sand. They were unable to deal with the attacks launched by the Yuto. Now that they had lost and had no reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before they surrendered. The Yuto did not suspect anything. The Yuto soldiers on both sides of the city gates all held their blades and mocked the weakness of the Dawei soldiers. He Yan was hiding in the ranks of the Dawei soldiers. Her face was covered in dust and her original appearance could not be seen. She was mixed in with the troops. These 2,000 people were all personally selected by He Yan. The majority of them were from the Fuyue army. There was no other reason. She had not gotten used to the Yan family army yet. The Fuyue army had fought alongside her for a period of time and had a tacit understanding. This time, entering the city would be very dangerous. Nothing could go wrong. After Yan He's death, the only person who had a say in the Yan family army was his lieutenant, Chen Cheng. At the end of the road, Yuto General Sha Ji-tae saw Chen Cheng walk forward and laughed. Dawei is a coward. That's all there is to it. Chen Cheng lowered his head and asked, if my army surrenders to the Yuto, can you let my soldiers live? Of course, of course. Sha Ji-tae was very muscular and mocked, since you have surrendered to the Yuto, from now on, you are the Yuto. We will not attack our own people. Then, Sir Sha Ji-tae, please open the city gates and accept Dawei's surrender, Chen Cheng replied. Sha Ji-tae's eyes flashed, opening the city gates is a small matter. However, the surrendered soldiers must be like you. He pointed at the troops, put down their weapons and tie their hands. That is the only way. He still did not trust Dawei. Chen Cheng said, that is not a problem. He said, please allow me to send someone back to explain this matter. Saget, all right. Chen Cheng walked to the side of a soldier and whispered a few words into his ear. The soldier nodded and turned to walk towards the city gate. Halfway through, a Yuto standing at the side suddenly knocked an arrow and shot it through the chest of the soldier who went back to pass the order. The soldier didn't even have time to cry out before he fell to the ground and stopped moving. Chen Cheng was furious. What's going on? Didn't you tell him to go back and pass on the order? You're all captives now. How dare you raise conditions with us? The Yuto who was holding his bow said with disdain, if you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you as well. Sharjit smiled and said, why are you angry? He's just an ordinary soldier. Can't you just send another person? Their attitude was clearly to provoke Dawei's soldiers. He Yan knew that something was wrong. Before he could say anything, a soldier from the Yan family charged towards the Yuto in front of him and shouted, I'd rather die than be humiliated. Let's fight them to the death, He Yan sighed in his heart. The style of a general would affect the actions of the entire army. Yan He was direct and courageous, and the soldiers under him were the same. They could not be provoked. Now, all their previous preparations were useless. But so what, the soldiers in front of him had already exchanged blows with the Yuto. Before they entered the city, they had already taken off their weapons. Now, they could only snatch the blades from the enemy's hands with their bare hands. It was tragic and dangerous. He Yan kicked away the Yuto that was charging towards him and snatched the long blade from his hand. He shouted, boys, follow me. On the battlefield outside Yunzi city, the Golden Cavalry was covered in blood. The Yuto soldiers outside the city were beaten until they covered their heads and ran away like rats. The reason why the Killer General was called the Killer General, the Nine Flags Battalion was called the Nine Flags Battalion, and the Nanfu soldiers were called the Nanfu soldiers because those who had fought with them had mostly died on the battlefield. Bystanders could only hear from the mouths of those who had escaped with their lives that this army was invincible. But when they actually faced them on the battlefield, they would know that the rumors were not even 1/10 of their strength. Among the thousands of soldiers and horses, the black-armored youth with a long sword was like an emissary from hell. His sword was as cold and indifferent as his gaze. His jade-like appearance brought with it endless killing intent. And he wasn't fighting alone. The cavalry behind him was like his shield, but also like his spear, making this army seem invincible and intimidating at first glance. The soldiers of one person were like wolves and tigers, like wind and rain, like thunder and lightning. They shook the world and shocked the world. This was a crucial battle and also the final battle to besiege the city. As long as they won this battle, they would be able to take back Xianxia. The rest was just to clean up the mess. But for this battle, Xiaoju and the Nanfu soldiers had been waiting for a long time. The Yuto and Xianxia were not willing to open the city gates to face the Nanfu soldiers. They were afraid of the reputation of the Nanfu soldiers and the Nine Flags Battalion. They still had reserves in the city of Xianxia, but the Great Way soldiers and horses stationed outside the city would run out of rations one day. Xiaoju ordered people to carry rations outside the city every day. He purposely let the Yuto who came to investigate in secret see him. 1 or 2 days was fine, but after a long time, the Yuto would also become suspicious. Seeing that the Dewey soldiers had sufficient rations and high morale, they could not help but be alarmed and fearful. But that was not all. Long before coming to Xianxia, Xiaoju had already arranged for a few skilled craftsmen in the South House army to follow them. After arriving at Xianxia, he sent the army and the craftsmen to secretly dig a tunnel that led to Xianxia city. He also ordered people to use crossbows to shoot stone arrows into the city to harass the Yuto. After a long time, the Yuto were on tenterhooks. Even though their leader ordered them not to leave the city, their morale was shaken. The battle of wits between generals was sometimes just a competition of who could keep their cool. Whoever could not keep their cool first would lose. The Yuto that occupied Xianxia fell for Xiaoju's psychological trick. This morning, they went out of the city to fight the Nanfu soldiers. After a long period of preparation, the victory of this battle was a matter of course. Tens of thousands of enemy soldiers were captured, and numerous war horses and weapons were obtained. The remaining small portion of Yuto fled in panic. At this point, the situation in Xianxia was set. It was rare for the Nanfu soldiers to celebrate in the city. From spring to autumn, close to half a year had passed. Although it looked easy, only they knew that the days were tough. Xianxia was near the ocean, and the nights were humid. Many soldiers had red rashes on their bodies, and once night fell, they would feel unbearably itchy. There was also army grain, which was not enough for them to eat. The buckets of white rice that the Yuto saw every day were actually the same buckets. We can finally go home. A slightly younger Nanfu soldier grinned. I've spent enough time in Xianxia, so I'm going back to the capital. Chiwu walked past him and wanted to scold him. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not say anything. Instead, he let out a smile. To be able to go home alive, just hearing about it made one happy. Within the tent, the military doctor was treating the injuries of the main general. The young man's shirt was pulled down to his shoulders, and his chest was wrapped in a thick cloth. Since he was the commander of the right army, he was naturally the target of all the attacks from the Yuto. He was injured in the end. However, the black armor covered his wound, so no one saw him bleeding. Hence, people always thought that General Feng Yun would not be injured. Commander, don't do anything too serious these few days. The white-bearded old military doctor reminded, although the arrow did not hit any vital parts, the wound is very deep. It's best to rest for a few days to prevent any problems in the future. Xiaoju pulled his outer robe over his wound and nodded, thank you. Just as the old military doctor left, someone came in. It was Fei Nu. He held a letter in his hand and walked over quickly. He had a rare anxious expression, young master, there's a letter from Ji County. Ji County was far away from Xianxia. When the letter was sent, a few days had already passed. The last time they received a letter from Ji County, it was when they learned of Yanhe's death. Jiuchuan had already received the news that Ji County had lost its main general. He Yan had led the Fuyue army to help. This time, the letter was sent after He Yan had arrived at Ji County. Fei Nu passed the letter to Xiaoju. His expression was ugly. Although he did not open the letter, he had already heard the news from the person who delivered the letter. It was not good news. Ji County was easy to defend and hard to attack. The Yan army had lost their main general and their morale was not stable. If they did not end the war quickly, it would only be disadvantageous to Dawei. He Yan brought 2,000 soldiers and horses and pretended to surrender to enter the city in an attempt to break through the Yuto's formation. When the city was in chaos, he would take the opportunity to open the city gates and let the Fuyue army and the rest of the Yan army work together to kill the Yuto. There were no problems with the plan. Unfortunately, during the execution of the plan, one of the Yan army soldiers could not resist the provocation of the Yuto and attacked. The plan was disrupted. He Yan led the Dawei soldiers to fight with the Yuto. Although they opened the city gates and won the battle, He Yan was seriously injured and his situation was not good. Xiao Ju stared at the letter in front of him. The letter was written by Lin Xuanhe. The handwriting was very messy. It could be seen that when he wrote the letter, the situation was very urgent. Although the higher-ups did not say how bad the situation was, it was easy to imagine. 2,000 soldiers entered the city. If they attacked first, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. They did not have any weapons and were already at a disadvantage. Furthermore, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. What was more serious was that although they won the battle, once the Yuto knew that their general was injured, they would definitely counterattack. Lin Xuanhe did not understand the situation of the battle. The letter was also unclear. He did not know what the situation was like. Fei Nu looked at Xiao Ju's expression. Honestly speaking, this letter came at the wrong time. The battle at Yunzi only needed to be wrapped up. This letter would definitely cause Xiao Ju to panic. But Yunzi and Ji County were not in the same direction. Even if they turned around and went to Ji County to help, they would not be able to make it in time. They could only watch helplessly. How difficult was that? Young master, should we go to Ji County? No need. Xiao Ju interrupted him. Fei Nu did not dare to speak. Xiao Ju stood up and walked out of the tent. Outside, the west wind blew against his face. It was almost the beginning of autumn. All the heat in the night had faded away, leaving only the cold air. In the distance, the sea was vast and the sound of the waves was fierce. The clear moon reflected in the clouds and dyed the sea white. The night at the border had always been like this. The sun was cold and the grass was short. The moon was bitter and white. But what was the difference between the moonlight in the desert and the moonlight by the sea? There was a faint pain in his chest. He did not know if it was a wound or something else. He looked up and quietly looked at the cold moon in the sky. A woman's clear voice floated in his ears. I want you to promise me that if there is news, no matter what it is, do what you have to do. Do not affect the overall situation. Do not stop. Continue to move forward. Continue to move forward. After a while, he retracted his gaze and turned to walk in the direction of the tent. The deputy general went forward and asked hesitantly, Commander-in-Chief, next, after daybreak, head north to clean up the remaining soldiers, he said. The summer heat in Jiang was finally blown away by the autumn wind and rain. In the morning, under the parasol tree outside the palace hall, a thick layer of golden leaves fell into the pond. Occasionally, fish swam to the surface of the water and lightly poked at the leaves before quickly swimming away. Only the ripples created by the fish's tails were left. Mu Hongjin walked into the courtyard. A servant said, Your Highness, Lord Cui is here. Cui Yuezhi walked in from outside. He had lost a lot of weight over the past few days and looked more energetic than before. When Yuto invaded Dawei's territory, Jiang City's army was not strong. Previously, because of Xiao Ju and He Yan, they won despite being outnumbered. Now, Xiao Ju and He Yan had gone to their respective battlefields. Although Jiang City was safe now, the previous incident was a lesson. After the end of the year, Cui Yuezhi stayed in the training field every day to train Jiang City's army. He wanted to be strong and confident when facing the enemy if they came one day. He bowed to Mu Hongjin and handed her a scroll. Your Highness, this is the battle report from Ji County and Yunzi. Mu Hongjin reached out and took it. She had also aged a little, but now, she did not let the servant pull out the new white hair on her head every day. Therefore, there were specks of white in her hair. However, she did not care. Mu Xiaolu had gradually grown up, and Jiang City would be handed over to the new princess sooner or later. Everyone would grow old, and growing old shouldn't be such a scary thing. She opened the scroll and looked at the words on it for a long time. Then, she closed the scroll and sighed. Jiuchuan and Yunzi have been taken back. Everything is fine in Bingjiang. There is also good news from Ji County. Your Highness, are you worried about Miss He? Cui Yuezhi asked. He Yan's life and death were unknown. This was indeed a matter of concern. Cui Yuezhi still remembered the last time he saw He Yan. When she was not holding a weapon, she was like an ordinary girl. She loved to smile brightly and was very bright. When she picked up a weapon, it was as if she was born for the battlefield. Although at that time, they were very clear that He Yan was not an ordinary girl, when they heard that she led the Fuyue army to Jiuchuan alone, they could not help but be shocked. That young General Fei Hong was also a girl, but the 1 in 10,000 woman in that world was no longer in this world. How lucky they were to be able to see another person in their lifetime. But now, could it be that this female general was also going to fall early like General Fei Hong? The woman dressed in a wide-sleeved red robe gently shook her head. Her gaze was a little disappointed. This highness just did not want, she did not want to see a lover like her, unable to have a good ending. It was too difficult to have a perfect ending in this world. She was already like this, so she really did not want to see the disciple of her sweetheart embark on the path of separation between heaven and earth like her. In the Buddhist temple in Randu City, the Golden Buddha looked kindly at all living beings. The women in the temple were kneeling on the haystacks, closing their eyes and praying for blessings for people far away. These were the female captives that He Yan rescued from Yuto during the battle in Randu City. If He Yan had not stopped them at that time, they would have been a pile of bones by now. They would not be alive today. Since He Yan left the Randu City, the county magistrate of Randu City, Zhao Shiming, was entrusted by He Yan to help take care of these women. Most of them were not recognized by their families. Some of them even thought that their families had died in the hands of Yuto. Zhao Shiming found an embroidery workshop in the city for them to do embroidery work on a daily basis to make a living. For these women, being able to do so was already a pleasant surprise. Although they had not completely walked out of their inferiority complex, in the end, they already had the courage to face the future again. When the news that He Yan led the troops to help Ji County and was seriously injured spread to the Randu City, these women were all burning with anxiety. They only wished that they were men and could go to the battlefield together with the heroine to kill the enemy. Now, they could only pray for He Yan in the temple. They prayed that the young and brave girl would recover soon and return safely. Outside the temple, the county magistrate who was dressed in a long robe sighed, "Look, they are so sincere. In their hearts, they really respect Xiao He." Beside him, Li Kuang looked at the women in the temple and did not speak. It had been almost a year since Luo passed away. Even so, sometimes when he spoke or did something, he would subconsciously look for that delicate figure. Countless nights, he would wake up from his dreams. He would always remember that day when Luo looked at him. There was no resentment, only doubt and confusion. He Yan was right. He was indeed wrong. Therefore, from then on, until now, he had spent more time training the Randu City army. The mistake he made could not be made up for. The only thing he could do was to prevent such a mistake from happening again. Lord Li has seen it now. They have survived and are living well, Zhao Shiming said. When He Yan saved these women, everyone thought that she was just wasting her energy. Because women who had been humiliated by the enemy, even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would not be able to fight against the eyes of the world. The criticism and ridicule behind their backs would be the last straw that broke their backs. Leaving this world was their choice sooner or later. Before He Yan left, she told Zhao Shiming how to settle these women. She even left a sum of money for herself. She was sincerely thinking for these women. And now, these women did not let her down. Li Kuang lowered his head and laughed self-deprecatingly, "I am not as good as her. How many people in this world can be compared to Xiao He?" Zhao Shiming stroked his beard, "I hope that Xiao He can turn misfortune into fortune in Ji County. If she is here, these women will have a place to belong in their hearts." Zhao Shiming looked at the distant sky. A group of autumn geese flew by. He looked for a while and said in a low voice, "I hope so." A long time had passed. After the spring and the mid-autumn, the wind was getting colder and colder. Winter was coming. Yuto had been completely defeated, and in the next 10 years, it would be impossible for him to have any thoughts about Dawei. Jiuchuan, Ji County, Yunzi, and Bingjiang sent the news back to Shuo, and countless people celebrated. Amidst the excitement and joy, there were also some sad events. For example, the death of Lieutenant General Guide Yan Nongguang in battle. When the news reached Shuo and the Yan family, Yan He's mother fainted on the spot, and his wife, Xianxia, went into labor early. Probably because she was heartbroken, the labor was extremely dangerous, and even the midwives were helpless. At the moment of life and death, Lin Shuanghe's father, Lin Mu, rushed over with his female disciple and personally helped Xianxia deliver the baby. Everyone in the Yan family gathered outside the delivery room, and when they heard the weak voice of the woman inside and saw the basin of blood being carried out, they couldn't help but be shocked. Master Yan, who had never believed in Buddhism, went to his ancestral hall and knelt on the ground to pray for the safety of the mother and son. In the room, Xiaoqingxiu's forehead was covered in sweat, and her expression was pained. She could only feel the strength in her body slowly disappearing. Even as she was dying, she could still feel the pain in her heart. The pain in her heart was greater than all the pain in front of her, and it made it difficult for her to even breathe. Yan He had died in battle. As the wife of a general, from the day she married Yan He, she should have been prepared for this day. War was cruel, and the battlefield was constantly changing. No one could guarantee that they would be the one to survive. Xiaoqingxiu had thought countless times that since she had decided to become his wife, when the day came, she should be calm and magnanimous. Even if her heart was filled with unwillingness, she should be able to withstand the hardships on her face. However, when the day came, she realized that she was weak. She was weaker than she thought. In the eyes of outsiders, that man who was fierce, bad-tempered, and liked to provoke her had never said a harsh word to her. Ever since they got married, Xiaoqingxiu was grateful to the heavens. This marriage was indeed a happy one that she had never imagined. However, the good things in the world were not firm, and the colorful clouds scattered easily. It was because it was too perfect that it was so short. While she was in a daze, she seemed to see a familiar figure in front of her. It was Yan He in his silver robe and long spear. He seemed to have returned from the outside and was covered in dust. His eyes were fixed on her and there was a familiar smile on his lips. It was a little proud and a little boastful. Just like in the past, he had returned after winning a battle. Yan He extended a hand towards him. Xiaoqingxiu stared at him in a daze, subconsciously wanting to place her hand in his. The female doctor beside her saw her expression and was shocked. She shouted, "Madam Yan, hold on, don't fall asleep, don't be discouraged." Then she looked at the curtain and said anxiously, "Master, Madam Yan can't hold on." Lin Mu's heart tightened behind the curtain. He couldn't care about anything else and shouted, "Madam Yan, think about the child in your belly. Don't you want to see what he looks like? Don't you want to be with him as he grows up? Madam Yan, even if it's for your child, you have to be strong." Child, it was as if a clear hole was torn open in the chaos. Child. Muxia. She suddenly opened her eyes. This was her and Yan He's child. Before Yan He left, he had sincerely apologized to her belly for not being able to stay by her side. He hoped that it would be a young lady, but if it was a young master, he would love it just as much. Just as he had guessed countless times what the child would look like in the future, Xiaoqingxiu had also described the child's features many times. If he was a young master, he would look like Yan He, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and high spirits. If he was a young lady, he would be like her, gentle, delicate, obedient, and cute. She hadn't even seen the child, how could she let go and leave? She couldn't. Xiaoqingxiu suddenly sobered up. She couldn't. At least, she couldn't wallow in her sorrow now. She was Yan He's wife, she was also his mother. Wah, a baby's cry sounded in the courtyard of the Yan family. Master Yan, who was praying in the ancestral hall with his hands clasped together, was stunned. Then, tears flowed down his face. The female doctor smiled and said, "Congratulations, Madam Yan, it's a young master." Lin Mu, who was behind the curtain, suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. When the news from Ji County came, he also felt sad for Yan He. Lin Shuanghe couldn't save Yan He, but at least he saved his child. Xianxia was exhausted. Her sweat-soaked hair stuck to her cheeks. In a daze, she saw Yan He again. The man smiled warmly, as if he was a little apologetic. He said to her, "I'm sorry." Xianxia's tears gushed out. She reached out and tried to grab the person in front of her, but he smiled. "Qingxiu, I'm leaving." Nanguang, the man turned around and strode forward. His back was elegant and neat. As he walked, his figure completely disappeared from her sight. When Xianxia gave birth to her son, Xiaoju returned to the capital with the Nanfu army. Emperor Zhaokong was very happy and rewarded her countless times. The courtiers secretly thought that the new emperor wanted to put General Feng Yun in an important position. Now that Su Jingfu was no longer around, the Xiao family in Dawei would rise again in the future. The courtiers had their own thoughts, but the common people didn't think so much. They only thought that General Feng Yun was General Feng Yun. Yunzi was in danger, but she still won. Not long after Xiao Ju returned to the capital, General Hui also led his army back from Bingjiang. At this point, only the Fuyue army led by He Yan and the Yan family army had not returned. However, although they hadn't returned, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time. After all, Jiuchuan and Ji County had already been recovered. Calculating the time, they should be on their way back to the capital. He Yanqing woke up even earlier every day. Other than going to school, he would wake up before dawn and climb up Donghuang Mountain to chop firewood. He Yanqing didn't have to work so hard to make a living now. He chopped firewood not for the sake of living, but to improve his skills. If one day, his skills were better than He Yan's, then when He Yan went to the battlefield in the future, he could go with him. Every day after school, he would run to the Xiao family. Every day, when he saw Xiao Ju, the first thing he asked was, "Brother-in-law, is there any news about my sister?" Xiao Ju always shook her head and said, "No." No, what a depressing answer. Ji County won the battle, but He Yanqing also learned that He Yan was seriously injured during the battle. After that, there was no more news. Even if there was a message, it didn't explain He Yan's situation. He Yanqing resisted telling He Sui about this. He Sui was old, and he was afraid that He Sui would be worried every day if she knew about this. However, He Yanqing still hoped for good news every day. Not long after, Bai Rongwei also gave birth to a daughter. Xiao Jing was very happy. Because of the Xiao family's accident, Bai Rongwei's body became ill, and this pregnancy was especially difficult. Now that both mother and daughter were safe, it was a good thing. Qingli Su and Song Taotao came to visit Bai Rongwei with many gifts. Xiao family was very popular in Emperor Zhaokong's eyes, and the relatives of the past remembered their old relationship. Qingli Su asked the servants of the Xiao family to take care of the cloth and tonics sent by his mother. He looked around and didn't see Xiao Ju, so he asked Xiao Jing, eldest uncle, "Is little uncle not in the residence?" He hadn't seen Xiao Ju for a long time. Xiao Jing was startled, he should be in the ancestral hall at this time. Qingli Su stood up and said, "I'll go find him." Then he ran away. He had a close relationship with Xiao Ju, so Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei were used to it. Song Taotao, on the other hand, waited until Qingli Su ran away and asked Bai Rongwei, "Young Mistress Xiao, is there any news about Lord He?" Bai Rongwei heard this and sighed, shaking her head. Song Taotao was a little disappointed. On the other hand, Qingli Su ran to the entrance of the ancestral hall. The weather was getting colder, the fallen leaves in the courtyard were falling, and a layer of frost had accumulated on the roof tiles. He tiptoed inside and saw a young man standing in front of the memorial tablet in the middle of the ancestral hall. His dark blue robe made him look cold and distant. His gaze was calm and peaceful as he looked at the memorial tablet. Qingli Su suddenly remembered a summer afternoon many years ago when the thunderstorm was endless. He was also like this. In order to chase a cat, he accidentally hid here and accidentally bumped into the heart of a cold and emotionless youth, the gentleness that was hard to see in the world. The young man's voice sounded, "Why are you hiding behind me?" Qingli Su was surprised that he had been discovered. He walked in obediently and called out, "Uncle." Xiao Ju didn't look at him. It was a habit he had since he was young. Whenever he felt uneasy or irritated, he would walk here and light 3 sticks of incense. After 3 sticks of incense, everything would go on as usual. His uneasiness and fear couldn't be seen by outsiders. Just like now, under the seemingly calm surface, there were turbulent waves. "Uncle, are you worried about Aunt?" Qinglisu asked. Xiaoju was silent. After a long time, so long that Qinglisu thought Xiaoju wouldn't answer him, Xiaoju said, "Yes." Qinglisu looked at him. "I just want her to be safe and sound." Coming out of Bairou's room, Song Taotao felt a little depressed. She was also worried when she heard about Hien. Even though she had been secretly distressed for a long time because of the fact that Hien was a woman, but now, those were all things of the past. In all fairness, even if Hien was a woman, she actually liked Hien very much. Death was fair to everyone. That was why the battlefield was so cruel. When one truly realized the cruelty, one would begin to grow up. The biggest worries of a carefree young girl in the past were that her hairpin didn't look good today, and her new lipstick was too dull. Now, she finally understood the feeling of helplessness. Perhaps she was also beginning to grow up. A young man in green walked towards her. His features were delicate and arrogant, and he was somewhat similar to the cheerful and lively young girl. Song Taotao stopped in her tracks. She remembered this young man. He was Hien's younger brother. His temperament was completely different from Hien's, but the determination in his eyes were especially similar. Xianxia also saw her. She seemed to be a young lady from a rich family that Hien met in the Liang province guard. Perhaps she was a guest of the Xiao family. He came to the Xiao family today to inquire about Hien. Of course, he didn't hear what he wanted. He forgot Song Taotao's name. He only nodded slightly as a greeting and was about to walk past. "Hey!" Song Taotao instinctively called out to him. Xianxia stopped in his tracks and looked up. "Miss, is there anything else?" Song Taotao pursed her lips and thought for a moment before saying, "Don't worry. Marquis Wuan will definitely return safely." Xianxia was startled, as if he didn't expect her to say this. After a moment of silence, he said to her, "Thank you." Then he turned and left. Song Taotao looked at his back. She didn't know if he was looking at the person walking away or at herself. She whispered to herself, "She will definitely return." It was snowing all night. The fruits on the pomegranate tree in front of the window had turned red at some point. They fell on the branches, and the shadow of the tree was like a remnant of red. The little girl, Baigua, stood under the tree. Early in the morning, she was drooling as she looked at the biggest and reddest pomegranate on the branches. The second young master's courtyard was cold and cheerless. The most lively thing was this pomegranate tree. The biggest pomegranate was like a small lantern. It looked very sweet. Qingmei walked past. Seeing Baigua's infatuated expression, she couldn't help but lightly knock on Baigua's head. "Greedy." Baigua smacked her lips. Just as she was about to speak, she looked up and saw Xiaoju walking out. She hurriedly said, "Young master." Xiaoju glanced at her. "What's the matter?" Baigua pointed at the tree. "Look, the pomegranate has turned red." Xiaoju turned his head to look. The fruits on the tree added a thin layer of color to the green, like a lamp burning in the night. "It's so red. It must be very sweet," Baigua said as she bit her finger. Qingmei couldn't help but whisper, "The young master wants to leave the sweetest pomegranate for the young mistress." "What are you looking at?" Baigua explained in a low voice, "I know. I just wanted to ask if the smallest one could be left for us." Her voice gradually trailed off. In the end, she didn't dare to finish her sentence. Xiaoju walked to the side of the pomegranate tree. Suddenly, she recalled a time last year. There was a girl who stood under this pomegranate tree and tried her best to pick the pomegranates on the tree. Later on, the matters in the capital piled up like a mountain. She didn't have time to pick the biggest pomegranate and it was already ripe on the branch. She regretted it for a long time. Now, the time was just right, but the person who picked the pomegranate had not returned. He casually picked up a stone under the tree and looked at the farthest tip of the tree. With a slight movement of his fingers, the stone flew towards the tip of the tree. The fiery red pomegranate that looked like a lantern fell into his palm. It was heavy and bright red. He withdrew his hand. At this time of the year, pomegranates should be placed in the well in the courtyard and soaked in cold water. This way, when He Yan returned, it would be just right. Xiaoju was about to leave when Qiwu ran in from outside. He was panting as he said, "Young master. Young master. The Fuyue army has returned to the capital." Qing Mei and Bai Guo were stunned. Then, they became happy. Just as they were about to speak, they raised their heads and felt a strong wind sweep past them. When they looked at the courtyard again, Xiaoju was already gone. Only the pomegranate tree that bore fruit was more beautiful than the winter plum blossoms. The city gate was already filled with commoners who had rushed over after hearing the news. They blocked both sides of the street. Most of the people who came to welcome them were those whose family members had joined the army. Many women held their young children's hands and stood in the wind, carefully looking for familiar faces in the crowd. If they saw a family member who was still alive, they would ignore the situation and rush over to hug the person's head and cry. There were also old men who shakily came out with crutches. They looked at the crowd from head to toe until their eyes turned cold with disappointment. A war, countless families were torn apart. Separation and reunion, joy and tears, tragedy and comedy, without exception, were played out one by one. When Xiaoju arrived, the army had already passed through the city gate. The number of soldiers and horses that had set out before was now reduced by half. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue and joy. However, at the front, there was no familiar hardy figure riding on a horse. His gaze suddenly froze. When returning to the capital, the chief general who had performed meritorious deeds would always be at the front. There had never been an exception. But now, there was no one. There was no sign of He Yan. That year, when He Yan was the General Fei Hong, he didn't see him when he returned to the capital. Later, He Yan joked with him, "Xiaoju, one day, I will definitely let you see my heroic appearance when I return from a victorious battle." But now, from head to toe, there was no sign of her in the long line of soldiers and horses. For many years, perhaps since Xiao Zhongwu and Madame Xiao had passed away, he had never been at such a loss. For a moment, he didn't even know where and when he was. The bustling crowd seemed to be very far away from him. Some people walked by in front of him, but did not notice that this young man who seemed to have lost his soul was the Great Wei's right army commander-in-chief. They were so crowded that the pomegranate in his hand slipped out of his hand and rolled into the crowd without a trace. He seemed to have returned to that night when he was young. All of his calmness suddenly cracked. He was so panicked that he didn't know what to do. It seemed like a long time had passed, but also like not much time had passed. He seemed to understand what he had to do next. He turned around and then froze. There was a young woman leaning against the wall by the street. She was wearing a red warrior's outfit, a green sword at her waist. She was looking at him with a smile. She tossed a red fruit up and down in her hand. It was the pomegranate that he had dropped into the crowd. "Hey!" Seeing him look over, she called out in an indecent manner, "Young master over there, my leg is injured and I can't walk forward anymore. Can I trouble you to walk forward a bit?" The young man's gaze passed through the crowd and focused on her for a long time. Then, he walked towards her. Step by step, it was as if he had crossed all of the mountains and seas and finally found his place in the world after a long life. The girl smiled and opened her arms wide, as if asking for a hug. He quickly walked forward and hugged this person tightly in his arms. In that instant, there was silence. Only the two of them in each other's arms became the most long-lasting attachment. In the crowd around them, some were happy, some were crying, some were reunited, and some were parting. They snuggled up to each other under the bustle of the world. Even if there were thousands of things, they couldn't be said. The young man's brocade clothes were like a painting. He gently patted her head. The warmth of his palm made He Yan's eyes burn. Unknowingly, tears fell. "It's been a long time, Military Governor Xiao," she said softly. In the world of North, South, East, West, Birth, and Old, it was such a blessing that they could always meet and reunite. In the end, Dewei won the war against Wu Tuo. After Wu Tuo was defeated, the king of Wu Tuo personally wrote a letter of surrender and ordered the prince and the envoy to come and beg for forgiveness. He promised that in the next 100 years, He would not take the initiative to send troops and form an alliance with Dawei and become a vassal state of Dawei. He also left the prince in Dawei as a hostage to show his allegiance. Emperor Zhaokong was pleased and rewarded the soldiers who led the troops to the battlefield. He even made Marquis Wu and He Yan a third-rank general and gave her the title of Guiyue. Henceforth, she was the first female general in the history of the Great Wei dynasty. In the courtyard, He Sui looked at the gifts piled up in front of the door and said worriedly, "The cloth and rice can be stored for a long time, but what about these fruits? We don't have many people at home. I'm afraid they will spoil before we finish eating." He Yinshin glanced at them and said, "Send them to brother-in-law's house. Brother-in-law has many family members." "However, father, you are insulting He Yan's appetite by worrying about whether we can finish eating. How can you talk about your sister like that?" He Sui slapped him to the side and said, "Quickly bring the soup in the kitchen to Yan Yan." He Yinshin rolled his eyes and went to the kitchen in resignation. He Yan was sitting in the room looking at He Yunqing's recent homework. Xiaoju was sitting beside her. She had trouble walking now and her leg injury would not heal in a short time. However, she was not someone who could sit down. She was nagged by Rongwei and He Sui 100 times every day. He Yinshin walked in from outside while she was sitting. She held a porcelain bowl in her hands and placed it in front of He Yan. She said unhappily, "Father personally stewed this bone soup for you. Drink it." "Why is it bone soup again?" He Yan's face turned bitter. She was not a picky eater, but she could not stand the bone soup 3 times a day. Looking at the bowl of soup that was bigger than her face, she felt like her stomach was going to burst with oil. "Didn't you hurt your leg? Father said that you can nourish yourself with whatever you eat. You should nourish yourself well." Pausing for a moment, he finally couldn't help but reprimand her. "They say that it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Since your leg is injured, don't run around if you have nothing to do. Why don't you just stay at home and recuperate? His Majesty has already approved your leave, why don't you take your body seriously?" He nagged on and on, acting more like a father than He Sui. He Yan couldn't take it anymore and looked at Xiaoju for help. However, this person clearly saw her predicament, yet he just sat there and drank his tea calmly. After He Yinqing finished speaking, he asked Xiaoju, "Brother-in-law, do you think I'm right?" Xiaoju replied slowly, "That's right." "Did you hear that, He Yan?" He Yinqing was more confident now that he had someone to back him up. "You should be more sensible." I won't say any more, I'm going to feed Xianxia." He Yinqing rattled on until he was satisfied. He said, "Finish the soup. Father made it himself, don't leave a single drop behind." Then he went out. He Yan saw him go out and stared at the bowl of soup in front of him. Finally, he looked at Xiaoju. "Xiaoju, no." This person replied heartlessly. He Yan looked at him and felt a headache. "Military Governor Xiao, you are using your position to avenge a private grudge. It's been so long, why are you still angry?" He raised his eyebrows. "I'm not angry." He Yan looked at him and suddenly remembered that the last time she was angry at Xiaoju, it was in the Ji County's camp. That was the day she and her 2,000 soldiers pretended to surrender. Some of the Yan army couldn't stand the provocation of the Yuto. In a moment of impulse, they changed the plan. She was in the city, took the Yuto sword and fought with them. The soldiers outside the city couldn't enter, so someone had to open the city gates. She, Jiang Jiao, and Wang Ba fought as they walked to the city gate tower. Soldiers were never alone in a battle. If they were outnumbered, they would be at a disadvantage. If they ran to the city gate tower, they would become targets. He Yan was also injured. Her leg was cut by the Yuto sword. The wound was so deep that her bones could be seen. With every step she took, the wound pulled at her muscles, and it was painful. Wang Ba and Jiang Jiao were afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on for long, but she actually held on. The city gates were finally opened, and the soldiers waiting outside the city finally entered. They had won the battle. When He Yan got off his horse, he couldn't feel his right leg. After a long time of activity, his pants were stained red with blood. The fabric was stuck to his flesh, and when he tore it off, his skin and flesh were exposed. It was a hair-raising sight. When Lin Shuanghe saw He Yan's wound, his face turned pale. He ordered someone to help him into the tent. He Yan had lost too much blood. When he fell on the bed, he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. When he was in a daze, he only had one thought in his mind. It's over, it's over. He didn't go back alive. He broke his promise. Xiaoju must be angry again. In fact, she wasn't afraid of Xiaoju being angry. Although Xiaoju got angry more easily than her, she was still easy to appease. However, she was also afraid that Xiaoju would really be angry. He Yan knew that he had never been angry with her in the past. Lin Shuanghe busied himself in her tent for a day and a night. When He Yan woke up, the light in the tent flickered. Someone was leaning against the bed and dozing off. When He Yan moved, he woke up. Hey, brother Lin. He Yan forced a smile. His voice was a little dry. You can't fool around with a friend's wife. Did you sleep with me for a night? She was still in the mood to joke. Lin Shuanghe looked at her with a serious expression and said, He Yan, you have to rest. Lin Shuanghe was very dangerous when it came to saving people. It wasn't easy for her to keep her life. However, even though her life was saved, if she did not rest well and continued to jump around like before, then it was very likely that she would not be able to keep her leg in the future. He Yan's face was pale. She smiled at him and said, That won't do. The battle isn't over yet. Just like before Yan he died, even though he knew that intense activity would cause the poison to spread even faster and become a death sentence for him, he still went into battle with his injuries. He Yan was the same. It was already the most crucial time. If they didn't seize the opportunity and let the Yuto have a chance to counterattack, it would be very troublesome. Wrap it up tightly for me. He Yan said, Try not to affect my performance on the battlefield. Aren't you afraid? Your right leg, at most, it's just a cripple. He Yan smiled. Moreover, it's possible that it'll be fine. She struggled to get up. Without any pause, she started to arrange the upcoming battle. Lin Shuanghe once thought that He Yan's leg would really be lost. However, He Yan was luckier than Yan He. On the way back from Ji County to Shuajing, Lin Shuanghe used all his knowledge on He Yan. In the beginning, He Yan's situation was really bad. It was so bad that when Lin Shuanghe wrote a letter, he didn't know where to start. Later, He Yan got better. He wrote He Yan's situation in his letter. In the end, something happened at the relay station. This made Xiaoju worried for many days. However, this leg injury had to be taken care of. He Yan looked at him and asked, You're really not angry? Xiaoju looked at the tea in front of her attentively. She clutched her chest and said, Ah, my leg. In an instant, this person looked at her. Seeing that she was pretending, he paused and said, You're injured on your leg. Why are you clutching your chest? It's my leg that hurts, but it's my heart that hurts. He Yan looked at him bitterly. I'm already very hurt, but you're still so cold. Although he knew that this person in front of him could lie easily, he still sighed and sat down in front of her. He asked, Is it very painful? He Yan said seriously, Yes, but if you say a few words of concern, it might not hurt anymore. Xiaoju was speechless. He was so angry that he laughed. Seeing that he laughed, He Yan rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. She tugged at his sleeve and said, All right, Military Governor Xiao, don't be angry. Next time, I'll take good care of myself. I won't joke about my life. This time, I made you worry for so long. It's my fault. I didn't know that something could go wrong at the relay station. She had to take the blame for this. Xiaoju's gaze fell on her. This person had a cheeky smile on her face and didn't look sad at all. However, she didn't know the fear in his heart when he couldn't find her. He wasn't angry. It was more likely that he felt helpless because he couldn't help her when she was in danger. However, he knew that if he could do it again, He Yan would still make the same choice. If it was him, he would also do the same. But she was still here. Being able to play happily in front of him was already a blessing from the heavens. It was enough. After a while, he looked at He Yan and smiled. Okay. He Yan was overjoyed. That's right, but I won't help you finish this bowl of soup. He Yan said, Xiaoju, you're really petty. 2 days later, He Yan and Xiaoju went to see Xianxia. He Yan originally thought that he would see a sad and depressed girl. However, to his surprise, Xianxia actually looked pretty good. When He Yan saw her, she was shaking a small red drum and playing with a baby in a bamboo basket. The baby's eyes were open and his eyes were following the movements of the small drum. He was babbling something that no one knew what he was saying. Xianxia was amused by him and laughed. He Yan called out, "Miss Xianxia." Xianxia saw her and was surprised for a moment. Then, he said, "Miss He." Xianxia had lost a lot of weight and his clothes looked very loose. However, his complexion was still good. He wondered if it was because he had become a mother, but he had become more gentle. He Yan originally thought about how to comfort her and make Xianxia feel better. Now that he saw her, he realized that the words he had prepared were useless. "Miss Xianxia, how have you been these days?" He Yan thought for a long time and finally asked this question. "I've been fine." Xianxia smiled and said, "With Muxia by my side, the days haven't been too hard." He Yan felt a little sad when he heard this. Xianxia looked at her and smiled instead. "Miss He, don't be sad for me. When I first heard about Yan He's news, I couldn't accept it. I even thought about leaving with him. However, now that I have Muxia, my original obsession has gradually dissipated. When I married Yan He, I knew that there might be a day like this. I just didn't expect it to come so early." She lowered her head and smiled. "But since I've made my choice, there's nothing to say. Yan He is already gone, and the living have to live a good life." She looked at Muxia in the basket. "I think that God is not too cruel to me. At least, I still have Muxia." She had lived a clear life. There were some things that Xianxia understood without He Yan saying it. However, He Yan thought that sometimes, being overly intelligent and sensible might make people feel more sorry for her. She chatted with Xianxia for a while more before she got up and left. After that, He Yan went to Hong Shan's home. Hong Shan was not like Shirtu and Huang Xiong, who still had a young brother and an old mother at home. Hong Shan's mother cried every day. He Yan helped find a school so that his younger brother could go to school. He also helped his mother's family with their expenses. Just as Xianxia said, the dead were gone, and the people left behind had to live a good life. The only thing she could do for Hong Shan was to take care of his family for him. In the winter, at a restaurant in Linjiang, a flag with the word wine written on it fluttered in the wind. A brawny man carrying a large knife walked up to the woman selling wine and asked in a rough voice, "Do you have apricot wine?" The woman looked up and saw the scars on the man's face. He looked like a bandit. She was a little scared and whispered, "I'm sorry, sir. We don't have apricot wine in the winter. We only have rice wine." She thought that this fierce man would be angry. She didn't expect him to just say, 3 bowls of rice wine." He put the money on the table and walked inside. The woman was stunned for a moment. She hurriedly got up and walked to the wine jar to get a wooden spoon. Wang Ba looked at the small winery with a silent expression. Before he came here, he went to the bandit stronghold and gave the reward money he earned to his brothers. He told them not to rob in the future. He saw that the stronghold was now raising fish and living a good life. They shouldn't touch the life of living on the edge of a knife anymore. When he went to Jiuchuan, Huang Xiong told him that the apricot wine in this restaurant in Linjiang was particularly sweet and fragrant. He promised to invite him to drink here when he came back from the war. He gladly agreed. But now, he was the only one who came here to drink. Time passed quickly. It didn't leave any traces, but there were traces everywhere. He was no longer as fierce and aggressive as he was when he first entered the army. The children in the stronghold said that he had become much gentler. He didn't know what was going on, but this was good. To them, being able to come back alive was already a blessing from the heavens. 3 bowls of wine were quickly served. It was homebrewed rice wine. The wine looked turbid and suffused with a simple spicy taste. He raised his head and drank all the wine in the bowl in front of him. From his throat to his lower abdomen, he immediately felt a burning heat. "Old brother." He wiped his mouth and exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. He didn't know who he was talking to. "The wine is good." No one answered him. A moment later, he picked up the remaining 2 bowls of wine and walked to the window. In front of the window, a thin willow swayed in the wind. In the winter, the branches and leaves were bare. But not long after, when spring came, new green would grow here. He turned his hand and poured the 2 bowls of wine into the ground in front of the willow. The wine seeped in little by little. He silently watched for a while, then said in a low voice, "I'll also invite you to try it." In the noodle shop in the east of the city, the busy young girl had changed into a light blue dress. There was a circle of fluffy rabbit fur embroidered on the edge of the dress. Velvet flowers of the same color were inserted into her hair bun, which made her already delicate and pretty face even more delicate. The closer it was to winter, the better the business of the noodle shop became. On a cold winter morning, eating a bowl of piping hot Xianxia noodles in the morning would make one feel warm from the bottom of their heart. Sun Xiaolan was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground. Only when the last bowl of noodles was delivered could she take a break. She was wiping the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief when she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was a somewhat dark and handsome young man. As he walked by the street, Sun Xiaolan found him familiar and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Then she remembered that at the beginning of spring this year, she had seen this young man. There was also a handsome young man who was taciturn. After they left a pot of peach blossoms on the table. The young girl's heart suddenly felt a burst of joy. Just as she was about to call out to him, someone behind her said, "Little girl, I'd like another bowl of Xianxia noodles here." Sun Xiaolan responded with her mouth. When she looked up again, she saw that the figure had already disappeared from the crowd. Where did he go? The urging voice behind her didn't make her think too much. She only thought to herself, forget it. Since these 2 young men are in Shuo capital, there will definitely be a chance to meet them in the future. Who knows, maybe in a few days, they will come to this noodle house. Thinking of this, her heart became happy again. Amidst the hubbub of voices, only the pot of peach blossoms in front of the noodle house's wooden cabinet looked lonely and bleak in the winter. The flower pot was beautifully painted, as if it was a brilliant spring day. The snow pressed down heavily on the eaves. When He Yan came out of the military department, the sky was already dark. Although her leg was injured and Zhaokong Emperor had temporarily allowed her to take sick leave, after the Battle of Jiuquanji County, the follow-up military affairs were busy. She still had to go to the military department to discuss matters with her colleagues. It was inconvenient for Qing Mei, so when she came out during the day, it was Chiwu who sent her out. However, she stayed a little longer today. When she came out, it was already very late. She was the only one left in the military department. He Yan came out with a walking stick. Just as he was about to ask someone to find a carriage, he saw a person standing on the steps. She was wearing a bright moonlight-embroidered brocade robe. Standing in the snow, it seemed as if the snow was illuminated. "Xiao Ju." He Yan waved at him. He chuckled and walked up to them. "Why are you free today?" He Yan waited for him to come closer before asking. If she was extremely busy in the military department, Xiao Ju was even busier than her. "I know you haven't gone back yet, so I came to pick you up," he said. He Yan hurriedly grabbed his arm. With one hand holding the walking stick, she hopped forward on one leg. She didn't think much of it. Her leg injury was actually much better, but she didn't know what Lin Xuanhe had said to Xiao Ju to exaggerate. In short, He Yan felt that her current life was like a cripple. She took 2 steps forward. Xiao Ju suddenly stopped. He Yan asked, "What's wrong?" His gaze fell on He Yan's walking stick. After thinking for a while, he walked in front of He Yan and squatted down slightly. "Come on up." You want to carry me on your back?" He Yan asked. "Hurry up. That's not good." He Yan hesitated for a while. "This is the military department. I have to work here every day. If someone sees this, it will damage my reputation. Everyone knows how brave and invincible I was in Jiuquan. If they look back, they will see that I even need someone to carry me. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Are you coming up or not?" He Yan said, "Yes, yes, yes." She pounced forward and wrapped her arms around Xiao Ju's neck. Xiao Ju easily carried her on his back. Xiao Ju continued to carry her outside. He Yan whispered in his ear, even if you don't care about my reputation, what about yours? Won't others say that although Dewey's commander Jadeface looks impressive, he is actually a henpecked husband at home? Lady Xiao Ju's voice was very calm. You don't have to speak when you don't want to. He Yan said, are you admitting that you are a henpecked husband? At times like this, Xiao Ju was usually too lazy to bother with her. The wind blew in the night. It was very cold as they walked on the road. However, his back was warm and broad, as if it could support the entire future. He Yan thought that Xiao Ju was indeed better than He Yunqing. If He Yunqing had carried her for such a long distance, he would have scolded her and complained that she was heavy. Military Governor Xiao, He Yan's voice was soft. Her warm breath blew on his neck, tickling him. Is this your first time carrying a girl? Xiao Ju's voice was very cold. Are you a girl? No one saw that the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and his eyes were as moving as water. Am I not a girl? He Yan asked doubtfully. Then, do you like a man? Xiao Ju did not say anything. Perhaps it was because He Yan had been with him for a long time, but his ability to annoy people had grown day by day. Sometimes, Xiao Ju could not win against her in an argument, or perhaps, he was too lazy to argue with her. She had won a round and was very proud of herself. The night was quiet. The snow and the moon were silvery white. One end of the street was quiet, while the other end of the street was connected to the night market. The lights were waning. They walked with their backs to the hustle and bustle. Along the way, the broken lights hanging under the eaves illuminated the snowy ground. Plum trees planted in people's backyards were blooming. They stretched out sparsely from the fences, trembling beautifully. The wind and snow came for no reason, but her mood was calm. On the way home, the night was beautiful. She laid on Xiao Ju's back and looked at the moon in the sky. She called out to him, Xiao Ju. He Yan responded with an She heard him say, what do you think the moon will be different from now in 10, 20, 50 years? Xiao Ju paused. I don't know. After a while, he answered. I want to see how the moon will be different from now in a few decades. Xiao Ju looked up. The cold moon was like eyebrows, pear blossoms dotting the snow. The voice of the person on her back was gentle and quiet. When she laid on his back, it was reassuring. I want to know too. His gaze softened. Like the limpid autumn water, he said softly, so, let's look at it together. Look at the moon together, 10, 20, 50 years, He Yan's lips slowly curled up. In the future, what would it be like? Maybe the streets would be different in 10 years. Maybe the snow would be colder in 20 years. Maybe she and Xiao Ju would be white-haired in 50 years. But the moon might not be different from tonight. Even if it was different, it did not matter. 10, 20, 50 years later, the mountains would be long and the rivers would be far away. She did not know the things of the world now, but she knew she would always like the moon. A snowflake landed on the hair of the person in front of her. He Yan gently brushed it away. She felt that it was much more normal. The moon was bright and the wind was gentle. Tonight was a good night. Let's go home. She smiled and urged him. Okay. The end of the text. It was April in the capital, and the weather was getting warmer. By the riverbank, children were flying kites. The lines were very far away, and they were competing with each other to see whose kite was flying higher. Their laughter could be heard outside the long beach, and passers-by stopped to watch. Near the city gate, several carriages were parked. It seemed that some people were leaving the capital, and their relatives came to send them off. Right in front of the carriage, a young man wearing a long robe was rambling nonstop. If one listened carefully, it was all, the journey is long, so you must pay attention to your safety. Yao Yao hates bumps the most, so when you carry her, remember to wrap her in a blanket. He Yunqing, the woman opposite him couldn't help but interrupt him, if you keep talking like this, we won't be able to leave when it's dark. That's right, the woman standing beside He Yunqing glared at him and looked at He Yan, sister, don't worry about going to Jiang. Yunqing and I will take good care of the family. He Yan nodded and waved to Xiao Yao, who was being carried by Xiao Ju in the carriage, to He Yunqing and Song Tao Tao. Xiao Yao shouted in a childish voice, Uncle, Aunt, goodbye. Be good on the road. Xianxia approached Xiaoyao and pinched her small face. He smiled. When we come back, uncle will buy you candy. Xiaoyao bit her finger and smiled at him. Okay, you can go back, Xiaoju said, we're leaving. The curtain of the carriage was lowered, and they rushed out of the city. Time passed quickly. It had been 7 years since the battle with Yuto. 7 years was enough for a young man to grow into an indomitable man. Xianxia was no longer the young and inexperienced boy who followed Xian to the streets to sell large cakes. These years, his martial arts were outstanding, and he was willing to work hard. He was lucky enough to gain the favor of Emperor Zhaokong. Step by step, he steadily worked his way up. Now, he had already become the deputy commander of the 5th Battalion. His official position was indeed promoted. When others looked at him, they felt that his temperament was arrogant and distant. But only Xian knew that Xianxia was still the same worrywart as before. With such a temperament, it was hard for Song Taotao to take a fancy to him. Xianxia and Song Taotao got married 4 years ago. Her marriage to Xianxia was indeed beyond Xian's expectations. After all, the person who had been engaged to Song Taotao back then was Qing Lisu. However, back then, Song Taotao and Qing Lisu did not have any feelings for each other. After a few years, it was still the same. Later, the Song family and the Qing family annulled the engagement. Originally, it was nothing. Who knew that as soon as the engagement was dissolved, Song Taotao ran to the door of the He family and bravely expressed her love for Xianxia, which shocked everyone. Master Song was also a scholar. When he heard the news, he almost fainted from anger. Madame Song also felt that Song Taotao's actions were too outrageous. The only person who supported Song Taotao was her ex-fiancé, Qing Lisu. Qing Lisu secretly ran to the door of the Song family's house and encouraged her, "Not bad, Miss Song. You finally did something that I admire. Don't mind what others say. My brother, he is one of the top young talents in Shuajing. If you miss this village, you won't have this opportunity again. Don't give up just because of a few words from others. Don't worry, your ex-fiancé," he patted his chest and said righteously, "I will definitely help you get what you want." After encouraging Song Taotao, he went to find Xianxia. Xian once saw Qing Lisu deceiving Xianxia with his own eyes. Uncle He, my ex-fiancé, although spoiled and willful, pretentious, and fierce like a tiger, has nothing good about her. She's a good person. But in fact, her looks are passable. Her family is rich, and more importantly, she is deeply in love with you. Why don't you try to get along with her? Who knows, maybe they'll develop feelings for each other as time passes. Xianxia looked at him coldly. Why don't you get along with her yourself? Hey, Xianxia answered very sincerely, a gentleman has the beauty to help others. Xian, who accidentally heard the whole conversation, thought that Qing Lisu was really a stick that wanted to see the world in chaos. Xianxia didn't like Song Taotao at first. Xian thought that he knew his brother quite well. According to his brother, the girl he liked should be a gentle and cute girl like Xianxia or Bai Rongwei. But at first, Song Taotao was the one who stuck to him, but he was stubborn and unmoved. Later on, Song Taotao didn't come to the He family's house. Xianxia held it in for a long time. Finally, one day, he found Xian. After being shy for a long time, he said that he wanted her to help him propose marriage to the Song family. Xian didn't know what to say. From Xiaoju's niece-in-law to his sister-in-law, Song Taotao's identity was a little too big. Xian didn't care about what other people said. He just sighed in his heart. Fate really didn't make any sense. Who would have known that at the very beginning, Song Taotao was originally her fiancé? Young people's affairs were hard to predict. Just let them be. After all, the goodies shouldn't flow into the fields of outsiders. Also, most men were people who didn't mean what they said. As for Qing Lisu, she was still alone at the moment. Because of what happened with Song Taotao, his family didn't dare to arrange a marriage for him. But Qing Lisu himself didn't take this matter to heart. Every day, he was busy making friends and playing with cats and dogs. He was still the useless young master from before. At first, the Qing family hoped that he would make progress, but later on, they were too lazy to care. In this world, having a big heart was a kind of happiness. The carriage shook. Xiaoyao hid in Xiaoju's arms and stared at the scenery outside the carriage. She didn't cry or make a fuss. Her eyes were full of curiosity. He Yan snapped his fingers. She suddenly turned her head and stared at He Yan without blinking. Her eyes were wet. He Yan burst out laughing. Xiaoju, he was so angry that he laughed. What kind of mother are you? The road ahead is long. He Yan didn't think much of it. If we don't find some fun for ourselves, it'll be boring. Xiaoyao was almost 3 years old. When she was born, Lin Xuanhe called his father and grandfather over and asked them to wait at the Xiao family's door in case an accident happened. Fortunately, Xiaoyao's birth went smoothly and He Yan did not suffer too much. The little fellow was also very obedient. Her temperament was not as lively as He Yan's, nor as calm as Xiaoju's. He Yan felt that she was silly, like a little fool. She was very easy to take care of. She could be happy the whole day with a grasshopper. Because of this, she decided to bring Xiaoyao with her on this trip to Jiang. She was going to Jiang with Xiaoju to attend Mu Xiaolu's wedding. When she first saved Mu Xiaolu from the hands of criminals in Jiang, Mu Xiaolu was only an 11-year-old girl. Now, she was already a big girl. Not only that, Mu Hongjin also passed the position of princess to her. This time, Mu Hongjin sent an invitation to He Yan and his wife. She hoped that they would come to Jiang to attend the ceremony in person if they were free. Ever since Yuto was defeated, Dawei was peaceful. Other than training the soldiers and horses, they didn't have much to do every day. He Yan and Xiaoju asked for leave from Emperor Zhaokong and took Xiaoyao to Jiang. He Yan thought that if Lu Buwang was still alive, he would want to see Mu Hongjin's granddaughter enter a new life. Since Lu Buwang was gone, she would take care of her granddaughter for him. Moreover, she also missed her friends in Jiang. The carriage drove outside the city. There were people selling peaches on the road, so the carriage in front stopped. He Yan heard Lin Xuanhe's voice outside. Hey, younger sister it's a long journey. Buy 2 peaches to eat. Fei Nu stopped the carriage in front. He Yan got off the carriage. Lin Xuanhe was standing in front of the peach selling peaches, carefully picking the fresh peaches in the bamboo basket. He Yan wanted to laugh when he saw this. She leaned against the carriage and said, "Didn't you say that you don't eat the peddler's food outside?" Lin Xuanhe pretended not to hear her and changed the topic. These peaches look good. Buy some for Yao Yao to try. 7 years had passed. Lin Xuanhe had changed from an elegant white-clothed young master to an elegant white-clothed young master who was 7 years older. In fact, there wasn't much difference in appearance. His extravagant personality had never changed. However, 7 years ago, after the Great Battle of Yuto, he was depressed for half a year after returning to the Shuo capital. Later, he opened a medical center in the Shuo capital. The Lin family had many medical centers, but the one he opened was special. Because he didn't treat people, he only taught medicine. The doctors in the Shuo capital who were obsessed with medicine often went to his medical center to study together. In these few years, he had come up with many new recipes. Although Lin Xuanhe's fame couldn't be compared to Lin Qingtan, he had gradually surpassed Lin Mu. He had some achievements in medicine, but his marriage had always been a headache for the Lin family. Although Qing Lisu was unwilling to get married, she was still younger than Lin Xuanhe. Lin Xuanhe was already Qing Lisu's uncle. His classmates, such as Xiaoju, could even run on the ground with their children. He was the only one who was still single. But to say that he was cold and aloof, he couldn't be considered pitiful. All the women in the capital were his little sisters. His medical center was very lively every day. He probably hadn't met a woman who could truly make him fall in love, so he didn't force it. He Yan walked to Lin Xuanhe's side and picked peaches with him. The peaches were pink and fresh, sweet just by looking at them. She picked a few and sighed, if only Qing Mei was here. Qing Mei is the best at picking these fruits. Don't. Lin Xuanhe didn't even think about it before replying, 1 xiao huaijin is enough. Do you want me to stay here and watch the master and servant take care of the child together? Then he face-bombed, I didn't think that some men would be like this after becoming fathers. After Xiaoju had Xiaoyao, whenever they were outside, she wouldn't let go of Xiaoyao. She was also very obedient to Xiaoyao. This wasn't a big deal. In any case, Xiaoyao had a gentle temperament and was easier to take care of. Chiwu's stinky brat was also a big deal. He caused trouble all day long and was extremely naughty. Every time Qingmei got angry, she would chase him around the courtyard with a wooden stick, causing chaos every time. However, Chiwu still wanted to protect him. He said, "The child is still young and doesn't know any better. Don't be so fierce. Put down the wooden stick. If you have something to say, we can talk." The result of this kind of situation was usually Qingmei beating him up as well. He Yan sometimes sighed in amazement. She really didn't think that the weak servant girl who used to cry all the time could be so valiant now. Qingmei married Chiwu 3 years after the Battle of Yuchuo. He Yan always joked about Qingmei before, but he didn't really take it to heart. Qingmei liked who she wanted to marry and who she wanted to marry. In the end, it all depended on Qingmei's own thoughts. However, the two of them were still fated to be together. Both of them liked each other, so it was only natural for them to be together. At first, He Yan planned to let Qingmei and Chiwu go together on this trip to Jiang. However, at this critical moment, they found out that Qingmei was pregnant and couldn't travel too far. He Yan asked Qingmei to rest well in the residence and Chiwu to accompany her. He Yan picked a few peaches. After Lin Xuanhe paid for them, she washed the peaches with clean water from the wooden bucket next to the peddler and returned to her carriage. "Here." She handed the peaches to Xiaoju. "Try it." Xiaoju took the peaches, peeled them with a knife, and fed them to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao ate a little and became happy. She said in a childish voice, "I want more." He Yan was speechless. Sometimes, she felt that her and Xiaoju's positions as parents were reversed. She taught Xiaoyao how to walk and even taught her how to hold small stones. She planned to teach her martial arts when Xiaoyao was older, while Xiaoju took care of all the minor details. For example, what Xiaoyao ate, what she wore, what she played. When it came to taking care of children, the patience he displayed was comparable to Xianxia. Mu Xiao was already 7 years old. He looked a lot like Yan He. Among his peers, he was considered to be taller. Although his father had already passed away when he was born, but luckily everyone in the Yan family, as well as Yan He's friends, gave him enough care so that he did not have any inferiority complex or resentment. He was very lively and had a strong desire to win. His archer and horse master said that his equestrian skills still needed to be improved, so he trained hard for a full 3 months until he obtained first place in the academy examinations. The last time he saw Mu Xia, the young lad held a long sword and arrogantly said to Xiaoju, "Military Governor Xiao, in a few years, you will be defeated by this young master." He Yan, who was watching from the side, could not help but laugh. Yan Mu Xiao looked up and saw her. He snorted, "What are you laughing at, including you?" He Yan felt that this young lad with a high ponytail, silver robe and long spear was exactly the same as Yan He in the past. Xianxia laughed, "His character is like this. I have told him many times but he did not change. Don't mind him." "No, he is very cute." He Yan also laughed, "Mu Xia is very similar to brother Yan." Xianxia lowered his head, "Yes, everyone says so." He Yan felt that Yan Mu Xiao's character was very good. At least he was lively and could bring Xianxia a lot of comfort. Other than taking care of Yan Mu Xia, Xianxia also went to the academy to help. A few years ago, a new female academy was set up in the Shua capital. It was run by Wei Xuanzhang's wife, Wei Furan, and Zhao Kong Emperor agreed. Now that there was a female general like Marquis Wuan in the imperial court, in the next few years, when Yang Su Tang nurtured a group of talented and ambitious girls, who knows if there would be female officials, although it was slow, it was getting better little by little. He Xining also helped in Yang Su Tang. After Wei Xuanzhang's death, He Xining accompanied Wei Furan every day and built a deep relationship with Wei Furan. Wei Furan accepted her as her goddaughter. She was a teacher teaching the zither in Yang Su Tang. Every day, she was with young girls and became more cheerful and open-minded. She was no longer as obsessed with the past as before. He Yan also often went to see her. He heard that there was a young teacher teaching abacus in Yang Su Tang who secretly admired He Xining very much. He Yan ordered people to investigate the background of that teacher. He was a righteous person. However, Xining had to ask herself what she thought. There was still a long way to go, so there was no hurry. After Xiaoyao ate the peach, she fell asleep on Xiaoju's body. He Yan asked in a low voice, "Are you tired? Do you want me to hold you for a while?" Xiaoju shook her head, "I'm not tired." He Yan looked at Xiaoyao, who was hanging on his body, and sighed in his heart. As expected of her. She could eat and sleep and was especially easy to take care of. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. Outside, at the end of the river, the banks were green and the sun was warm. As she looked, she felt a wave of laziness. She leaned on Xiaoju's shoulder and unknowingly fell asleep like the little girl in Xiaoju's arms. 7 years later, Jiang City did not seem to have changed much compared to 7 years ago. At the city gate, Cui Yuji, who had received the news, rushed over early in the morning. When He Yan and the others got off the carriage, the first thing they saw was Cui Yuji and his 4 concubines. Cui Yuji still looked the same. He was round and chubby, simple and honest, but he was a little older. Eldest concubine and 4th concubine each held a child in their arms. These were Cui Yuji's son and daughter, Cui Yan and Cui Yingying, who were born to eldest concubine and 4th concubine respectively. 2nd concubine was still as charming and beautiful as before. 3rd concubine coughed weakly every time she took a few steps. There were not many changes either. He Yan walked in front of them and pinched Cui Yingying's cheeks. Her cheeks were soft and comparable to Xiaoyao's. He smiled and said, "Lord Cui, this is Yan and Yingying." Cui Yuji said proudly, "How is it? Everyone says that the two of them look more and more like military Governor Xiao." "I think they do." He Yan, although he admitted that Cui Yan and Cui Yingying had delicate features and did not look like Cui Yuji, he did not think that they would be related to Xiaoju. Cui Yuji's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoyao in Xiaoju's arms. "Aya, this must be Xiaoyao. She's so cute. She and Yan are a golden couple." "How about?" Xiaoju blocked his hand that was about to reach out. She glanced at him coldly and said calmly, "Cui Yuji." 2nd concubine hurriedly held Cui Yuji and said with a smile, "Master, you really like to joke." "Miss Xiao is still young." Xiaoyao looked at Cui Yuji in confusion, then looked at Xiaoju. Finally, she reached out to He Yan and asked for a hug. "Mother." He Yan carried her over. Lin Shuanghe stood up and coughed softly, "This is not the place to talk. Master Cui, let's go back to the residence first." Cui Yuji's residence was huge. He stayed in the Cui residence like last time when he came to Jiang. However, when he came back last time, He Yan and Xiaoju still had a clear superior-subordinate relationship. Now that they were going back to their old home and were already husband and wife, they even brought along a little child. It was really unpredictable. He Yan walked behind with Xiaoyao in his arms. He looked at Cui Yuji curiously and asked softly, "Since 1st concubine and 4th concubine have already given birth to Master Cui's children, why are they still Master Cui's concubines? If that's the case, won't young Master Cui and young Miss Cui become illegitimate children?" She originally thought that since Cui Yuji only had 4 concubines, he might still marry a wife in the end. However, after so many years, he did not marry. Even his concubines had given birth to children. He Yan did not understand. "Master Xiaohe, you don't know," Cui Yuji said with a smile, "Jiang and the Central Plains have different customs. Women in Jiang rarely remarry once they get married. If something happens to their husband's family and they are unfortunate enough to be widowed, they have to be widowed for the rest of their lives. As a cavalry officer, I don't know when I will die in my early years. Marrying a wife is a hindrance to others. Concubines are different. Even if I die, they can still find a place to live. Who knows that I have a good life? I have lived well all these years. However, I am also used to the 4 of them. If one of them becomes the main wife, will there still be peaceful days in the courtyard? This is also quite good." Cui Yuji sighed, "I treat everyone equally. Everyone is my favorite. They are all illegitimate children, so there is no difference between them." He Yan had nothing to say. He could only say that Cui Yuji was indeed a man who had walked Lover's Bridge 4 times. Although his perspective was strange, he had his own logic. When they arrived at the Chui residence, a middle-aged housekeeper came to welcome them. Lin Shuanghe asked, "Where is Zhongfu?" He remembered that the last time he came to the Chui residence, the housekeeper was an old servant with white hair. Zhongfu passed away a year ago. Cui Yuji said, he was old and passed away in his dreams. This is Zhongfu's son, Zhonggue. He Yan was a little absent-minded. It was only at this moment that he truly felt that 7 years had passed. No matter how similar Jiang was to the past, it was not 7 years ago. Cui Yuji had already ordered people to clean the courtyard before they came. He Yan and the others settled the things. Xiaoya was already asleep. He Yan placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He looked around the room and suddenly remembered that she was looking at the spring pictures that Cui Yuji had painstakingly arranged for them in front of this bed. Xiaoju glanced at her and saw He Yan standing by the bed with a thoughtful smile. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Lady He, are you regretting that Cui Yuji did not put the pictures here this time?" He Yan came back to his senses and shook his head. "How can that be? After all, Yao Yao is still here. Lord Cui still knows his limits." She really showed a regretful expression, as if she had not had enough. Xiaoju was angry and amused at the same time. Although Xiaoyao was almost 3 years old, He Yan's skin was getting thicker and thicker by the day. Perhaps it was because he was training new recruits in the martial arts field and spent all day with those youths. He was getting bolder and bolder, and he had fewer misgivings. She saw that Xiaoyao was sleeping soundly and whispered, "I'm a little hungry. Let the maidservant come over and look after Yao Yao. Let's go eat something first." Xiaoju nodded. The Chui residence's food was as exquisite as usual. During the meal, He Yan talked about Mu Xiaolu's husband. Cui Yuji said, "I've seen the eldest son of the Qin family. He's handsome and has good skills. Previously, when the little highness sneaked out to play, she encountered bad people. It was the eldest son of the Qin family who saved her. The little highness has good taste. In Jiang City, a handsome man like the eldest son of the Qin family is rare." When Cui Yuji looked at people, he would first look at their appearance. However, He Yan also knew that there was nothing wrong with this eldest son of the Qin family. She had ordered Bai Xian to investigate. A few years ago, Luaning had been injured while on a mission. It was not good for her to work everywhere. Coincidentally, Bai Xian had grown up and took over Luan Ying's job. He had a lively personality and completed his mission very well. He also liked He Yan very much, especially He Yan's embroidery. Every once in a while, he would ask He Yan for one. There was a period of time when he asked too much, which made Xiaoju unhappy. She found an opportunity to send him to a place far away to do some work. He Yan did not like needlework, but in this world, it was not easy to meet someone who appreciated her. Especially when Bai Xian praised her needlework from the bottom of his heart every time, He Yan would try his best to satisfy Bai Xian's requests. According to Bai Xian's information, this young master of the Qin family was an upright gentleman and a good man who could be entrusted with her life. In Xiaoju's opinion, He Yan was worrying for nothing. After all, Mu Xiaolu was going to get married. Mu Hongjin would definitely have investigated the background of the eldest son of the Qin family a long time ago. However, He Yan always felt that Mu Xiaolu was the grandson of Lu Buwang's lover. It was reasonable for her to do her best. "At the wedding banquet tomorrow, you will see what he looks like." As Cui Yuji spoke, he sighed, "The little highness has grown up now. His decisive appearance is exactly the same as his highness in the past. We old men are also old. In the future, it will be the young people's world." Second concubine said sweetly, "Master is not old. It's called being upright and prudent." He Yan, what a good upright and prudent. After the meal, they chatted for a while. Xiaoyao also woke up. First concubine ordered the kitchen to make food suitable for children. He Yan and Xiaoju fed Xiaoyao. When Xiaoyao was full, they played with her. When the sky darkened, Fourth Yinyang knocked on the door. He Yan walked out and heard Fourth Yinyang say, "Miss He, this concubine will go to Shui City later to buy the red silk that will be tied to the congratulatory gift tomorrow. Would you like to go and pick some together? The red silk of Jiang is not the same as the one in the Central Plains." He Yan turned his head and asked Xiaoju, "Do you want to go with me?" There are too many people. It's inconvenient for Yao Yao. After a pause, Xiaoju said, you go. I'll come find you after I coax her to sleep. Xiaoyao always needed someone to coax her before she slept. At first, it was He Yan who coaxed her, until one day, Xiaoju heard her telling Xiaoyao a bedtime story. A heroine chopped off a bandit's head with a knife. The head rolled in front of the heroine. Xiaoyao blinked and stared at her, listening with great interest. After that, Xiaoju did not let He Yan coax Xiaoyao to sleep. He Yan said to fourth concubine, all right, we'll go first. Fourth concubine smiled and said, all right. Jiang City Shui City was still bustling with activity. The Water God Festival had passed, but the peddlers and merchants did not leave. In the past 2 years, Jiang City's city pass was more open than before. Many merchants came to Jiang to do business, and Shui City became more and more prosperous. Goods from the western regions to Jiangnan could be seen. Fourth concubine was the youngest, about the same age as He Yan. As they walked, she explained to He Yan, the city is different from before. Does Lord Xiaohe also feel that it's much more lively than before? He Yan sighed, that's true. On the river, boats of all sizes were brightly lit, illuminating both sides of the river as if it was daytime. The peddlers worked hard to sell their goods. He Yan walked and stopped. Occasionally, he saw something new, so he bought it with the intention of giving it to Xiaoyao to play with later. She was no longer a poor soldier. In any case, she had a salary. Just the rewards she received from the battle that year were enough to fill her courtyard. In the past few years, although her purse was not full, it was not as flat as a pancake like it used to be. As the two of them walked, from time to time, youths from Jiang would pass by. They could not help but glance at He Yan. He Yan noticed their gazes and asked fourth concubine, is there something on my face? Fourth concubine giggled and explained, that's not it, Lord Xiaohe. They admire Lord Xiaohe because of his good looks. He Yan covered his mouth with his hand and coughed softly. You flatter me. Fourth concubine smiled but did not say anything. The men of Jiang could not tell the difference between the hairstyles of women in the Central Plains and young girls. They could only see that this young girl's eyebrows were lively and elegant, like a cool breeze. Naturally, they would admire her. After all, everyone loved beauty. However, he didn't know how second young Mistress Xiao grew up. 7 years had passed, but time didn't leave any traces of aging on her body. Looking at her appearance, there wasn't much difference from before, but there was a slight difference. It was probably that in the heroic spirit between her eyebrows, there was a hint of gentleness. This gentleness combined well with her straightforwardness. When she walked in the crowd, she was like a shining pearl that was difficult to ignore. He Yan saw that there were people gathered in front of him. He took 2 steps forward and saw a vendor sitting in front of an iron pot. He skillfully scooped up the brown sugar in the pot and drew on the white stone slab. He immediately exclaimed happily, it's a sugar figurine. Are there no sugar figurines in the Shuo capital? Fourth concubine was curious as to why she was so excited. There are, but they are not as beautiful as the ones made by the masters in Jiang City. There are also not so many types. He Yan smiled and said, since I'm here, I'll buy one. I'll bring it back for Yao Yao to eat later. She said to fourth concubine, there are too many people. Wait for me here. I'll come back once I'm done. Fourth concubine wanted to say something, but she saw that He Yan had already pushed through the crowd and was heading towards the vendor who was buying the sugar figurines. He Yan squeezed to the front and took out a string of copper coins. She said, little brother, I want a big tiger. Please make it look more impressive. Okay. The vendor was very skillful. In just a moment, a big, impressive tiger was stuck on a bamboo stick. He Yan handed over the money and took the sugar figurine with one hand. She looked very satisfied. Previously, Qingmei had made a cloth tiger for Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao liked it very much. She hugged it when she ate and slept. Later, she accidentally left the cloth tiger in the brazier and burned it. Xiaoyao cried for half a day. Before Qingmei finished making a new one, He Yan and the others had to set off for Jiang again. Xiaoyao liked tigers so much. She should be happy to see the tiger made of sugar. He Yan squeezed out of the crowd with the sugar tiger in her hand. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard someone call her name from behind. The person seemed to be a little hesitant and uncertain. She said, "Eh? He?" Yan scratched her head and saw a man dressed in green standing not far from her. He looked surprised and complicated. "Chu? Fourth young master Chu?" Among the crowd, the man in the green robe with wide sleeves was like a magnificent scene in spring, making the night seem gentler. Yan never thought that he would meet Chu Zhao here. His face was gentle and elegant, and his expression was as gentle as ever. Compared to many years ago, he had become thinner. However, there seemed to be something missing between his eyebrows. He was like a pearl that had lost its brilliance, silent and peaceful. Yan walked 2 steps towards him. After standing still, he asked, "Fourth young master Chu. Why are you here?" After the crown prince was punished and the 4th prince ascended the throne, there was no news of Chu Zhao. It was said that someone had seen him outside the city and guessed that he had left Shuajing. After Emperor Zhao Kong ascended the throne, he intended to clean up Su Jingfu's old subordinates. Naturally, the Chu family was one of the families that were suppressed. In these years, the Chu family had almost declined. Chu Linfeng had even dismissed his 19 concubines and relied on Madame Chu's family to survive. As for Chu Zhao, everyone gradually forgot about him. After all, Prime Minister Su seemed to be a name from a long, long time ago. The handsome and brave youths of the capital emerged year after year. In the dreams of the women of the Great Way, the 2 brothers of the Shao family had already married and had children. The 4th young master of the Chu family, who was like an orchid, was also like a beautiful dream in a wild valley. After appearing briefly, he disappeared into the river of time. However, he appeared again at this moment. In an instant, Yan felt as if he had returned to the Jiang of many years ago. Chu Zhao smiled and said, "I have always been in Jiang." Yan was silent. If he was in Jiang, it was understandable that no one in the world could find his whereabouts. However, perhaps it was not that the emperor could not be found. It was better for him to be here. Yan could not describe his feelings towards Chu Zhao. Although he was Su Jingfu's student, he had never really hurt him back then. It was nothing more than different standpoints. Yan knew that Chu Zhao was quite a scheming person, and was not as harmless as he appeared on the surface. But many years had passed, and the love and hatred had gradually faded. When they met again here, they could not be considered friends, nor could they be considered enemies. They were just an old acquaintance. She noticed that the beautiful and charming maidservant was no longer by Chu Zhao's side. She had already expected this. She paused for a moment before she asked, "Fourth young master Chu, what are you doing in Jiang now?" "I opened a calligraphy and painting shop here to make a living," Chu Zhao answered with a smile. "Eh? Why did you suddenly come to Jiang?" "Her Highness is getting married. My family and I are here to attend the ceremony." Yan did not hide anything. Mu Xiaolo's wedding was a big event in Jiang City. Everyone in Jiang City knew about it. "Is Military Governor Xiao here too?" he asked. Yan nodded. Chu Zhao smiled and looked at Yan. The woman in front of him still had a cheerful expression. He had met many people and many women later on, but she was the only one who had such a magnanimous and lively expression. His gaze fell on the sugar tiger in Yan's hand. He was stunned for a moment before he asked softly, "Eh? Does he have a child?" "Yes," Yan said, "he has a daughter. She's almost 4 years old now. Her name is Xiaoyao." "Xiaoyao? Isn't the name I gave her very nice?" Yan said proudly, "I don't have any requirements for her. As long as she's safe and healthy and lives a carefree life, I'll be satisfied." She did not have any talent in poetry and songs. However, everyone agreed that the name Xiaoyao was good. "White clouds cover the vast Jianghu, allowing me to travel freely." Chu Zhao looked at her and smiled. "Ah, he is very good at naming things." "Thank you." Yan smiled and asked, "Fourth young master Chu, do you have a sweetheart now?" Back then, Chu Zhao had tricked her into coming out in the middle of the night and confessed to her in a very mushy way. In the end, Xiao Ju was furious and she had to coax her for a long time. Now that things had changed, she had let go of many things. Although he was fourth young Master Chu, he was only Chu Zhao now. Fourth young Master Chu would confess to her because of benefits and his position. Who would the real Chu Zhao have a sweetheart? He was so smart and talented. No matter what, there would be no shortage of people who would like him. Chu Zhao was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and smiled. Not everyone is as lucky as Military Governor Xiao. He Yan was about to speak when suddenly, someone's voice sounded. What are you doing here? She turned around and saw Xiaoju walking over from the night. Her face was cold and her gaze was like a knife. Military Governor Xiao. Chu Zhao was also surprised. He smiled and said, long time no see. Fourth concubine, who was standing in front of a cosmetic stall, was trembling in fear. He Yan had gone to buy sweets and met a handsome young master after buying them. The two of them stood to the side and talked. This was nothing. Perhaps they had met an old acquaintance. However, fourth concubine could tell that something was wrong. Second young Mistress Zhao's expression was open and magnanimous. However, the handsome young master's gaze seemed to have feelings for second young Mistress Xiao. However, it was not the kind of infatuation. How should she describe it? It was as if he had once loved her deeply but was abandoned. Fourth concubine had been with second concubine for a long time and believed that she had developed a good eye. She only hated that she did not have a plate of melon seeds. Otherwise, she could sit here and eat for a few hours. A handsome young master who was frustrated in love was generally lovable. Just as fourth concubine's imagination was running wild, wondering what kind of entanglement the two of them had in the past and how second young Mistress Xiao had betrayed this handsome young man, she suddenly felt a shadow appear beside her. When she looked up, she was almost scared out of her wits. Military Governor Xiao had arrived at some point. He stood beside her and calmly looked at the two people in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. Fourth concubine swore that she saw Military Governor Zhao's fingers turn slightly white as they pressed against the sword at his waist. Many of the men in Jiang City who were jealous of each other would fight over the girl they loved. This was nothing. However, looking at that gentle and weak young master dressed in cyan, she was afraid that he would be beaten to death by Military Governor Xiao. And second young Mistress Xiao. She had heard that the people of the Central Plains placed great importance on women. She did not know if second young Mistress Xiao would be able to bear the crime of having an affair. Fourth concubine wanted to remind him, but she was afraid of the pressure from the person beside her. In the end, she took 2 steps back. However, when second young Mistress Xiao said something in front of him, the young master dressed in cyan looked even more dejected. Immediately after, Military Governor Xiao walked up to him. The moment He Yan saw Xiaoju appear, he cursed in his heart. He did not know why, but every time this person appeared in this kind of situation, it was especially coincidental. Back then, he had a grudge against Chu Zhao. After so many years, looking at his current expression, he was afraid that he would not be magnanimous. I was here to buy sweets and coincidentally met fourth young Master Chu. We exchanged a few words. He Yan explained tactfully, we only exchanged a few words before you came. Xiaoju only glanced at Chu Zhao before her gaze fell on He Yan. She said, let's go. 2 words, each word was chilling. He Yan said goodbye to Chu Zhao. Then, fourth young Master Chu, we'll be leaving first. Chu Zhao smiled and nodded. He watched He Yan and Xiaoju leave until they could no longer be seen in the crowd. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. The water in Jiang was still clear. He thought that after so many years, his heart had long been like still water. However, the moment he saw her, he realized that he had never let go. However, this was all he could do. The sweets vendor was crowded with a lively crowd. The young master dressed in cyan walked in, lowered his eyes, and said softly, little brother, I want a flower basket. Xiaoju walked very quickly. He Yan followed behind her. He felt a headache coming on. He called out, wait, Xiaoju, fourth concubine is still behind, she has already gone back. He Yan, ? Fourth concubine was actually so disloyal. She just threw a firecracker in front of him. She even had to coax him herself. He Yan caught up with Xiaoju in a few steps. He didn't care whether he was willing or not or what expression he had. He grabbed his arm and said, Xiaoju, why? Aren't you going to continue catching up with your fourth young master Chu? He said mockingly. We're not catching up. We're just greeting each other. He Yan thought that Xiaoju and Chu Zhao probably had some ill-fated relationship in their previous lives. The moment they met Chu Zhao, he was especially excited. There were 3 precautions in life: fire, theft, and Chu Zhao. No matter how capable I am, I can't predict the future. He Yan looked at him. I also didn't expect that he would be in Jiang City now. Do you think the emperor knows about this? Xiaoju sneered. He knew about it a long time ago. Although he had already vaguely guessed it, He Yan still sighed when Xiaoju said it out loud. Since Chu Zhao had entered Jiang City, he probably wouldn't be able to leave in the future. He would be imprisoned here for the rest of his life. However, for him, this might not be a bad ending. Xiaoju sneered when she saw his expression. You're really worried about him. Here we go again. He Yan felt helpless and could only say, eldest brother, it's been so many years. Why are you still brooding? I miss you all the time. Look. She took the opportunity to put the sugar tiger in her hand next to his mouth. I spent a lot of money to buy this sugar figurine for you. I'll give it to you as an apology. Xiaoju brushed her hand away. He was amused by her ability to lie without batting an eyelid. He said, you're not even willing to lie to people anymore? Who's lying to you? Do you want me to stand on the roof and shout? He Yan, like military governor Xiao the most. We've seen pictures together, He Yan giggled and said, you clearly know in your heart. Xiaoju looked at her for a long time and finally admitted defeat. Forget it. Anyway, she always had 1,000 different ways to coax people, even if sometimes her coaxing wasn't very sincere. He warned, I'll let it go this time. He Yan, if you meet him privately again, He Yan thought, she's talking as if I come to Jiang often. After this, who knows when I'll come here again. However, Xiaoju glanced at the sugar figurine in her hand. I don't accept this apology. Then how do you want to apologize? He Yan raised his eyebrows and stared at her without saying a word. He Yan was speechless. She gritted her teeth and said, Xiaoju, you're just coveting my beauty and my body. Xiaoju hummed and replied smoothly, that's right. He Yan was speechless. That night was another muddle-headed night. The next morning, Xiaoya woke up. The sugar tiger had already melted into a puddle of sugar water. He Yan held a bare bamboo stick and said seriously in front of Xiaoyao, old tiger. Do you see this? This is a tiger. Xiaoyao looked at him with a confused expression. Xiaoju walked in from outside and saw that she was teasing Xiaoyao again. He was speechless for a moment before he walked over and picked Xiaoyao up. He said, it's time to eat. The Cui family's breakfast was sumptuous as usual. After breakfast, Cui Yuezhi had to go to the imperial palace to help. The customs of Jiang City were different from those of the Central Plains. Xiaoju took care of the younger ones and did not forget to push He Yan's favorite dishes in front of him. Fourth concubine, who was passing by, saw this and was stunned for a moment. After breakfast, she secretly pulled He Yan to the side and hesitated for a moment before she whispered, Second young Mistress Xiao, can you teach me a thing or two about your husband controlling technique? He Yan almost thought that he had misheard her. She asked, what technique did you say? The technique of controlling a husband. Fourth concubine said somewhat embarrassedly, last night, it wasn't that I wanted to leave first. It was just that Governor Xiao was already here, and I didn't want to disturb him. I definitely didn't abandon you on purpose. However, at that time, Military Governor Xiao didn't look too happy. This morning, he seemed to be the same as before. I just wanted to ask, how did you do it? How did she do it? You would have to ask her waist. He Yan laughed awkwardly. Actually, I don't have any husband controlling technique, how is that possible? Fourth concubine was anxious. I still remember what you said to Miss Ling and the others in the residence that year. After so many years, second young mistress's husband controlling technique must have improved a lot. If you teach me a thing or two, I guarantee that I won't teach it to outsiders. You won't teach it to outsiders? Do you really think it's a secret manual? He Yan never thought that the nonsense he made up in the Chui residence that year would be used as a classic by others. However, when he met fourth concubine's thirsty gaze, He Yan did not want to disappoint her. He began to talk. The husband-controlling technique seems to be controlling, but it's actually letting go. You have a balance between tension and relaxation. You're neither close nor distant. Sometimes you're as cold as ice, and sometimes you're as passionate as a woman. Ahem, perhaps you'll be able to control it, and practice makes perfect. Have a balance between tension and relaxation? Fourth concubine murmured. He Yan patted her shoulder. Take your time to think about it. I'll leave first. She ran off as if she was escaping, leaving fourth concubine standing there alone and carefully feeling it. When they returned to the room, Lin Xuanhe was standing at the door. When he saw He Yan, he urged, "Younger sister He, where did you run off to? We have to go to the prince's residence immediately. The wedding hasn't started yet, so let's go see Her Highness the Princess first." He Yan hurriedly agreed. After quickly packing up, they took the carriage and followed Cui Yuezhi to the prince's residence. Perhaps it was because of Mu Xiaolu's wedding, but the prince's residence now looked much livelier than before. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere, and there were cut-sheet characters pasted everywhere. Thus, the originally empty and desolate prince's residence became luxurious and grand. As soon as they entered, a maidservant greeted them with a smile. "Lord Cui, Military Governor Xiao, Lord He, Young Master Lin, Her Highness is already waiting for you." He Yan and the others followed the maidservant inside. When they reached the main hall, they heard a laughing voice. "You're here." He Yan raised his eyes to look. Mu Hongjin walked out from the back of the hall. She was wearing the ceremonial robes of the Jiang royal family. Today was Mu Xiaolu's wedding, so she naturally wore red. However, this red was different from the warm red of the past. It was a bit darker, which made her face not as dignified and cold as before, but more gentle. The woman's long hair was tied up in a bun behind her head. She didn't wear a crown. She was no longer the princess, so she only wore a dark red velvet flower. Her eyes were still beautiful, but if one looked closely, there were still white spots in her bun. She was older and gentler. When she looked at them, it was as if she was looking at an old friend who had been separated for a long time. There was a hint of joy in her eyes. "Your Highness." He Yan and the others bowed to her. "This place hasn't been so lively for a long time. I'm very happy that you can come to Xiaolu's wedding," she said. Lin Xuanhe smiled and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Your Highness is still as beautiful as before." His ability to make women happy had improved a lot over the years. Mu Hongjin let out a pft and then shook her head. Stroking the hair on one side of her temple, she sighed and said, "I'm getting old. What kind of heavenly beauty is this?" Her gaze was attracted by Xiaoyao and Xiaoju's arms. She softly said, "This is Governor Zhao's daughter? How old is she this year?" He Yan said, "Her name is Xiaoyao. She's almost 3 years old." Mu Hongjin reached out to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao hesitated for a while before reaching out her chubby arms, indicating that she could hug her. Mu Hongjin held her in her arms. Xiaoyao seemed to be very close to her. She giggled and shouted, "Auntie." Then she kissed Mu Hongjin's face. He Yan thought that if Lu Buwang and Mu Hongjin didn't have a strange combination of factors, he might have called Mu Hongjin Grand Master. However, he called her auntie, which was too different in terms of seniority. However, Mu Hongjin didn't care about Xiaoyao calling her that. Instead, she seemed very happy. She took off a gemstone ring from her finger and stuffed it into Xiaoyao's hand. She said, "Since you call me auntie, I should give Yao Yao a gift. Do you like this?" Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. She nodded desperately and said in a crisp voice, "I like it." He Yan couldn't bear to look at her. Xiaoyao was considered the pearl in the Xiao family's palm. They usually gave her a lot of food and drinks. How could she be such a money grubber? It was embarrassing. Mu Hongjin held Xiaoyao in her arms and was talking to them. Not long after, another guard came and said, "Your Highness, the people of the Qin family are coming." He Yan found this guard familiar and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Cui Yuezhi said with a smile, "Second young Mistress Xiao, do you still know Mui?" Mui? He Yan recalled that during the Battle of Jiang, she had fought side by side with a soldier from Jiang City called Mui. Before she left, the young man had given her a wooden painting. She had kept the wooden painting well even now. However, the Mui in front of her was very different from the Mui of that year. His immaturity and childishness had all faded away. He now looked like a mature man. However, after Mui saw He Yan, his maturity and steadiness quickly dissipated. He became hesitant and excited, as if he wanted to look but didn't dare to. He was inexplicably a little shy. Cui Yuezhi said, Mui is now the personal guard commander of His Highness in the mansion. He is no longer the young boy of that year. Mui, do you still remember second young Mistress Xiao, Miss He of that year? Mui scratched his head and whispered, I remember. Xiaoju coldly looked at the two of them. Lin Shuanghe coughed a few times and quickly changed the topic. He didn't want the young guard commander to bump into second young Master Zhao's reverse scale. He only pretended to be curious and asked, what about His Highness? We've been here for so long, but we haven't seen His Highness. Back then, His Highness didn't even reach my chest. I wonder how much taller he has grown. Mu Hongjin smiled and said, go and take a look. Why isn't Xiaolu here yet? As they were talking, a woman's voice came from behind the hall, Grandmother, what's the hurry? Aren't I here now? The woman who walked out from behind was dressed in a wedding dress that was as red as fire. The dress was made by the best embroiderers in Jiang City and was decorated with fine tassels and bells. When she walked, the jingling sounds could be heard. The hem of the dress was extremely long and looked like a blooming flower. Compared to the wedding dress, the woman's face was even more gorgeous. The golden crown accentuated her fair and small face. She was born very similar to Mu Hongjin. The corners of her eyes were painted red, exquisite and eye-catching. However, compared to Mu Hongjin, she was more willful and lively. At first glance, it was obvious that she was a wild girl who grew up in Jiang City. When she saw He Yan and the others, a trace of joy flitted across her eyes. However, she still had to put on an arrogant attitude and pretended to be indifferent as she said, You've come. It's been many years since we last met. His Highness has grown into a big girl. Lin Shuanghe looked at her and felt gratified as a father. However, he soon sighed and said, I didn't expect that even though His Highness has gotten married, I'm still alone. Mu Hongjin smiled and said, If Sir Lin feels lonely, why don't you stay in Jiang City for a while? There are many good girls in the city. Perhaps you'll be fated to meet Sir Lin. Things like fate can't be forced. Lin Shuanghe opened his fan and said, Moreover, my ambition doesn't lie here. If I meet him, I'll be lucky. If not, I'll be fated to meet him. The heavens have their own plans. There's no need to rush. Mu Hongjin said, Sir Lin is open-minded. There wasn't much time to reminisce. The Jiang royal family's wedding ceremony was complicated and the Qin family's people were about to arrive. Mu Hongjin and Mu Xiaolu went to the stage outside. He Yan and the others followed the servants' arrangements to rest first. At night, when the sky darkened, the lanterns in the palace lit up one by one. Near the originally empty ceremonial stage, the long steps were covered in red silk. The light of the lanterns illuminated the stage magnificently and solemnly. Around them were ceremonial officials. A couple supported each other and walked up the stage. He Yan saw eldest Sir Qin. He was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Even though he was wearing a wedding robe, he still looked quite valiant. However, he would also carefully help Mu Xiaolu tidy up her overly long skirt. His gaze towards Mu Xiaolu was full of sincere love. From now on, there was another pair of lovers in the world. They would become the guardians of Jiang City, protecting the land and the people of this place. He Yan couldn't help but look at Mu Hongjin, who was below the stage. The woman with deep eyebrows smiled as she looked at the young man and woman on the stage. The corners of her mouth were clearly smiling, but there were tears in her eyes. Perhaps, when she put on this wedding robe, she was filled with helplessness and anger towards fate. But now, Mu Xiaolu had walked up the stage. At least at this moment, Mu Xiaolu was happy. She truly loved the man in front of her. Being able to witness the birth of happiness with her own eyes was also a happy thing. Her regrets and unwillingness in the past seemed to have been fulfilled through Mu Xiaolu in front of her. He Yan quietly tightened his grip on Xiaoju's hand. Xiaoju raised her eyes and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Lin Shuanghe loved crowds. He was even happier to see others get married than to see himself get married. Following the completion of the ceremony, he happily went around looking for people to drink. However, his alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. After drinking a few cups, he got drunk and complained that the heavens were unfair. He was born so handsome, yet he was still alone. It was very hateful. He Yan was speechless when he heard this. He waited until Lin Shuanghe was dead drunk and in a complete mess. When he was about to crawl under the table to find someone, he called for the servants of the Cui estate to help carry him to the carriage and send him back to the Cui estate. He Yan also drank a few cups with the people he knew. Her alcohol tolerance now was finally better than when she was in the Liang Province Guards. Although it couldn't compare to when she was General Fei Hong in her previous life, it wasn't to the point where she would recite a book after drinking a cup. However, He Yan didn't dare to drink too much because Xiaoyao was there. On the other hand, Xiaoju's expression didn't change at all even after being toasted repeatedly. She really could not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Xiaoyao was still young. When it was time, she would nod her head like a chicken pecking at rice. He Yan looked outside. It was already late at night. He explained the situation to Mu Hongjin and took Xiaoyao back. Mu Hongjin liked Xiaoyao very much. She gently patted Xiaoyao's head and said, "Let's go back." He Yan thought for a while and finally smiled. "Young Highness and young Master Qin are now married. Your Highness, please take care of yourself." Mu Hongjin also drank a lot. Her face was a little tipsy. She couldn't help but laugh. "Okay." After they left, Mu Hongjin held a cup of wine and walked to the window in the hall. Outside the window, the willow tree swayed slightly with the wind. It was as if she had returned to the spring days of many years ago. It was as if a white-clothed youth was walking towards her, step by step. The sound of the zither was clear and melodious, and the sword was elegant and unrestrained. It was as if it was yesterday. In the bustling hall, the noisy music seemed to gradually fade away. This should be a rare beautiful dream. Mu Hongjin found a comfortable position and leaned her head against the cloth pillow on the soft couch. She slowly closed her eyes. Her white wrist was exposed under her wide sleeves. She wore a coarse silver bracelet. The edges of the bracelet were engraved with small wild daisies. Layer upon layer, it was bright and beautiful. A maidservant tiptoed closer. She saw that the woman had closed her eyes and was pretending to be asleep. She smiled as if she was having a beautiful dream. The maidservant shushed her and warned her servants, "Her Highness is sleeping. Don't disturb her." She gently covered her with a thin blanket and tiptoed away. Outside, He Yan and Xiaoju walked towards the carriage. Jiang City didn't seem to have autumn or winter. It was always as long as summer. He Yan and Xiaoju walked side by side. Xiaoyao was lying on Xiaoju's shoulder. Her breathing was steady and she was sleeping soundly. She seemed to be able to faintly hear the sound of singing and laughter coming from the prince's residence. She lowered her head. Her heart was at peace like never before. Things that she once thought were luxurious and unattainable were now by her side. She didn't ask for much. She just wanted to be ordinary. In this life, she was free and unfettered. Since ancient times, everything flowed like water. Nothing could compare to this moment in front of her. She was free and unfettered. Xiaoyao smacked her lips in her sleep. Perhaps she dreamed of something delicious. He Yan looked at her for a moment and asked with a smile, "Xiaoju, do you want to eat candied haws?" Xiaoju always thought that He Yan was a liar. In other people's eyes, He Yan was righteous, forthright, confident, and generous. But in his eyes, He Yan was a person who could eat, sleep, talk nonsense, and was also a person who was greedy and stingy. Everyone had their own secrets. Although people lived in this world, they were not completely divided into good and evil. People's hearts were complicated and contradictory. But He Yan was probably the most contradictory woman he had ever met in his life. She was a pitiful person who hid in the darkness and didn't want others to discover her true heart. Compared to the brave and confident female general on the battlefield, she was just too different. It was to the extent that in the past few years, no one had ever connected He Yan with He Rufei. For example, the Fuyue army soldiers on the training field always said that their leader, General Gue Yu, was more broad-minded than men, and that her conduct was more free and easy than men. She never looked back, and always strode forward. With her, the morale of the army was stable. Even if the sky fell, it would be the same thing. But Xiaoju knew that He Yan was not a person who never looked back. For the past, she had a longer attachment and affection than other people. Especially those good and precious memories, she carefully kept them and never neglected them. In Jinling City, Hua Yuxian would often ask people to send some newly brewed sweet wine to her. Every time she tasted it, she would carefully write a reply. After drinking it, she would carefully keep the wine jar away. Every season, the women in the Rundu would send her clothes and boots that they sewed themselves. The embroidery was exquisite, and the tailoring was perfect. He Yan herself had not bought any new clothes for a long time. Lin Shuanghe sometimes saw it. He secretly whispered to Xiaoju, Huaijin, if my sister He continues to be like this, will she become the next Chu Linfeng? Xiaoju gave him a get lost. In Jiang City, Cui Yuezhi would occasionally write her a letter. He would tell her about the good things that happened recently, and also about Jiuchuan. She carefully read the letters and kept them away. In the wooden drawer in the study room, the letters were neatly stacked together. She didn't want to burn them. She seemed to be free and easy, but she was especially afraid of loss. He Yan was very sad when Ermao died. Birth, old age, illness, and death were the norm in the world. Whether it was humans or animals, they would all die one day. He Yan didn't like to cry. She didn't cry when Ermao died, but Xiaoju often found her sitting on the doorstep of the courtyard, staring blankly at the bowl that Ermao used to drink from. He walked over and sat with her for a while without saying anything. He Yan was not as cool about loss as he appeared to be. Back then, after the Battle of Yuchuo, her comrades had died. Before that, she had forced herself not to think about those things. After returning to Shuajing, she had been sad for a long time. The only thing he could do was to stay by He Yan's side. At the very least, his name would never appear on the list of lost. In these 2 years, gradually, there were many madams who secretly talked to Bai Rongwei, asking if Xiaoju had any plans to take in a concubine. Xiao family's 2 brothers were very outstanding. Xiao Jing had been married to Bai Rongwei for so many years, and even after having a daughter, Xiao Peipei, he was still deeply in love with Bai Rongwei. He really couldn't find the time. Xiaoju was different. In the past, people thought that he had a good appearance, but in reality, his personality was too cold and emotionless. They thought that he would never marry in this lifetime. However, later on, He Yan married a military officer's daughter, and he doted on his wife very much. Once a cold-hearted person was enlightened and fell in love, he was far more attractive than a gentle and affectionate person. The thing that ordinary people liked to think the most was, if she can do it, why can't I? Moreover, He Yan had not yet given birth to a child of the Xiao family, and he was also a military officer. He definitely didn't know how to capture a man's heart like those cute and spoiled girls. Therefore, many people thought that they had a chance. Bai Rongwei rejected one after another on behalf of Xiaoju. She couldn't stand some people who were extremely bold, overconfident, and blinded by beauty. They used all kinds of methods. Xiaoju threw people out of the door a few times. One time, he was so angry that he almost caused trouble for the other party's family. Fortunately, he was stopped by He Yan. He Yan smiled and said, "Everyone loves beauty. I'm not angry, so what are you angry about?" It would have been better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said this, Xiaoju became even angrier. When Lin Shuanghe came to visit, he would always say, "Who would have thought that our Xiao family's second son, young Master Huaijin, would be controlled by my little sister He? You have to know," he sighed, "in the matters between men and women, the one who haggles the most loses. I originally thought that you had the upper hand. How come after a few years, you've been trampled on?" Xiaoju didn't like Lin Shuanghe's theory of haggling over every ounce. People's emotions were not like war, they had to use military tactics to attack the heart. However, he had to admit that Lin Xuanhe was right. The soldiers in the Fuyue army always thought that He Yan was accommodating him and saying sweet words to him. However, in reality, he was always easily provoked by He Yan, no matter if it was a big or small matter. Perhaps, using Lin Xuanhe's theory, he liked He Yan more than He Yan liked him. However, this was nothing. In this world, it wasn't easy to have someone like you. There were millions of people in this world. Perhaps they were fated to be together, or perhaps they weren't. People were like grains of sand in a river. They met and parted in the blink of an eye. To be able to meet the person you liked in this vast and boundless world was already considered lucky. Therefore, there was no need to pursue the matter of who liked who more. However, He Yan liked to ask him about this matter. She would often interrogate him at night. Military Governor Xiao, you actually had feelings for me in your previous life, right? If I were a man, you would definitely be a homosexual. Xiaoju scoffed, I'm not a homosexual. This person didn't believe her at all. The last time I went to the martial arts practice field, I heard Xin Jiaodou and Liang Jiaodou talking. They said that when I was in the Liangzhou Guard, before my identity as a woman was exposed, I already thought that you and I were in that kind of relationship. She looked at Xiaoju from head to toe, stroked her chin and said, but with your looks, even if you're gay, you should be the kind that's very popular among gay men. At times like this, Xiaoju was too lazy to argue with her. Once the curtain was pulled, the battle would be revealed. It was late at night. She slept soundly. Xiaoju covered her with a blanket and rested her head on her hands. The starlight shone in from the window, illuminating a corner of the room with a faint light. He looked at the corner of the curtain. His heart was exceptionally calm. Xiaoju didn't quite understand when he had feelings for He Yan. He Yan always muttered about how he had treated her differently in his previous life when he was studying at the Xianxia school. But now that he thought about it, the care he had given to He Yan at that time was probably because he saw a lot of his own shadow in this youth. The only difference was that she had a bit more naivety than him. She still had to stubbornly persist in the muddy world. A youth who wore a mask was different from other youths. Because he insisted on keeping his secret from others, he was always alone. She was clumsy, but hardworking. She was silent, but optimistic. She was weak, but she had a heart of compassion for the weak. When he was young, Xiaoju would occasionally be curious about what kind of face was under the tightly covered mask. When he was taking a nap on the tree, basking in the sun behind the rockery, and drinking tea in the bamboo forest of the Xiancheng school, he would always see all kinds of Hirufei. She looked so inconspicuous, so small, but her whole body was shining. Others couldn't notice it, but he did. Xiaoju had never doubted that Hirufei would be successful in the future. If she continued to be like this. But at that time, he was only attracted to her. He didn't like her. It was like seeing a star in the night. This star wasn't very bright, but it kept shining. Once it was seen, it was hard to ignore. Their relationship as classmates wasn't fake. So after Yuhua Temple, he would even help Hirufei's sister. The first time was an accident, the second time was a coincidence, the third time was fate, and the fourth time was probably destined. Xiaoju had never doubted that he and He Yan were destined. Otherwise, why would God let her appear in front of him again and again? And his gaze was destined to be attracted by this person. He Yan seemed to have never changed. The youth who pulled the bow and practiced archery under the night sky, trying to keep up with the team's pace, was no different from the boy who secretly studied in the Xiancheng school. But after she took off her mask, she finally revealed her true self. She was confident and neat. She galloped in the martial arts arena to her heart's content. She was passionate and pure like a ray of light. But she was also careful. She was used to giving and was not satisfied with being favored. She was always at a loss when it came to more intimate relationships. At first, he only thought that this person was a skilled liar. Later on, his gaze unknowingly lingered on her body more and more. His emotions were affected by her, and for the first time in his life, he tasted the taste of jealousy. He would be happy, he would be angry, he would feel injustice for her, and he would want to heal all the pain she had experienced. He Yan made him feel that in this world, there were still many things worth looking forward to. For example, Lin Xuanhe always said, "Did you know that you would have a day like this?" He didn't know that he would have a day like this. It turned out that in this world, other than bearing responsibility, misunderstanding, betrayal, and killing, there were also moments of satisfaction. What he didn't know before, Xian brought him to know one by one. The person in front of him turned over and rolled into his arms. She subconsciously hugged him with both hands. He was slightly stunned. After pausing for a moment, a smile appeared on his lips. What did it matter who liked the other more? He was even more grateful to the heavens for giving him this bit of warmth in his cruel life. It allowed him to meet his true love and be with her forever. Xian liked the martial arts arena very much. After the Battle of Yuto, Dewey's army rested. For at least 10 years, Yuto wouldn't have the energy to make a comeback. However, they still had to train their soldiers. She was now the leader of the Fuyue army. When she trained the soldiers, she always reminded some of the Fuyue army's veterans of General Fei Hong. She was also agile and confident, but compared to the masked woman, she was more playful and friendly. There were also some recruits who refused to believe Xian's abilities. On the martial arts arena, the woman demonstrated the saber, horse, bow, and arrow. She was in high spirits and was as dazzling as a pearl. Xian was born beautiful. There were countless beautiful girls in Dewey's capital, but she was probably the only one who was beautiful and had such a heroic spirit. When she put on her red warrior outfit, smiled as she pulled out the long sword at her waist. She was either giving orders to the soldiers or instructing the soldiers and horses. The young people on the field were all stunned by her brilliance. Lin Shuanghe came to see Xiaoju twice, and both times he felt the crisis for Xiaoju. He only knew that when Xiaoju was in the Liangzhou guards, she was a woman dressed as a man, and the brothers in the barracks didn't know her identity. Now she was dressed as a woman and mingled with these young men every day. These young men who were as passionate as fire almost didn't hide their love for her. Xian didn't feel it. In her eyes, these young men were no different from Wang Ba and the others in the past. They were all good men, good brothers. After the Battle of Yuto, half of the brothers in the Liang province guards left. The remaining few had been tempered by the battlefield and were now very outstanding. Even in the Liang province guards, they were outstanding. Jiang Jiao's dojo became famous because of Jiang Jiao. Dojo Master Jiang was proud of Jiang Jiao. Most of Wang Ba's money was sent back to the bandit stronghold. The bandit stronghold he used to live in was no longer a bandit, and the fish pond he dug was quite profitable. It was said that the bandit stronghold often adopted orphans that no one wanted. Wang Ba would occasionally visit the stronghold. His temper was much better now, and even children dared to get close to him. Xiaomai grew the fastest after Shirtu left. In the past, with Shirtu's protection, he was still a playful young man who only thought about delicious food. Now, he was much more mature. His archery skills improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now even more accurate than Shirtu. He was also not as greedy as before. When he talked to Xian, he was much quieter and not as cheerful as before. Xian felt a sense of loss, but people had to grow up. Fate pushed people onto their own paths. Some people would never change, and some people would slowly grow up. Time was like the wind. It was impossible to stop them. She flipped over and dismounted from her horse. Just now, she had demonstrated that the arrow in her hand had hit the bullseye. It was beautiful and dazzling. The young man who picked up the arrow looked at her. His eyes were filled with admiration. He said half shyly and half excitedly, "General, you're amazing. You flatter me." Xian patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "You should practice more. It's the same for you." The young man looked at her, took 2 steps forward, and called out, "General." Xian turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" I'm not good at archery. Can you give me some pointers?" He didn't dare to look into Xian's eyes. She had never been stingy with her soldiers' requests for pointers, so she said, "Of course I can. Try using the bow first." "I'll take a look." In the distance, Lin Shuanghe waved his fan and said gloatingly, "Brother, you can even tolerate this?" Xiaoju looked into the distance without showing any expression. "I saw that the men on the martial arts field were all scheming against Sister He. He wanted to see the world in chaos. You and I are both men. We understand men's thoughts the best. Look at that boy. On the surface, he looks like he's asking for pointers, but isn't he just taking the opportunity to get close to her? I didn't use this trick when I was in school. How can he still use this old trick? TSK, hey, why did you leave? Xian stood behind the young soldier. Just as she was about to adjust his posture, a cold voice sounded behind her, wait. She turned around and saw that the young soldier was also shocked. He couldn't speak clearly. Military Governor Xiao. Why are you here? Xian asked. I'm not on duty today. Xiaoju glanced at the pale young man. Her lips curled up, and she mocked, I'll teach him. The young soldier's face turned even uglier. Xian didn't suspect anything and only said, then I'll leave it to you. I'll go over there and take a look. She left with peace of mind. The young soldier looked at Xian's back and couldn't say anything. However, the man in front of him raised his eyebrows. No matter how you looked at it, his eyes were filled with unfriendliness. He said, go ahead and practice. Lin Shuanghe laughed heartily at the side. He silently cried tears of sympathy for the young soldier. When the sun set and the day's training ended, Xian went to the room next to the martial arts field to change his clothes. He saw the young soldier from the afternoon again. However, at this time, it was clearly late autumn. His entire body was soaked, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His lips were pale. Xian walked over and asked curiously, what happened to you? The young soldier stepped back and avoided her like a snake. He lowered his head and said, it's nothing. I just practiced for too long. Thank you, General, for your understanding. Xian looked at the young soldier's back as he left in a hurry. He thoughtfully entered the room. When he entered, Xiaoju was already inside. She took off her light armor and asked Xiaoju while holding her own clothes, I saw that brother outside just now. What did you do? Why is he so tired? How can it be called training if he's not tired? Xiaoju casually drank her tea. Xian buttoned up his collar and said, even so, don't be too strict. I saw that among this batch of new recruits, there are actually a few who are quite talented. You came late today so you didn't see them. There are a few young men who are quite skilled and handsome. When they practiced their spear skills in the martial arts field this morning, they were very beautiful. She seemed to be reminiscing. Their figures are also very elegant. I think they're not bad. Xiaoju's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He slowly asked, very pretty? Yes. Xian put on his outer robe. It's probably because their waists are thin. When they fly, they have long legs. His eyes were almost burning with anger. Xian laughed and pointed at him. Military Governor Xiao, why are you so overbearing? Every time someone praises someone in front of you, you get so angry. You can't be so petty. She laughed heartily. Xiaoju understood that she did it on purpose. Even so, he was still unhappy. He pursed his lips and ignored her. Xian moved closer to him and knew that he was unhappy. She said, it's just a joke. In my eyes, there's no difference between men and women. But Military Governor Xiao, even if you don't believe in my character, you have to believe in yourself. No matter how beautiful they are, they can't be compared to you. No matter how good their figures are, I only like your waist. At the end of her words, her tone was flirtatious. Xiaoju looked up at her. Xian was becoming more and more playful. He probably thought that since they were an old married couple, there was no need to put on an act. However, every time she said something unintentional or flirtatious, it would always cause ripples in his heart. He snorted and raised his eyebrows. Wait. Wait for what? Xiaoju didn't answer her. Xian understood at night. After a night of intense sex, Qingmei asked someone to bring in hot water. She took a bath and rolled into Xiaoju's arms. She whined, tell me, if I have a child in the future, will they look like you or me? Without waiting for Xiaoju to speak, she said to herself, forget it. They'll look like you. I've thought about it. No matter if it's a boy or a girl, as long as they look like you, they'll be beautiful. Xiaoju didn't care much about appearance. Lin Shuanghe said that people didn't care about what they had. Appearance, family background, intelligence, or martial arts were all things to him. They weren't important. If they had a child in the future, Xiaoju thought that it would be fine as long as the child was happy. He Yan had been married to him for a few years, but they didn't have a child yet. When she went to the Liang province guards, she trained with the new recruits every day. In order to not be discovered, she went to the Wulu River to take a cold bath in the cold weather. She also ran around to fight in Jiuchuan. In the end, she hurt her body. Lin Shuanghe wrote a prescription for her, and she slowly nursed her body back to health. Xiao family's relatives, such as Qing Li Su's mother, always asked why He Yan wasn't pregnant yet. There were even people who didn't know what was good for them who went to buy Rongwei and hinted that since He Yan couldn't give birth, it would be better for Xiao Ju to take in a concubine first. After all, second young master Xiao couldn't be childless. Xiao Ju, who happened to pass by, said coldly in front of the person who spoke, "Do you think that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can give birth to a Xiao family's child?" He hated this kind of scheming. Xiao Ju didn't have many fantasies about children. If he really liked children in the future, it would be because they were He Yan's child. It would have nothing to do with anything else. Who said that men had to have children? Xiao Jing married by Rongwei back then, but he didn't have a child for many years. So what? Xiao family's men only married and had children because they loved them. If it was for the sake of having children, they would reproduce instinctively. How different were they from beasts? If He Yan didn't have children in the future, then he wouldn't have children. He would just focus on dealing with her for the rest of his life. He Yan didn't know what he was thinking. She always had beautiful expectations for these things. Moreover, she always thought that if God was willing to give her and Xiao Ju 2 lives together, then he wouldn't be stingy with giving them the best ending. Yunqing has been a bit distracted recently. He Yan began to worry about other things. He looks so depressed. Did he get bullied outside? I've been busy training the soldiers all day, so I didn't have time to take care of him these days. Do you know what happened to him? Xiaoju was speechless for a moment. She reminded her, Song Taotao hasn't been to He residence for half a month. Song Taotao liked He Yunqing. She almost told the entire Shuo capital that she liked him. This child's love was also direct. She was swift and decisive. When she liked him, she gave He Yunqing things. She gave him clothes, food, housing, and transportation. She wasn't reserved at all. He Yan admired her, but she also sympathized with Song Taotao's parents. They had to worry so much. Moreover, He Yunqing, that brat, was still so cold. But, she turned to Xiao Ju and said in surprise, "You mean, Yunqing likes Taotao?" Xiao Ju smiled as a tacit admission. He Yan was shocked. Looking at He Yunqing's bad temper towards the little girl, she really couldn't tell that he liked her. He Yan really couldn't tell that He Yunqing liked Song Taotao. After all, He Yunqing was better at hiding things than Xiao Ju. It wasn't until a few days later that he came to He Yan and asked He Yan and He Sui to go to the Song family to propose marriage that He Yan realized that Xiao Ju was telling the truth. "Do you really like Song Taotao?" She asked. "If you don't really like her, then don't flirt with her." "Of course I like her." He Yunqing's voice lowered. He seemed to be a little embarrassed. He blushed and said impatiently, "Anyway, if I marry her, I will treat her well for the rest of my life." He Yan was relieved. Although He Sui didn't have an official position, He Yunqing had a sister and brother-in-law who were generals. Although He Yunqing was young, he was already outstanding in his career. His future was immeasurable. Moreover, Song Taotao liked him, so the Song family was happy to see this marriage. Without much effort, the marriage was settled. He Yan originally thought that He Yunqing had offended Song Taotao. If he suddenly proposed marriage, he might be chased out by Song Taotao. He didn't expect that He Yunqing, who usually didn't talk much, was quite good at coaxing girls. Not long after, He Yan saw Song Taotao happily go to the He family to deliver food to He Yunqing. After the marriage was settled, the ceremony went very quickly. Other than the He family and the Song family, the happiest person was actually Qing Li Su. He Yan sometimes thought that Qing Li Su didn't look like He Yunqing was marrying a wife, but more like he was marrying a wife. He often came to the He family to help. He was probably the first person in the capital to have a fiancé like this. He Yan took the opportunity to ask him, "Why are you so happy that Tao Tao is getting married? Are you really not unhappy at all?" "Why would I be unhappy?" Qing Su smiled as if he had picked up silver. "That's true. Miss Song, now that she has been taken by Uncle He, I am free. Otherwise, I would have to worry every day that my family would pick this marriage back up again. This is called, it's better to die than to die." He was quite proud. He Yan thought about it. He was afraid that Qing Su would regret it in the future and accidentally make his nephew and younger brother into enemies. He asked, "You really don't like Tao Tao at all?" "I don't like her." Qing Su smiled and said, "Auntie, I know you and Uncle think I am unreliable, but I can still distinguish between what I like and what I don't like. Song Tao Tao and I are not the same kind of people. The girl I like, of course, has to be like me, able to discover the good in me. When Song Tao Tao saw me, she felt that I was not making progress. Trash young master, tell me, can I be her husband? Even friends need to know the occasion." He Yan saw that his words were clear and logical and thought that it was fine. Young people had their own thoughts. Since Qing Su really didn't have any feelings for Song Tao Tao, then things had come to this point. It could be considered a kind of perfect ending. She began to help He Yunqing with the marriage again. On the day of He Yunqing's wedding, He Yan was very sad. He Yunqing was the one getting married. She looked like an old mother who was sending her daughter off to get married. Tears appeared in her eyes. He Sui's father was not as emotional as He Yan. He Xining stood by He Yan's side and looked at her expression. He whispered, "Today is young master He's big day. Sister, why do you look so sad?" He Yan said, "I'm not sad. I'm overjoyed." Although she had family in her previous life, for many reasons, she couldn't get close to them. Even He Xining, who was next to her, only got close in this life after the fall of the He family. But He Yunqing was different. From the moment she became Lady He and opened her eyes, He Sui and He Yunqing had become her family. Although they were poor, they gave her warmth that she had never experienced before. Now, the young man in green who awkwardly ate the pastries she gave him at the back of the mountain had finally grown into a mature man. He had his own beloved girl and became an adult. When people face things that are too perfect, they often feel unreal. Sometimes, He Yan suspected that everything in front of her was just a long dream. She was afraid that when she woke up, everything would be empty. He Yunqing held the bride's hand and walked into the He family's courtyard. Immediately, there were cheers all around. The He family's courtyard was crowded. She had many friends, and He Yunqing's wedding, everyone was willing to come and join in the fun. Needless to say, Wang Ba and the others, the instructors of the Liangzhou guards also came. By Rongwei, Xiaojing. Xiaoju stood on the other side of her. Like He Yunqing's older brother, they watched the newlyweds walk into the wedding hall. Lin Shuanghe said exaggeratedly, "Even Yunqing is getting married. I'm still alone." Qing Su patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, Uncle Lin. I'm also alone. Let's go together." Lin Shuanghe, the newlyweds were getting married, and the wedding banquet was lively. He Yan also drank a lot. In fact, other than during festivals, she was very restrained from drinking. After all, who knew if she would go and recite in front of others when she was drunk? It was fine if Xiaoju saw it, but if it was spread to other people, including the Fuyue army, who knew what kind of eyes they would use to look at her as a general in the future? They would probably think that she loved to show off. Once she was drunk, she would reveal her true colors and insist on showing off her talents. However, He Yunqing's wedding was a big day, so she still had to drink. When Xiaoju came over, He Yan was already drunk. She was sitting at the table. When she saw him, she waved at Xiaoju and shouted, "Military Governor Xiao." Xiaoju helped her up and said to He Sui, "Yan Yan is drunk. I'll send her back first." "Go, go." He Sui also said, "It's getting late. You should go back. Come back tomorrow morning when you're free to drink Tao Tao's tea." Xiaoju nodded and helped He Yan out of the hall. She reminded her, "There are stairs. Be careful." He Yan turned her head and hugged his waist. She refused to leave. Xiaoju took a deep breath and looked at the person in front of her. "Lady He, let's go home." Military Governor Xiao. She looked up at him. From her appearance, it was hard to tell that she was drunk. She said, "Let me tell you a secret." "Tell me." Behind him, in the wedding hall, the joyous laughter of the musical instruments gradually faded away. The night wind was cold and cheerless. He pulled He Yan's outer garment a little tighter. He saw He Yan point at the moon on the roof and say, "I like the moon." He was suddenly stunned. At some point in his memory, she had said the same thing to him. At that time, he had not completely fallen in love with He Yan, but his heart was inevitably moved. She whispered in his ear and he took it as a casual joke. He did not know how much sincerity was hidden in that joke. If she was destined to hide in the dark, where the moon could not shine, she would just stand far away and hide the secret in her heart. The woman in front of him gave him a big smile. Her eyes were as bright as the stars. She reached out and hugged his neck. She whispered in his ear, "I'll tell you another secret." She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him on the lips. "The moon is yours." In an instant, the moon was as beautiful as a painting. The world's fireworks and all kinds of emotions could not compare to this moment of eternity. The moon was lonely and cold. The moon hung in the sky. Until one day, he saw a traveler stumbling along the endless dark road. He casually sprinkled a ray of light to illuminate the road in front of the traveler. At that moment, he saw a beautiful world with a warm sun and rosy clouds. He Yan seemed to be extremely tired. Leaning in his arms, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He stared blankly for a moment, then lowered his head and planted a sincere kiss on her forehead. Carrying her horizontally, he walked out of the room. The autumn night was long. The grass in the courtyard was luxuriant. Moths flew to the candles. The wind sighed. The man walked out step by step. The corners of his lips were curved. It was full of youthful joy. She did not know that the moon also had its own secret. She was the moon's worry. She was the moon's lover. She was the beginning of his heart and also the end of his love. This was the moon's secret. The first time Xianxia met Yan, he was at the spring banquet with his cousin. Although it was called a spring banquet, it was actually just an opportunity for the noble young masters and young ladies of the right age to see each other. At that time, Xianxia was only 16 years old. Although there were young ladies of this age in the capital who were already married, Xianxia doted on his daughter and did not intend to marry Xianxia off so early. Therefore, Xianxia only came out to have fun with his cousin. It was the spring of April, and the grass was long and the orioles were flying. The tender grass by the Sishui River was furry. Xianxia followed his cousin Xianxian out of the carriage. There were already young ladies he knew who were flying kites. Seeing this, Xianxian immediately asked the maidservant to take out the prepared kites and walked towards her friend. Xianxian was 18 years old this year. Among the group of young ladies, her appearance was especially outstanding. She was exceptionally sweet and beautiful. She also understood the strength of her appearance very well. She wore a scarlet tulle-embroidered narrow-collared dress that outlined her slim figure. In the crowd, she could be seen at a glance. Her family background was also the most superior among this group of young ladies. In just a moment, she was surrounded by people and praised. At that time, Xianxia was still a 16-year-old girl. At most, she could only be considered delicate and pretty, not to mention compared to her cousin Xianxian. Xianxia was usually called a bookworm, and Xianxia was secretly called a little bookworm. She scrupulously followed etiquette. Among her peers or sisters, she seemed a little dull and taciturn, which was not likable enough. The relationship between Xianxian and Xianxia could not be considered close. They were just ordinary cousins. However, with Xianxia, this dull and boring bookworm, by her side, it made Xianxian look delicate, light, and intelligent. Xianxia did not think much of it. Seeing that his cousin and her friend were talking animatedly, he picked up a book and sat at the side to read. Xianxian couldn't be bothered with her. After a while, everyone began to set up a long table beside the Sishui shoreline. On the long table were the snacks that the young ladies had brought out from the residence. They could eat here at noon. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia heard the young ladies beside him talking about which brand's new rouge color was beautiful. Now, they were talking about young Master Yan will also come today. The young master of the Yan family referred to the current young master of the left and right vanguard's commander's residence, Yan Nongguang. He was only 18 years old this year. It was said that he was brave and good at fighting, and was born with a talent of striking appearance. At such a young age, his future was limitless. Xianxia's father intended to marry into the Yan family. Today's outing was also a tacit understanding with the old master and madam of the Yan family. It was to see if there was any fate between the two juniors. Xianxia had also heard about this, but this was her cousin's business. She came out today to serve as a foil to her cousin, basking in the sun and reading a book. Just as she was thinking, someone beside her suddenly shouted softly, "They're here." Xianxia looked up and saw a group of youths approaching from afar on the bank of the Sisui shoreline. The leading youth was wearing a silver robe. This color was really too eye-catching, but he was handsome and tall, so he didn't find it strange. His hair was tied into a high ponytail, and his eyebrows were unruly. He seemed to be a little irritated and impatient, but it made him stand out among the group of youths. Everyone said that there were 3 beauties in the Shua capital. Young Master Xiao was like the spring breeze, second young Master Xiao was like the autumn water, and fourth young Master Chu was like an orchid. This youth was like a silver spear. It was a little exaggerated, overly gorgeous, but with a straightforward impulse. The handsome youth who walked out of the spring day was always exceptionally beautiful. Even though Xianxia wasn't very interested in these things, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. He thought to himself that with this person's appearance, he should be considered the 4th most beautiful person. Just as he was thinking, the young lady sitting beside Xianxia pushed Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, this is young Master Yan. He looks really compatible with you." Xianxia blushed inexplicably. Before she came, although she had heard of Yan He's name, she had never seen him in person. She didn't know what he looked like. Today, when she saw him, she realized that he was so handsome. For a moment, she was a little moved. The group of youths didn't approach. From afar, a few youths were laughing and laughing. They began to take out the prepared kites and began to play with the east wind. In the sky of Sisui disease, there were many kites, sand swallows, magpies, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The silver-robed youth was surrounded and pushed by people. Finally, he impatiently followed the order to bring a black King Kong and held it in his hand. The black King Kong flew very quickly. This youth was very good at releasing kites. The young ladies watched from afar and couldn't help but secretly cheer. However, they couldn't tell whether it was the kite that flew the highest or the youth who released the kite that was cheering for him. Xianxia looked at it and suddenly stood up. She smiled and said, "Let's go release it too." In fact, before this, the young ladies had already released kites for a while. However, these young ladies from rich families were physically weak. After releasing them for a while, they had to sit down and rest. The rest was left to the servants. Xianxia stood up and walked to the maid who was placing her 100 butterfly painting. She said, "Let me do it." The young ladies sitting at the long table immediately laughed. Someone whispered, "Looks like Xianxia likes it." Xianxia was a little puzzled when she heard that, but she didn't say anything. She wasn't a talkative person to begin with. She only saw Xianxia pulling the kite string and walking towards the river. Then, she saw that the 2 kites in the sky were getting closer and closer. She hesitated whether she should open her mouth to remind her. In the next moment, she heard her cousin exclaim, "Aya!" The string of the 100 butterfly painting and the black King Kong were entangled together. They collided into a ball and fell towards the forest. The noble ladies beside her laughed even louder. They discussed in low voices, "Xianxia, good method." Xianxia was still holding the kite string in her hand. Her expression was flustered, but there was a smug joy in her eyes. She was very confident in her appearance. If she wanted to capture the heart of a youth, it shouldn't be a difficult task. Her rouge today was very beautiful, and her dress was also very beautiful. She turned around and glanced at the silver-robed youth who was frowning as he stared at the entangled kite. She turned around and ran into the forest where the kite fell. At the same time, Xianxia, who was sitting at the side, put down the book in her hand and stood up. The noble lady beside her asked, Miss Xianxia, what are you doing? Sister's kite fell. I'm going to help, Xianxia replied. Why are you helping? The noble lady who spoke covered her mouth and laughed. She looked at her as if she was looking at a fool, and there was a complicated sourness in her eyes. Xianxian doesn't need your help now. Xianxia pursed her lips. In the end, she was worried about Xianxian being alone, so she lifted her skirt and ran over. The noble ladies called her a few times, but when they saw that she ignored them, they let it go. The forest where the kite fell was not far from the river, but there were bushes growing inside. When a girl walked inside, she had to be careful of the thorny branches and leaves cutting the corner of her skirt. Xianxia struggled to push aside the bushes and saw a corner of his cousin's scarlet dress not far away. His heart relaxed and he was about to walk over when he suddenly heard Xianxian say, Young Master Yan. Xianxia paused. Only then did he see someone standing in front of Xianxian. It was the main character of today's meeting, young Master Yan. Xianxian's voice was gentle and sweet, with a hint of panic and apology. Young Master Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Yan, he just frowned at her. His gaze was bright and sharp, making Xianxian feel a little guilty for no reason. Xianxian grabbed the corner of her clothes uneasily. Young Master Yan, the kites are all entangled together now. What should we do? Xianxian's eyes were shy and her voice was sweet. Xianxia finally understood that his cousin was probably seducing this young Master Yan. However, it was too late for her to leave now. She was afraid of alarming the two people in front of her, so she was forced to watch the next scene. At the same time, she thought that this young Master Yan would probably say things like it's okay and it's none of your business. Then, he would comfort her softly and send Xianxian home. After that, this marriage would be settled. That should be it, right? It's okay. Just as he thought of this, the youth's voice came from the front. Xianxia thought in his heart that it was indeed so. Raising his head, he saw Yan. He suddenly smiled without a care in the world. He casually pulled out a small knife from his waist and cleanly cut off the threads between the two kites. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She was not the only one who was shocked. Xianxian was stunned for a moment before asking, What are you doing? So we're separated. Yan, he put away the knife. Don't worry, I'm a broad-minded person. I won't hold it against you for deliberately breaking my kite. Xianxian had always been flattered by others since she was young. No one had ever spoken to her like this. For a moment, a sense of shame surged into her heart. She cried out, Who deliberately broke your kite? She slapped Yan. He lifted her skirt and ran away crying. Xianxia was so scared that she did not dare to breathe loudly. She thought to herself that this young Master Yan was really unexpected. Hey, someone said in an annoyed voice. The one who's peeping over there, have you seen enough? Xianxia was stunned. Had she been discovered? The next moment, that person had already walked in front of her. Xianxia subconsciously took a step back. Looking closer, this young man called Yan. He was indeed very handsome, but when he looked at people, he always had a condescending look. When Yan he saw Xianxia, he was also stunned. He frowned and said, It's you. Among the noble ladies at the long table, he had seen Xianxia a long time ago. She did not chat and laugh with those noble ladies, nor did she fly kites. She just sat beside Xianxian and read, like a decoration. That person just now, he asked, who is she to you? Xianxia said, Cousin. Yan he snorted and said in disgust, Pretentious. He pushed Xianxia away and walked forward. Xianxia did not expect Yan he to suddenly push her. She was a young lady who could not lift or carry anything. Yan he was a martial arts practitioner. After being pushed like this, he took a few steps back. His hand accidentally brushed against a thorny branch, and in an instant, a red mark appeared on the back of his hand. Such a red mark on his fair skin looked very dazzling. Yan he was also stunned. He did not expect these delicate young ladies to be so fragile. They could get hurt just by touching them. He was a little annoyed, but he could not sit back and do nothing. He took a step forward to check on her injury, but he did not expect Xianxia to immediately take a step back. "You're injured, Yan," he said. "I know." Xianxia's expression was calm, as if she did not care about the wound on the back of her hand. Her tone was calm. But men and women should not touch each other. Yan, he was a little puzzled. The girl in front of him was far less beautiful than Xianxia. The dress she was wearing was light yellow, and she did not wear any makeup. She looked like she was still at the age where she did not know about love. "How could it be not touching each other?" he said. "This little girl is young, but she's quite old-fashioned." Xianxia just turned sideways to avoid him. "I'm broad-minded. I won't argue with young Master Yan about the fact that you deliberately pushed me." Yan, he was stunned. After Xianxia said this, he turned around and left. Yan, he touched his chin. This guy was avenging her cousin. This was the first time he was scolded by a woman like this. She looked gentle and refined, and it seemed that she was not a person who would suffer losses. After Xianxia left the forest, the noble ladies at the long banquet had already dispersed in twos and threes. Xianxia was probably unhappy with Yan He, so she cried and took the carriage to go back. Xianxia also had to hurriedly follow. As a result, when Yan He came out, the group of noble ladies had already boarded the carriage. There was a book lying in the grass beside the long banquet. Yan He remembered that when he came, only Xianxia was sitting here reading a book. This book was probably hers, but she left in a hurry and forgot about it. He bent down and picked it up. He opened it and saw that it was a travel book. There was also someone's note on it. The handwriting was extremely beautiful and elegant. It reminded him of the girl who quietly scolded him in the forest just now. Yan He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Bookworm." However, for some reason, he put the travel book into his arms. This meeting with Xianxia naturally ended without any results. Xianxia's parents even treated Commander Yan coldly for a period of time. Commander Yan turned around and scolded Yan He, but Yan He himself did not think much of it. However, this marriage did not continue. Time passed quickly, and another year passed. Xianxia was 17 years old. Lord Xia was thinking that he should start looking for suitable young talents in Shuo capital for Xianxia. When Yan He returned to the residence, he heard his mother discussing with his aunt about matchmaking his cousin to Xianxia. "Xianxia?" Yan He stopped walking into the house and turned his head to ask, "Is it the young lady of the Imperial College's Chancellor's residence?" "How do you know?" Mother Yan asked in confusion. "Don't you hate to remember the names of these young ladies?" Yan He did not answer his mother's question. He only frowned and asked, "Cousin is 2 years older than me. Miss Xia is still young, right? In terms of age, am I not more suitable?" Commander Yan scolded him. "Miss Xia is from a scholarly family and is knowledgeable. Didn't you say that you hate people who play with words the most? Don't you hate bookworms the most? Are you willing to matchmake you?" Yan He did not say anything. He returned to his room and stared at the pond outside the window for half a day. He took out a book from the bottom of the desk drawer. It was a travel book. In the middle of the night, when the dogs in the Yan residence were asleep, Yan He put on his outer clothes and knocked on the door of his parents' bedroom. "Yan Nongguang, you scared people to death in the middle of the night. What do you want?" Commander Yan was furious. "Yan," he said, "I'm willing." After that, it was a long day of chasing. Yan He tried his best to please the beauty. Master Xia was very fierce and old-fashioned. Every time Yan He saw him, he was a little scared. Xianxia was even scarier than Master Xia. He was clearly a bookworm who did not have the strength to truss a chicken. However, every time he looked at him with his calm eyes, Yan He did not know what to do. Commander Yan scolded him at home. "You're usually like a gamecock. Why don't you know how to chase a girl properly? Why doesn't she like you? Can't you think about it?" Yan He could not think of it. He felt that he was quite good. He was handsome, agile, and had a good family background. He was one of the top young talents in the Shuo capital. Why didn't Xianxia like him? It must be because that bookworm did not know how to appreciate men. He was blind. However, he did not dare to say this in front of Xianxia. Seeing that her son had a lot on his mind, Madame Yen felt gratified and helpless. She could only beat around the bush. Since you like her, you should treat her better. Take care of her more. Eventually, Miss Xia will see the good in you. He felt that his mother's words made sense. However, he did not know how to treat someone well. The jewelry and clothes he gave were all returned. The love poem he wrote was returned to his servant the next day. Sometimes, he felt annoyed. When he first met Xianxia, he should not have been so rude and frivolous. It would have been better than trying his best to remedy the situation, but he still felt that the results were not good. As a proud son of heaven, he finally felt the anxiety of love and could not sleep. And no matter how he treated Xianxia, this girl had treated him neither coldly nor warmly from beginning to end. Therefore, when he asked Commander Yen to propose marriage to Xianxia, he went with a feeling of failure. However, he was about to lead the army into battle. Life and death were unpredictable on the battlefield. If he did not propose marriage, he was afraid that he would not have another chance. It was better to be disappointed after trying than to be disappointed before trying. That was what he thought. However, he did not expect that Lord Xia would agree to the marriage proposal from Yen family. He could not believe it. This was supposed to be a happy event. However, when it came to the end, he shrank back. If he died, wouldn't Xianxia bear the infamy of being a jinx to her husband? He walked out of Xianxia's house with a heavy heart. When he was about to leave, someone called him from behind. Young Master Yen. He turned around and saw Xianxia standing behind him, looking at him quietly. He was at a loss for words. Young Master Yen. This quiet girl smiled at him for the first time. She was gentle and sweet, like the spring willows by the Sisui River, full of warmth. Come back early, she said. He stared blankly for a moment, then inexplicably blushed. Under the sunlight, he stared straight at this girl. He stared until the servant girl beside Xianxia took out a broom and prepared to chase him away. Only then did he cough lightly and say in a small voice, I will. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and added nonchalantly, wait for me. Every time he went to war, Xianxia would be waiting for him in the mansion. From 1 person to 2 people waiting, what they got in the end was bad news. In the first year after he left, everyone thought that Xianxia would wash her face with tears and be sad all day long. However, what she showed was a shocking calmness. Mu Xia was well taken care of by her. Lin Shuanghe often came to visit. Xianxia would still smile and do what she was doing in an orderly manner. Sometimes, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she would subconsciously try to touch the person beside her. It was only when her hand touched the cold mattress that she seemed to realize that the person who had warmed her was no longer there. Eventually, she would slowly fall silent. In the 5th year after he left, Commander Yen and Madame Yen took the initiative to persuade Xianxia to remarry. Xianxia was not old. It was not like there were no widows who remarried in the capital. She was gentle, and she was also the daughter of Lord Xia. She might have a good family. However, Xianxia politely declined. Xianxia said, I have Mu Xia. That is enough. A new singing jade hall was opened in the capital. Xianxia often went to help. She arranged her life to the fullest and calmly continued her life without Yen often came to talk to her. Xianxia knew that she was worried about him. However, ever since she was young, she had a personality. That did not make people worry. Just like the first time he saw her, she would never let herself be taken advantage of. 10 years after he left, Mu Xia already had the appearance of a young man. His facial features were similar to Yanhe's, but he was more delicate than Yanhe. His spear skills were already very good. Yan and Xiaoju would come to teach him swordsmanship when they were free. He often provoked Xiaoju. With a high ponytail and a silver spear in his hand, he said, Military Governor Xiao, in a few years, you will be defeated by me. Of course, he ended up being thrown onto a tree by Xiaoju. However, even though he couldn't beat Xiaoju, he was able to use the competition as an excuse to get back at Xiaoyao. As the saying goes, a father's debt must be paid by a daughter. In the 15th year after Yan He left, Muxia found a girl he liked. The young man was staring blankly at the thing in his hand. When he saw his mother come in, he hurriedly hid the sachet that his sweetheart had given him. Xianxia smiled and sat down beside him. "You like this girl very much?" she asked. Yan Muxia subconsciously retorted, "Who likes her?" His ears quietly turned red. Xianxia patted his head and said, "Then remember to treat her better." The young man pretended to be calm and looked away. With a red face, he said without much confidence, In the 20th year after Yan He left, Yan Muxia married the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. It was the girl that he liked when he was 15. They gave birth to a daughter named Xianxia. Yan Muxia treated Xianxia and her mother very well. In the past, there was a rumor in the capital that Guide Zhonglong, Yan Nongguang, was a henpecked husband. Now that she saw how Yan Muxia treated his wife and daughter, she realized that he had inherited his father's business. Xianxia looked like her mother and was closest to her grandmother, Xianxia. Her personality was not as arrogant as Yan Muxia's, nor was she as lively as her mother's. Everyone said that she was very similar to Xianxia in the past. She was gentle, quiet, soft, and strong. In the 25th year after Yan He left, Xianxia, who was 5 years old, was playing in the fu when she found a cloth bag under her grandfather's old bed. Yan He's study room had not been touched in all these years. It maintained its original appearance. Xianxia personally cleaned it every day for more than 20 years. Xianxia slipped in when she was not paying attention. Xianxia was small, so she went to the innermost part of the study room and found a treasure wrapped in a red cloth. Xianxia thought about it and handed the cloth bag to Xianxia as if it was a treasure. After so many years, Xianxia's hand that was holding the red cloth trembled when she saw what Yan He had left behind. She opened the cloth bag. Sunlight came in through the window and made her squint her eyes. After so many years, she was old and her eyes were not as clear as before. She looked at it for a while before she could see clearly that it was a book with the words "Happy Travels" written on it. The book had been stored for a long time. The pages were all yellowed. Because it was kept in the dark all day long, there was a sense of decay. Xianxia had already been attracted by the larks outside the courtyard and ran out. Xianxia's gaze fell on the page for a long time. She finally remembered a certain spring day when she followed her cousin to the Sisui shoreline to enjoy the flowers and the book was left behind. At that time, she was only 16 years old, the best years of her life. It was at that time, in the spring, the kites by the Sisui shoreline were entangled. The young man cut off the love of the girl opposite him with a knife. He was decisive like an emotionless villain. He turned around and picked up the book she had left behind and treasured it for so many years. She slowly flipped open the book and was stunned. Unknowingly, a line of small words had been secretly written on the title page of the book. "The flowers are deep, the willows are dark. Passing through the willows and flowers, I search for the message. The husband betrays the wife." The handwriting was firm and frivolous. It was obvious that it was written by a man. She was not unfamiliar with it. It was Yan He's handwriting. Time passed quickly. In an instant, she seemed to be able to travel through many years. She saw the frivolous young man in a silver robe with a ponytail sitting in front of the table. He was biting the pen in agitation. He was almost gnashing his teeth as he wrote such a poem full of grievances and complaints on the title page. It was like a resentful woman scolding a heartless man whose heart was as hard as iron. Who would have thought that Yan He would do such a thing? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then, she laughed. The sunlight gently fell on her hair, blurring her white hair. Her smile was like a flower. She was like a 16-year-old girl who was moved for the first time. It was sweet and happy. That night, she saw Yan He. He was wearing a new silver robe like many years ago. He stood in front of her with an arrogant attitude. She was wearing a light yellow dress. Xianxia stood in front of him and asked calmly, "Why did you take my book?" The young man's arrogant expression quickly changed. He panicked. However, he tried his best to maintain his composure. He coughed lightly and said, "I picked it up. It's mine. You even scribbled on it." She gently pointed out his bad behavior. Yan He's face turned even redder. He defended himself, that's not scribbling. If it's not scribbling, then what is it? It's... He fidgeted with his ponytail. His tone was a little fierce. However, there was a hint of grievance at the end of his words. It's what you think it means. Xianxia stared at him without saying a word. He was like a paper tiger. He asked, You. Why are you looking at me? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He looked at her, not knowing what to do. After a while, he seemed to be touched by Xianxia's laughter and laughed as well. He hesitantly reached out his hand, wanting to hold Xianxia's hand. Pa, the wind blew the window loudly. Xianxia opened her eyes. He wasn't there. The mattress beside her was empty. She looked at the canopy silently for a while. Then, she slowly sat up and got off the bed barefoot. It was late at night. The floor was cold. It was the 25th spring day after he left. She woke up from her dream. She was so sad that she couldn't sleep. She slowly sat on the floor and buried her head in her knees. It was the first time in so many years that she cried silently. Time passed slowly. A day was also long. However, it passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a lifetime had passed. On the 30th year after he left, Xianxia passed away due to illness. Her children and grandchildren stayed by her side. This woman was quiet and gentle all her life. She was always calm and gentle. Before she died, she only handed a book to Muxia and asked him to bury her with He. When the coffin was buried, it was a sunny day. The kites by the Sishui River were all over the sky, and the peonies were in full bloom. It was like a day many years ago when he walked over from the long embankment full of new willows and bent down to pick up the travel notes. But inadvertently, he left behind the joyful thoughts of a young man. End of chapter 272. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.